father is thinking of featuring Nolan's photography in her company.
Take the shot!
She touched my blazer. Is this simple?
Why don't I show off a little parlor trick to pass the time?
Before I could respond, Nolan appeared, wrapping his arms around me. Hey, blazer looks amazing. It should, Celeste said. The real thing costs about $12,000. She turned to her mother. We need to set up a formal dining room instead of eating outside. The ales aren't exactly barbecue pink. I watched Evelyn's face fall. She'd spent all day preparing Nolan's favorite grilled dishes, but no one wanted. Nolan understands how important this is for the family, don't you? Celeste ignored the sneer, but her eyes were sharp as she looked at her mother. Maybe we could involve these things together. Cinnamons, accusing me. I felt my heart sink as Evelyn quietly began moving dishes inside. This was supposed to be Nolan's celebration, but somehow Celeste had rejected, just like she seemed to be doing everything else in her life.
Wish I could get some alone time.
I found myself seated between Marcus and mother. Carefully speaking in my place with celebrating history and Celeste. I took every opportunity to mention the exclusive designer boutiques fans considered from her wedding dates. Of course, Felicity probably has some idea about this responsible thing. Celeste said it and suddenly turned. What were you thinking? So it's vintage. The table went quiet. Nolan and I hadn't even discussed marriage yet. I felt my face heat up as everyone waited for my response. I haven't really. Oh, that's right. Celeste interrupted. You hadn't set a date yet, or even gotten engaged. She patted my hand. Don't worry when it happens. I'll help you plan everything. After all, I'll have plenty of experience after my wedding. Gerald, Nolan's father, cleared his throat. Celeste, perhaps we could focus on celebrating Nolan's achievement tonight. Of course, Daddy. Celeste raised her glass to Nolan's success and to family. Later, as guests were leaving, I overheard Celeste talking to Marcus in the hallway. Poor thing. I tried so hard to fit in, but you can't buy plans.
A new island! I wonder if we can go ashore.
Clothes to meet your parents. She seemed nice enough, Marcus replied, and that blazer was actually quite elegant. Oh, honey, you're too kind, but trust me, she's not Brooke's material. No one will figure that out eventually. I slipped away before they could see me. My hands shaking as I gathered my things in the kitchen. I found Gerald washing dishes alone. Don't let me get to you, he said quietly.
Drop anchor! We're going ashore!
Some people stay quiet. I nodded, unable to speak past the lovely weather. As I waited for Nolan to drive me home, I caught my reflection in the window. The brown vintage blazer suddenly felt like a costume for the first time. I wondered if loving Nolan was worth the price of admission to his world. What I didn't know then was that Celeste was just getting started, and the next move would force me to choose between keeping the peace and keeping my self-respect. The moment everything changed happened at the Brooks family meeting. Nolan proposed the night before, a perfect sunset moment that felt like a dream. I should have known better than to think Celeste would let me have even 24 hours of pure happiness. I was helping Evelyn prepare when I realized I'd left my engagement ring upstairs. After washing my hands, as I approached Nolan's old bedroom, I heard Celeste's voice floating through the night. It's actually perfect timing, she was saying. Now I can use all of Felicity's wedding ideas for my own. She'll never suspect I've been collecting them for months. I froze, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Are you sure that's necessary? It was Marcus's voice, sounding uncertain. Your brother just got engaged. Celeste said. Her voice tight with satisfaction. Oh, your wedding will be some more people to declare. I need everyone in favor by elevating our ideas into something much more sophisticated. Besides, Nolan's been coming in everything. Her dress design, the heavy shoes, even the antique braids she found for the veil. My stomach.
I bet we can catch something here.
Share those details with Nolan in private moments. Read it together.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
Speaking of which, Celeste continued.
Go bite! Looking good.
I'll give you a hand.
Ready and...
Let's do this!
That went well.
Owen is helping his mother with his son.
Go bite! All right.
I'll give you a hand. Let's do this!
And... Yeah, I hooked one. Go bite! All right.
I'll give you a hand. Let's do this!
Ready and... Yeah, I hooked one.
Words burst out before his silence. That's all she's done since we met. You're overreacting, he said, using that patronizing tone that suddenly made him more concerned. She's my sister, honestly. She's just excited about things right now. Just then, Celeste appeared in the doorway, wearing a condescending expression that I was thinking. Is everything okay now? She asked, her voice sweet and quiet. I've heard his voices. Did you book the Riverside Maker for your wedding? I asked her directly. Oh, that. She smiled brightly. Yes, isn't it perfect? I remembered how much you loved it when you mentioned it at dinner last night. I hadn't thought that. Great minds they grow, right? I looked at Nolan, waiting for him to say something to defend me. He shifted me quickly. Maybe we can all just what? I interrupted, slipping on my hatred. Just pretend this is the
This should be a good spot to rest.
When she's been running listening, no be dramatic. Celeste said, her voice dripping with fingers. Just say. So I placed the ring on the deck. My vision burned with tears of rage. You're right. I whispered. I'm not ready. Not for this family. Not for a husband who won't stand up for me. And definitely not for a sister-in-law who treats my life like it's her personal shopping catalog. As I walked away, I heard Nolan call my name. But it was Celeste's voice that followed me. See? I told you she wasn't Brooke's material. I got in my car and drove, not knowing that this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning of my awakening. 3 days after leaving the lake house, I found myself sorting through vintage dresses at work when Gerald Brooks walked into my shop. He looked out of place among the racks of second-hand clothes, his expensive suit a stark contrast with the worn wooden floors. Interesting place you have here, he said, running his finger along the 1950s dire dress. Evelyn mentioned the store deeds. I nodded, unable to find my voice. Was he here to convince me to come back to defend Celeste? Nolan's been
Switch!
His tone. No one suspect next time.
I'll crush ya! I'll crush ya! I'll crush ya! I'll crush ya! You ready? Let's get this done!
Marcus had some concerns about working on him.
Switch! Switch! Pretty sure something's around here.
Still on the dress I was wearing. Spoke to Marcus.
Yeah!
No, but he's not lying.
Oh, found something!
Gerald said. He came by the house yesterday, asking questions about Celeste's sudden interest in ways. Before I could respond,
Yeah!
door chimed.
Lana!
Owen walked in, stopping short. Responded. What are you doing here? Just leaving, actually, Gerald said, squeezing my shoulder as he passed. I know what he said about authenticity, Felicity. Some things can't be copied. How hard people try. If he left, no one understood the silence.
I'll crush ya! These are the roofs of buildings. Guess the entire city really did sink. Let's see if we can't mono-ride our way across.
Talk to her. It's not the point.
Yeah!
She's so smart. Focusing on the corner edges of his face.
Something's off.
She's been systematic.
Might want to mono sense around. Oh, found something! Yeah!
She has a sister, he said abruptly. I was supposed to be your wife. My voice cracked a little.
Yeah! Oh, right!
Stop. I interrupted. I got something to show you. I pulled out my phone and showed her a series of texts from Celeste. Detailed questions about her big ideas, our private conversations, even photos she passed on design sections. See, he said. She was just excited about winning. She wanted
I'll crush ya! Dodge this! Dodge this!
Worse.
Huh? Can't catch me! You ready?
Said quietly. Did you ever respond?
Lana!
No one's face. Celeste said you must have said something to me. Of course she did. But it wasn't how we sounded. You believed her. It's just like you always.
Yeah!
The shop door chimed in. This time, it was Marcus himself, looking like but determined.
Alright! Pretty sure something's around here.
Yeah. Celeste. No one stepped between us.
Yeah!
Whatever she told you about my sister, she hasn't told me. Marcus got it. That's why I'm here. I need to know about it. Trusting Celeste. The irony of the moment wasn't lost on me. Celeste speaking.
Yeah!
I need to show the truth. While her
Yeah!
own brother stood there between her lines.
Yeah!
Giving him one last chance. Do you want to know about the text? About how your sister has been fighting to steal my things like these. No one's silence was there. I think we should go. I told him, turning away from my tears. Hopefully, whatever Celeste is for isn't doing, it's not my problem. They left. I heard Marcus.
That's the stuff!
Did you really not see what she was doing to Felicity? I didn't hear Nolan's response, but I did. His silence had already told me everything I needed to know about what his loyalty was like. What I didn't realize is that Marcus as if they set in motion a chain of events that would change everything. Not just for me, but for the entire cosmic.
I'll crush ya!
See,
I'll crush ya! Dodge this!
System design, sketched out journey. One shown to know.
Set, you ready? You ready? I'll crush ya!
Still staring.
Let's get him!
Oh, I know this is awkward, she said, her voice strained. But Celeste, she says it would mean so much to her if you came. I bet it would, I said, tracing the delicate pattern I'd spent months designing. Did she tell you where she got the invitation design? It was a long pause. Felicity, please. She's trying to make decisions by stealing my word. The bitterness in my voice surprised me. Actually, Evelyn hesitated. That's part of why I'm calling. Celeste wants you to help with her dress. She says your vintage expertise would be perfect for the alteration she needs. I almost laughed.
You ready?
When she found it,
I'll crush ya!
she loved it. My stomach growled. I told no one about the dress during the meeting conversation, describing my dream of creating
Dodge this! You ready?
I said firmly. Please, Evelyn's voice cracked. Things are so tense in the family. Gerald barely speaks to no one. Marcus is asking
Maybe I'll throw a few lines.
Celeste, she's not herself. Maybe if you help, show her some kindness.
The suspense is killing me.
Got a bite!
She showed me what she systematically stole everything.
Here we go!
No one showed her moving. Shot no shot. Since you walked in,
I'll help out.
triumphant smile and carrying a burden.
Okay, let's reel it in.
Told her.
Seems about right.
Responded. Surprise. Swiss. Laying it down across my counter. I need your motion for this. It's a bit funny. The only one I trust. She unzipped the bag, revealing the exact opposite of the the ivory silk.
Got a bite!
That's the way.
How did you find it? I asked. My voice hollow. Oh, no.
That's the way.
She loved it. She said with a smile.
Come on!
I'll help out. Okay, let's reel it in.
Help me with the alteration.
Come here, you!
All this
You put up quite a fight!
I stared at her. I could see clearly what I should have seen months ago. This wasn't about the way at all. This was about power. About breaking piece by piece. No, I said quietly. Excuse
Got a
me.
bite!
She
Here we go!
no. I refused.
That's the way.
Take your dress and get out of my shop. Her smile.
I'll help out. Okay, let's reel it in.
No.
Come on! Come here, you!
This was
You
supposed
put
to
up
be
quite a fight!
my dress, my designs, my dreams. Never give me strength. I would say that you can take everything just to prove you could. You don't deserve it. It's finally slipped. You're nothing but a shop girl. I'm doing you a favor by showing you who you really are. And who are you? Celeste? I shot them. Besides me from other people's dreams. She grabbed me. You'll regret this. When I'm done, you will have to. Other besides, not your reputation. She stormed out. Noticed Martin standing just outside the shop. His face got with anger. He heard everything. I should have felt satisfied with knowing Celeste. Shown her truth. colors to my hands. Instead, I felt empty because I knew what it was worse than anything she'd done so far. Celeste put his images one. She wanted to destroy me. I was running out of ways to stop her. I shouldn't have gone to Celeste's way, but something told me.
Yeah!
Maybe the same mistake makes people slow down to watch car crashes.
Something's off. Might want to mana sense around. Huh. Didn't expect this here.
Everything was mine. Vintage lace draped along the cables. Those flower arrangements. Even the specific shade of plastic. I had spent months tracking down. But seeing Celeste with her unique dress was the final twist. The ceremony is not a child. John rose to the sun. His expression. She stole everything. I was every single detail.
Mana!
I know, he said. He handed me his phone. On the screen was my original wedding in Germany. Photographs of me. No one said.
Dodge this! You ready? You ready? You ready?
He thought he was helping. Gerald's voice was down. He still doesn't see what she's doing. The wedding march began to play. The excitement into the recording. I discovered the old record shop. I watched Celeste float down the aisle in my dress.
You ready? I'll crush ya!
His face tightened and our eyes met. We saw something like Celeste reached the ceremony began. She left but I stayed, watching as the priest passed. Anyone who could have
Okay, let's ride!
the silence outlined his and Marcus cleared his throat. I do, he said quietly. The church erupted in whispers. Celeste's face in Marcus, her voice wailing.
I'll crush ya! You ready? I'll crush ya!
Everything about this wedding was stolen.
Now we're even more in sync.
Don't let your guard down just yet, Adel.
All popular Felicitous parents. Parents that Celeste held without permission. That's her.
Yeah! Yeah!
Celeste's voice were true. Oh. Owen stood by his place in the microphone, looking confused. I just shared some ideas with him. He said he wanted to help. Marcus laughed bitterly. Is that what you call systematically destroying your brother's relationship? He would never his wedding.
Okay, let's ride!
Celeste nodded. Was fine with her. Besides, it did not pay me. Someone like her doesn't deserve a low standard. She's nothing but a shock girl. It's one class little figure.
Yeah!
Gerald interrupted. His voice carried the church.
Okay, let's
Just
ride!
watched her bring her true self to everyone who knows. The
Treasure
silence
ahoy!
follows. Shocked faces and faces. Marcus's problem. Oh, I'm dying more. Celeste's expression can stop being cold. Pure, undiluted hatred. You are
Oh,
destroyed.
lucky me!
You. She stopped. You turned it all against me. She lunged forward, but instead of coming to me, she grabbed the vintage lace button and kissed me. Arranged flowers crashed to the floor.
Yeah!
She was tearing the decorations out of her hair, destroying everything she was stolen. Celeste stopped. No one tried to grab her arm. She shouted away. This is all your fault. She screamed. You took it. I didn't say it. I get respect. I'll make sure you
Oh, right!
The guilt and shame on his face shouldn't come instead, he just felt he slipped from the when my poor nurse was smiling.
All right!
This isn't over, he said, laughing at the others. Walking home with the baby, I realized she didn't come. It wasn't over. It's now protecting myself. I was protecting myself for the short
Yeah!
for the sake of more important. But if we were making choice, the answer would change. I just didn't know how to change.
Maybe I'll throw a few lines.
She wasn't wearing designer clothes anymore. Just jeans and a sweater that made her look almost normal.
Got it right!
Almost. We need to talk, she said quietly.
Come on!
Putting her collar in something. The shot felt good like something. Stage set.
That's the way. Okay,
Come here,
let's
you.
reel it in.
Sweat set. Running
I'll help
Pretty
out.
big, this one!
to the restaurant. Marcus won't return her phones. Mother can hear everything. Even though her voice on it, I didn't think it would. I said, you chose to skin my legs. You
Got
chose
it
to
right.
lie. You took my mother. She whirled around. It's crazy. He was all I could. Just walked in. Nothing to try. Your pain time. Your opportunity. She stopped.
I'll help out.
Come here, you!
No.
Okay,
It's
let's
puny,
reel
but
it in.
I'll take it.
She pulled out her phone. He's outside right now, ready to choose again. My heart stopped as no one walked in, looking trapped between us. Tell her, Celeste. Tell her what you decided. Tell her what you
Got it right!
Listen, I hate to put this behind us. Maybe you apologize, Celeste. Apologize.
Come on!
I'll help out. Okay, let's reel it in.
We're humiliating
Come
her.
here, you!
You stared at me.
Ha!
I don't
Pretty
see
big,
it.
this one!
You still don't get it. She didn't just steal my money, Stella. She tried to steal my entire life. Helping you. I did. No.
Okay, let's ride!
Stella. He turned to Celeste. You want an apology? Fine. I'm sorry I never thought I'd be part of this family. I'm sorry I wasted my love with someone who couldn't see my right now.
All right!
I'll destroy the business. I'll call every supplier and say, told them about how you sell knockoffs. So I'm going to children, boys and girls. You won't be doing it. Marcus took the board, holding a phone. I reported everything to Celeste. Every line. Destroy the business. I think the police would be very interested in this matter. Celeste's face went white. It wouldn't have. His voice was scathing. The only reason I hadn't turned this over already is because of the police. She asked me to wait, give you a chance to walk away. Is that true? No, it isn't.
Something's off. Might want to mana sense around. Oh, found something!
I just wanted to protect myself. Felicity, he reached for my hand.
You ready? I'll crush ya!
All of this. Celeste.
Dodge this!
Open another story to explain the middle way. You're making a mistake, she said, but her voice trembled. The only mistake was thinking. No casting one last expert before his shoulder. Marcus stayed calm. We couldn't destroy them, he said quietly. Why didn't we? I touched a vintage silk
I'll
socket.
crush ya! You ready? Dodge this!
Some things are worth more than your. What would you do? I smiled, feeling lighter than I had it once. What I've always done, find beautiful things that others threw away and give them new life. Just maybe not for the Brooks family anymore. As Marcus left, I turned the shop sign to the open side. Life went on inside, surrounded by the vintage pieces that I lovingly restored.
Yeah!
I finally understood. Sometimes the most valuable things we find aren't the ones we're looking for. Parts of ourselves we discover, and no one can steal them. I am Celeste Brooks.
Pretty sure something's around here.
After Celeste's fatal wedding, I stood in my new studio space, surrounded by the soft whisper of vintage silver. The morning light filtered through tall windows.
Oh, found something! Something's off. Might want to mana sense around. I'll crush ya!
No child was ever Jason, touching over something. Gerald said he found something special with the place. Yes.
Nice try! You ready? You ready?
Gerald insisted. He wants to talk about the business. She paused, watching me carefully. Celeste left me on his last
Yeah!
I nodded, unsurprised. No, maybe something's new scenes. Maybe finally understands.
Oh, found something!
She moved closer, her voice softened. We often Laura responded. Marcus here.
Mana!
Since the wedding, he became unexpected ally, helping me source rare vintage pieces and institutions. Ready for the meeting? He enlisted in those now. Mrs. Brooks, perfect timing. Did you tell her about the investment?
You ready? You ready?
Shop. Inside the Mrs. Brooks, looking for a chain of high inspiration routines. Being as creative director, the kind of opportunity once you think about sharing. They don't know. I said slowly. Most of them don't have the best history with partnerships. That's exactly why it is Gerald said, turning his wife. The child, sentence, showed what about Celeste and Harold? They'll learn to live with them, Gerald said firmly. Just like they're learning to live with their choices. Marcus touched my hand. You look at the sun. Don't let what happens stop you.
Let's fly!
I looked around the studio, just as I breastfed and restored sketches for designs and this is a built a large box. What's this?
Yeah!
Space.
Yeah!
Marcus said, smiling. I have my one. Inside was the airy scarf. First day in home. But instead of being shame, it was something else. What you do? Okay. Looking at Gerald and Evelyn. I have visions. This is my vision of this office.
Yeah!
We wouldn't want to be there. Gerald replied. Later, they left. I stood in my studio's floor, watching the sunset and the sea gold.
Pretty sure something's around here.
Serve as memories of home used to be. Instead, I walked to my workbench, where a vintage 1940s evening gown of beautiful restoration. Its beaded silk truck, just like I finally seen it. A young child, a young woman, wearing uncertainty, was there. One was in a thrift store, she said, holding up a warm paper. Everyone says it's not worth fixing. But you see something in it. I finished recognizing it. Let me show you what it can become. As I got into my room space, I came to the realization that often the most precious items we fix aren't the antiques we come across. The primitive aspects of ourselves that we believe were irreparable. Your parents are letting the woman live and say suicide is better to her. Ready to repair the story. One stitch at a time, and we're going to turn the world.
Stay here, Adam.
Switch!
Switch out! Dodge me! I'll crush ya! You ready? I'll crush ya! Dodge me! You ready? You ready? I'll crush ya! Yeah! Yeah!
Shit.
Yeah! Hup! Hup! Eat this!
Motherfucker.
Okay, let's ride!
Okay, that was about. I was just about to say, you motherfucker. Shit, I did not mean to do that. So let's see something.
I'm just getting started. Take this! I'll crush ya!
Fix it. But you see something in it. Let me finish recognizing that familiar hope. Let me show you what it could become. As I guided her to my workspace, I came to the realization that often the most precious items we fix aren't the antique. I'm thinking of treating everyone to some
lucky me!
Here's this black card. Cheerfully, my mother-in-law pulled out the credit card she usually uses, sending a chill down my spine. Unaware, my mother-in-law, her face flushed with alcohol, turned back to the relatives and started talking again. This is Liza's money, so it's all free. What should I do? Did she steal it again? I was thinking this, but I quickly realized a fact. The card my mother-in-law was holding was already invalid. Because that card is expired, you know? Actually, I filed for divorce last week. Hey, at that moment, I felt the air of his breeze. My name is Eliza Hudson, 30 years old. While working full-time, I had peaceful days with my husband, Aaron. Aaron and I met in college when we were both students. Aaron was working at the same store where I started my part-time job. He was assigned as my mentor as we were closely engaged. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thank you. Aaron was a college student 2 years older than me. At first I was nervous, but he made an effort to interact with me in a way that didn't make me feel the age difference, making him easy to approach. Are you okay? Have you gotten used to the job? How's college like? Are you enjoying it? As conversations with Aaron became more comfortable, I started looking forward to what we would talk about next, and began going to my part-time job with excitement. To be honest, I had special feelings for Aaron. It seems he felt the same way about me. This became clear 6 months after I started the part-time job, when Aaron invited me out to eat. I want to talk about various things. Is that okay?
Yeah!
Of course. Let's go. My heart leaped at the unexpected turn of events. After that, our relationship rapidly grew closer, and we started dating 2 months after our first meal together. Our relationship continued as we both became working adults, leading to marriage. When Aaron proposed, I wondered if it was really okay to make this happen. We decided not to have children and to live a leisurely life, just the two of us. Years have passed since then. I think I would have been happy even if we had children. But life with just Aaron is fulfilling. Even after several years of marriage, I still think I made the right choice marrying Aaron. I hoped this life would continue just as it is. However, a certain event suddenly brought a significant change to our peaceful life. My father-in-law passed away. It was incredibly hard, and I couldn't stop my tears. I met my in-laws several times a year, and each time, my father-in-law treated me warmly and cherished me as if I were his own daughter. It wasn't just my father-in-law, my mother-in-law was the same. Their warmth resonated
That's the
deeply,
stuff!
especially since I seldom see my own parents. But I wasn't the only one grieving. Erin, my mother-in-law, and other relatives were all shedding tears. Seeing the family, I was reminded of how much my father-in-law was respected. Following my father-in-law's death, Erin and I started living with my mother-in-law. It's been a while since we've lived in this house. Erin muttered nostalgically. His words reached my mother-in-law, who responded, "Yes, I'm looking forward to living with you both." I thought that living with my mother-in-law would also be fun and peaceful. And while excited about our new life, I devoted myself to unpacking. However, my expectations would soon be...
I'm back, Carjack.
Eliza, can't you even do something yourself? I'm sorry, I apologize. Housework is a wife's
I'll be right back.
You need to do a better job. Gradually, my mother-in-law began to treat me harshly. She assigned the responsibility of housework to me as the wife, and if something was not to her satisfaction, I was constantly nagging. I have a job, so it's actually difficult to meet the level of housework she expects. I'm sorry, but I have work too, so I'll do a thorough cleaning on the weekends. I've always done it though. That's because you were a stay-at-home wife. Enough. That doesn't matter. A daughter-in-law should listen to her mother-in-law. Stop talking back. If you have time, you should dedicate it to housework. My mother-in-law's transformation was like she had become a completely different person. I couldn't understand the reason behind it. Erin, I need to talk about your mother. Mom, what happened? Feeling that suffering alone would not improve the situation, I decided to talk to Erin. Recently, Mom's attitude has changed drastically. She's very different from before. Was she always like this? In fact, my mother-in-law's attitude has not changed even when Erin is around. He might have noticed something, or he might know something I don't. I really wanted to improve my relationship with her, so I was interested in hearing Erin's thoughts. Do you know anything? Despite this, Erin's response was unexpected. No, I don't know. Darren's gone, and it's just chaos now. There's nothing I can do. So, there's nothing you can do. So Erin had also changed, as if he had become a different person. The fact that he did not stop her mother's behavior was something I did not anticipate. If it were Erin from before, he surely would have protected me. Even though it's pointless to look at the present with the past, I couldn't help but feel unwilling to accept Erin's attitude. If you lost someone important, do you know how you might change? Can you definitively say you wouldn't become like Mom? Honestly, I can't say for certain. But just because it's sad doesn't justify hurting others, and no matter the circumstances, there's no excuse for hurting people. Just saying idealistic things. Mom isn't doing anything terrible, is she? I was surprised by his unexpected rejection. From his statement, it seemed that Erin didn't feel his mother's behavior was excessive. After all, it's normal for housework to be the wife's job. I can understand why she gets angry if you don't listen to her. I've been doing household chores all along. I felt it was unfair to leave everything to your mother. You say you hadn't been detailed with your work, and that it was possible for her if she was a homemaker. That's just
I'm back, Carjack.
Though she was a homemaker, she actually had a very busy life. I keep making irrational arguments, but it's unreasonable to expect the impossible, right? I don't want to lie about being able to do something I can't, so I'm honestly saying I can't. There's alternatives. It almost felt like Erin was accusing me of being selfish. I didn't want to be simply brushed off, so I tried to argue back, but he only gave me a look of annoyance. Eventually, he said, "Enough. This conversation is pointless," and walked away from the discussion. Erin's words echoed in my mind over and over. This is pointless. I felt like there was no one in the house who understood my feelings anymore. When faced with this reality, I developed a headache. Afterwards, Erin and his mother began to direct remarks towards me. I've always thought this, but the move you made is really terrible. I can't believe you serve this to anyone. Has it always been like this since we were alone together? Unbelievable. What kind of person are you really, Eliza? My head hurts. I want to argue back. However, I understood that argument could only lead to them bombarding me with heartless words and ultimately leaving me feeling easily an outcast. I'm sorry.
I'm back, Carjack.
All I could do was quietly apologize. Usually, their attitudes were
That was some
intolerable.
solid teamwork. Up top, Adel.
Alcohol was
1,
involved.
2, 3.
Eliza, how on earth have you managed to live up to now? You lack so much common sense. It's a wonder how you've come this far. So too, Mom. I didn't feel the same. Really. Why did I even marry someone like this? It's the worst, isn't it? They continue to relentlessly speak ill of me, fully aware that I was in the same room. Why did I marry such a person? It's truly the worst. There must have been more decent people out there. Fed up with their repeated words, I eventually found myself able to let their comments pass without affecting me as much. I've considered divorce many times, but have been unable to make a decision. Will I continue to be at their mercy forever? While being crushed by a sense of despair, I just continued living. However, one day my mother-in-law committed an unforgivable act, and it fundamentally changed my thinking. This situation completely altered my view of Aaron and my mother-in-law. Half a year after we began living together, unbelievably, it came to light that my mother-in-law had been withdrawing money from her joint savings. Feeling that I could not overlook this, I confronted her in front of Aaron directly. Why are you using our money without permission? I'm supposed to be managing the cash card and the bank book, so how did you find their hiding place? Oh, you're worried about that. It's nothing. We live together, so it's only natural, right? Natural for what reason? Did you tell her everything, Aaron? Even the passwords? Yes. Well, I did, but so what? Aaron admitted it nonchalantly, laughing. Why? You don't know what will happen next, do you? What did Mom use it for? She replaced the TV and DVD player in the living room with new ones and bought some new clothes. But it was only about $5,000, so it's not something to get so upset about, right? Are you saying it's okay because it's only $5,000? Do you know how hard it is to save up $5,000? That's an exaggeration. Aaron and his mother laughed off my complaints. Their attitude only made my anger grow. It's not an exaggeration. What are you talking about? Most of that savings came from money I worked hard to earn. It may be legally considered marital property, but then Mom has the right to use it. Not at all. It would have been better if she had at least consulted me, but to proceed without saying a word. How can you both be so calm about it, thinking it's okay not to tell me anything? Does Mom realize she's acting like a thief? Thief? As soon as that word came out, his mother started pretending to be hurt and began to cry, calling me a thief. Terrible. Hey, what are you doing making Mom cry? Calling her a thief. That's a terrible thing to say. Mom is lonely because Dad passed away. Yet, why would you say such a thing? So because she's lonely and sad, everything is excusable. It can't be helped. I couldn't help but sigh at that selfish reasoning. Regardless of the reason, criminal acts are not excusable. If the same thing were done to you by my parents, would you accept it? You wouldn't, right? That's a different story. It's the exact same thing. Don't talk nonsense. Calm down. Despite the situation worsening because of his mother, it often seemed like I was the only one overreacting, and I was seething with anger inside. Hey, this is happening because of you, mother-in-law. Why are you acting like it's none of your business? And it's $5,000. Please return it soon. If it's just $5,000, you can pay it back, right? I don't have a job, so sell the TV and clothes then. You admitted earlier that's what you spent.
Let's catch our breath.
Right? Aaron, you said you gave her the pin, right? It's too late to claim it's none of your business now. My mother-in-law looked displeased, but it seemed like my message had finally gotten through. Alright, I'll pay it back eventually. Eventually. Isn't that better than not paying it back at all? Look, hear me alone. I hadn't expected my mother-in-law to make a concrete proposal about when she would pay after asking for the refund. Please make sure to pay it back in full.
Switch!
Don't
Shield to the bone!
At that moment, I decided to trust my mom. After all, since she told me this from his trusting her. It's scary how she demands the money back. That's true. Which is $5,000. I don't want to live with someone like Eliza anymore. Maybe we should get divorced? Then she'll be a stranger and we wouldn't have to pay her back, right? It was the first time Aaron mentioned divorce, and it stirred up turmoil within me. Even though I had considered divorce, hearing it said aloud made me feel complex emotions. Following that, his mother continued the conversation. That would be a good idea. I never wanted a daughter-in-law like Eliza anyway.
That's the stuff!
Why don't we take this opportunity to get a divorce? I agree. In just a moment, the conversation between the two made me feel that this might be the perfect time to separate from Aaron. Are you considering a divorce? Yes, I am. I heard that clearly. Is that a threat? They exchanged mocking words again. I turned away from their words and went to fetch something. A week later, Aaron and his mother left the house in the afternoon without any explanation to me. Where they were going was none of my business. While hearing their cheerful voices, I was checking social media. About an hour later, I received an unexpected call from my sister-in-law, Carla. I was wary because Carla, who usually doesn't contact me much, was calling, and I wondered if something was wrong. Hello, is that Carla? Surprisingly, Carla's voice was very cheerful. Hello, Eliza. How are you doing? Yes, I'm fine. That's good. From the background of the call, I could faintly hear the bustle of a distant crowd. As I wondered where she was and what she was doing, Carla's location and the events taking place there became clear. Eliza, aren't you coming here? Eh? Coming there. Eh? Right now, Aaron and your mother are inviting relatives, and they're having a big party. A party, you say? Just as I thought, something was happening, but Aaron and his mother hadn't explained anything to me. I immediately asked Carla where the party was being held. Where is it being held? Oh, it's at the steakhouse right near the station. That's where we're having it, at that fancy place. While I was puzzled by the sudden high-end venue for the party, I was also concerned that there wasn't any major event involving the relatives that I was aware of. But aren't you coming, Eliza? I thought I'd invite you. Right now, about 25 people have gathered and are having a great time. Understood. Thank you. I'll get ready and head over. Okay, we'll be waiting for you. I ended the call maintaining my composure and immediately left for the steakhouse. Upon arriving and entering the restaurant, just as Carla had said, the relatives were there. I was confused about why Aaron and his mother had suddenly called the relatives and couldn't grasp their intentions. Oh, Eliza, what's going on here? As I stood there in shock, his mother, with a flushed face, approached me and spoke. When I asked about the real intention behind her actions, she said excitedly, I thought I'd treat everyone to high-end steaks. I'll use this black card. Then, she confidently pulled out my credit card. I momentarily found it hard to breathe, but she continued. This is all on Eliza's money, so it's all free. However, I quickly remembered the current status of the card she was holding and my own situation, and spoke up. That card is expired, you know. Actually, I filed for divorce last week and am now single. What? At those words, the surroundings went quiet. Immediately, she reacted. What? You were divorced, she exclaimed loudly. It seemed as if she had sobered up. Next to her, Aaron, who was usually loud in presenting problems to me, had also sobered up and looked pale. Indeed, the divorce is finalized. Oh, Aaron, you say you don't remember signing the divorce papers? You wanted to split up so badly. There's no way you could have forgotten, right? I can't remember anything. I forgot. So maybe the divorce is invalid? Did I really sign the divorce papers? You must have signed them yourself and submitted them. I had anticipated his excuse of forgetting. I thought he might say that. However, signing the divorce papers on someone else's behalf is illegal. I have not done such a thing. Ah? Then, that means you committed a crime. I don't remember it. Do you have proof that I signed the divorce papers? Yes, I do. A. Aaron was visibly shocked. His mother had the same expression of surprise next to him. Just in case, I recorded the scene where you signed the divorce papers. I thought there might be a chance you would claim to have forgotten. I explained and then played a video on my phone. The video showed Aaron signing the divorce papers and declaring that this act would sever our relationship. In the video, his mother was also seen laughing, repeatedly saying, "I'm so glad you're divorcing Eliza." Do you think you can argue against this? The divorce papers were submitted the next day, and we are now unrelated. There's also footage of you signing the papers, so denying it is futile. If there's any doubt about the divorce, why not check the family registry? It wouldn't be surprising if it's already been updated. That was me. This video must be a fake. Such a thing is impossible. Are you still going to say that? It's clear that you've disliked me from the start. Since we started living together, your behavior has worsened. At first, I thought it was because you were grieving the loss of your father. But I can't handle it anymore. While Aaron seemed resigned, his mother was still trying to make excuses. Aaron appeared to understand the situation, but his mother was in denial. Wait a minute. Do you have proof? Do you have evidence that we said those things? No, there is no evidence. Look, if there's no evidence, then it's a fabrication by you. However, considering the interactions we've had so far, who do you think people will support? You've always been overbearing, saying my daughter-in-law's money is my own, and it's become clear in this conversation that you stole my card. What do you think about that? I turned to the relatives who had been ignoring the situation until now. They had stopped eating and were focused on our conversation. However, most of their gazes were concentrated on Aaron and his mother, with many showing expressions of suspicion. Don't look at me like that. How long will you keep this childish behavior? It's embarrassing. If that's true, why have you stayed in the house all this time? Actually, I was planning to leave immediately. However, since you seem to have forgotten about the divorce, I thought it wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer before moving out. The day after signing the divorce papers, Aaron and his mother continued to throw harsh words at me from the morning and kept ordering me to do various chores. As there was no indication that they wanted me to leave, I decided there was no rush to move out until I found a room I wanted. Of course, if they had told me to leave, I would have complied immediately. By the way, I've completed the lease agreement for a room, so I plan to move out when I return home today. The move-in date has already been arranged. Do you really intend to do that? You've been complaining about me for so long, but is it that bad for you that I'm leaving your house? You're really selfish. To think this was your hidden true nature. I was preparing to leave until I received a call today. I'll be done soon, and I thought today was the right time to move. Aaron and his mother started to panic as they learned about my departure. Clearly, they would be troubled by my absence. Without me, who had been handling the household chores and serving as a means for them to relieve stress, they would struggle. Putting aside the housework, I'm not here just to help them alleviate stress. Are you satisfied with the resolution of the divorce matter now? No, not yet. Just to be clear, I have no intention of coming back. No matter how much we continue this conversation, it's just repeating the same things over and over. Aaron listened silently to my words. So can we end the discussion about the divorce here? Next, let's talk about the card, Mother. At that, his mother's face changed. Did you enter my room while I was away? That card was in my room. That is. Your slow response is as good as an admission, isn't it? You rummaged through my room while I was at work, and you didn't just stop at stealing money. To describe it as stealing money is. How much explanation is needed for them to understand? I continued to explain. I've said it multiple times, but the fact remains that you stole from me, right? You also took the credit card. If you were so confident about treating everyone using that card, shouldn't you have checked its expiration date? There's no way I could have gotten the expiration date wrong. Do you remember what month it is today? It's October. The card you have expired in September. I manage all usable cards, and the only card you could have taken was an expired one. I always replace my cards as soon as the new ones arrive, and I was about to dispose of the old one. His mother looked at the card, her face trembling. But I checked. She repeated that she had checked. However, the fact that the card was already expired remains unchanged. Are you sure you checked? Stop making a fool of my mother. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that I found it a bit amusing. So you are mocking me. There's another point that I find strange, something that only I seem to have noticed. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, but that's not a black card, is it? In fact, the card his mother had was not a black card. Normally, black cards are owned only by very wealthy people. There's no way I would have such a card. It's not. But it's black. His mother suddenly became flustered and raised her voice. I saw an advertisement for a similar card before. It mentioned black something. I've seen Eliza using it, so it must be right. There have been advertisements for black cards before, but it only looks similar. I remember that advertisement too. The design is similar, but it's a different card. But there's no way I could have a black card. I'm just a regular employee. You should understand why if you think about it. While it might be possible for an ordinary employee to have a black card, in my case, it's different. I wish they would know better. This is nothing but the result of succumbing to temptation. Fortunately, it was an expired card that was stolen, and it's frightening to think that my mother-in-law could have taken and used a credit card that is still valid. So how do you intend to handle this payment? By then, she had believed she was using an expired black card for payment. Hey, Aaron, what are you going to do now? This was planned by the two of you, right? You're responsible too. When I turned the issue to Aaron, he was so shocked that he trembled.
Now where are those
Mom,
floodgate controls?
what should we do? The fact was, the two of them had no savings. As I quietly observed their reactions, his mother hesitantly suggested, "Let's split the bill. Everyone has ordered various things." Yes, that's a good idea. If we split it, no one loses out. It's rare to encounter such a selfish proposal. But, wait,
Pretty sure
split
something's
the
around
bill?
here.
You invited us saying you were treating us, so you should pay. Naturally, her suggestion was not accepted. Triggered by one relative
Didn't
speaking
expect
up,
this here.
others also began to voice their dissatisfaction. What should we do? Actually, we don't have any money. Under the pressure of the relatives' stern voices, Aaron and his mother seemed to start strategizing. At that moment, Carla, who had been silent until now, began to speak. I will cover the cost. Carla's expression conveyed her anger. This was something my own family did, and it seems we've caused quite a nuisance to Eliza. Carla, thank you. Her mother breathed a sigh of relief and approached Carla.
All right.
However,
Better mark
Carla
this area
stepped
on
back, maintaining some distance. Don't get carried away. I'm only fronting the money because otherwise it would cause trouble for the restaurant.
Oh, over
This
there.
is not payment. It's just
Is that
covering
the
the
lever that
cost.
controls the gates?
It would be embarrassing if we made a scene about not being able to pay. So please sign this. Carla took out a pen and paper from her bag.
Could be.
And wrote
These
IOU
guys just seem to appear out of thin air.
Come on, what's this?
Let's hurry up and get rid of them.
IOU seems a bit much, doesn't it? People who are not likely to repay need at least this much. According to what Eliza told me, you steal money and don't return it, right? It seems you have no intention of paying it back. We plan to repay it within a month. You're joking. If you really intended to repay, you wouldn't misuse Eliza's card in the first place, would you? It's clear that your words don't match your actions. As Carla was opposed to her mother's words, she began to write the IOU. She then took out another piece of paper from her bag and again wrote IOU on it. Eliza, let's make sure everything is written down properly and get them to agree to pay back the money. Since you're planning to leave today, we should make sure all precautions are in place before they can escape. Thank you, truly. Thinking back, I realized that when I first noticed the misuse of the savings, I should have immediately prepared an IOU and obtained a signature. Although I had almost given up on recovering the $5,000 after the divorce was finalized, Carla's suggestion had enlightened me. Afterwards, Carla prepared the IOU for my sake as well, handing 2 pieces of paper and pens to Aaron and his mother. The IOU clearly stated the repayment amount and the deadline of 1 month. Neither of them seemed pleased, but perhaps feeling that there was no other way out of the situation, his mother reluctantly took the pen. Just a moment. But at that instant, Carla stopped her mother's hand.
Oh my, you've both gotten so much stronger. I can see now how you were able to defeat Yo. I was planning to just sit back and watch in secret, but that performance was so superb I started clapping in spite of myself.
There's no problem.
Bravo!
It felt very reasonable to me. We don't need a video.
So it was you.
You two have caused enough problems already. Now, please sign. With no choice left, his mother accepted the inevitable.
That's where I was supposed to be, yes. But then Jurg dropped by and accused me of slacking off. Can you believe her? What a terrible thing to say. Keeping a fog barrier up requires all my efforts.
So what are you doing here?
Why, reminiscing on the good old days, of course. Back when we 3 generals destroyed this country. Ah, those faces are just perfect.
I see no reason for Eliza to lie, and there's no benefit for her in doing so. Carla stated quietly. To think that someone connected to them by blood would believe in me over her own family. But there's no concrete evidence that I've done anything terrible, is there?
Reviewing
Carla's
that now
comment
would
might
be
have been
pretty
casual, but it struck a
underwhelming.
deep chord with
But
her
on the
mother,
other
seemingly a
hand,
significant blow.
this is a
She
good
probably
chance
never
to
expected
spice
to
up
hear
the
such
saga.
words from her own child. Aaron, too, seemed to have sensed something, as he
As you know,
silently
we of
bowed
the
his head.
Trident are searching
So
for
please
our
make sure to
liege.
repay the full amount
You've
within
heard
the
as much
deadline.
from Jurg,
If you
correct?
don't have the money, borrow
Well,
it.
you see,
If you try to escape,
our
we will
liege was
take
the very
legal
same
action.
man who ruled
Yes,
this now
understood.
fallen
You will
country.
properly repay Eliza too, right?
Ruler?
To this query,
You can't
Aaron
mean-
and his mother quietly
Indeed.
nodded. I'll support you through a
Rolo.
lawyer I know if there are
That
any
name
issues,
comes up
Eliza.
yet again.
Thank you very much,
What
Carla.
we generals
The
desire
usual
above all
liveliness seemed to
else
have vanished.
is Rolo's
Aaron and
revival.
his mother remained silent,
Bringing
heads
this
down.
about
They
necessitates
both
that we
seemed
locate
small
his
and
descendants,
anxious.
but they are
Afterwards, I
proving
expressed
oh
my
so
gratitude to
tricky
the
to
relatives and
find.
Carla.
Whether
Then
they've
immediately
been
returned
hidden
home.
away,
I
or if
packed
the
up
bloodline
belongings
has
and
simply
moved to a
died
suitable
off.
hotel.
We don't
I
know.
arranged with the real
It
estate
has us
agent
in a
to
bit of a
move into my
tizzy,
new
as
place
you can
as soon as
imagine.
possible.
So
Deciding
that's
to
why
stay
you
at the
raided
hotel for the
Karnak and
meantime.
Balta Island.
That night, I received an email from Carla, who was concerned about me.
Why, the
Despite
same
so
things
much
he was up to
interaction
before his
I was
blunder
moved
of
to tears by
building
her
Norgard.
thoughtfulness.
You
A week
must have
later,
picked up some
Aaron
idea of
contacted
what that
me.
might entail on
He
your
wanted to invite me
travels.
home to repay the debt.
Yes,
But I
Rolo
preferred to
of the
avoid a meeting
Bloody
with all 3
Seas,
of us and
the
asked to
man
change
who
the
wreaked
location to a
death and
family restaurant.
devastation throughout the North
Initially
Sea.
reluctant, he eventually
That
accepted my
is
request,
the true
and I
face
felt
of the
he
man
would.
we call our
Please check
liege.
this. Upon
We
arriving at the
generals,
family
most of all,
restaurant,
since he essentially brought us into
with
being.
a significant amount of money.
Well,
His mother also apologized.
doesn't that make you
I'm
say to
truly
yourselves,
sorry.
now
I'm
we
sorry,
really need
Eliza,
to defeat these
for my
villains?
selfish behavior and for taking the money. I wasn't surprised by their apologies. Given the events of the past few
Then I
days,
will
I
play
had
my role
anticipated
as
they might
villain to the
apologize.
utmost.
I had also
Ozer
predicted
is
what they
looking
might say
forward to
next.
seeing how strong you've become. And I
Can we
can't wait
perhaps
to
start
watch you
over?
clash with him
It's
myself.
impossible. Absolutely
But
impossible.
right now, it's
I thought you
my
might
turn
say
to
that,
make your saga
but we are
even
truly
grander.
sorry. What do you think? What do I think?
I expect
True remorse is shown through actions, not just words. It seems you haven't understood me. With my firm declaration, Aaron appeared restless, and his mother looked down. Now that the money has been repaid, I will be leaving. Wait, there's still more to talk about. There's nothing more to discuss. By the way, I will inform Carla about this. As soon as I mentioned Carla's name, they quieted down. They were probably afraid of what other relatives might say. I left them there and immediately returned home. Thanks to the moved-up moving date, I was already enjoying life alone in my new apartment. While relaxing, I contacted Carla. Carla, I've just met with Aaron and his mother, and I finally received the money. Really? That's great. It looks like everything is resolved smoothly. Carla spoke with a relief tone. Without Carla's support, the situation might not have gone as smoothly. It's likely that I wouldn't have gotten my money back either. We exchanged words of gratitude. Even after the resolution of the incident, my friendship with Carla continued. We began spending more time together, becoming as close as best friends. Carla told me. She told her relatives that Aaron and Mom were going around borrowing money from relatives to pay off their debts. Despite Carla's declaration to sever ties for Aaron and her mother, she still keeps informed about their situation through relatives. It appears their relationship has deteriorated significantly since the incident. I wondered why they continue to live together despite such a strained relationship, but I realized it must be for economic reasons. I continue to enjoy a peaceful life on my own, unchanged from before. My relationship with Carla remains strong, and I have some stories about Aaron and his mother. It's certain they are still living together. Should any problems arise, I'm sure the relatives will contact me immediately. It seems they are living quietly. Oh, by the way, about the upcoming holidays. Proposed for us to go on a trip together soon. The bitter experiences we shared have deepened our friendship. While I can't the valuable person like Carla makes me genuinely happy. I hope these days last forever. With that, I continue to live positively each day.
No chance! There, all good to go.
Pathetic! Pathetic! Chill to the bone! Chill to the bone! Pathetic! Nice hit! Pathetic! stronger than yours.
My, that wasn't nearly as fun as I was hoping. I expected better of you than those tired, stock reactions.
What?
You have indeed improved, as evidenced by your being able to beat Yerv. In fact, you may be the first humans to have given me some semblance of a challenge. As such, I crave more from your words, your expressions, something with more
right at the height of finishing the Detroit project ahead of schedule. After 20 years of dedication, David had built a reputation for excellence in his field. Every bridge, every foundation he designed stood as a symbol of his relentless pursuit
It
of
seems like
perfection.
it's doing its job.
At 45, David was the embodiment of success, achieved through sheer determination.
It's
His
just
tall,
as old
athletic
as
frame was a result
I
of those
shouldn't
really
have
early
doubted him.
workouts that kept his mind sharp and body fit. His steel gray eyes, trained to notice every detail, had prevented
You know
more than
it.
a few structural disasters. That same meticulous attention had helped him craft what he believed
Watch out!
was an ideal
He's
life
into
for his
something.
family.
On
As
the
his two-story
contrary,
colonial home came into view,
We'll leave
its
it at that
perfectly
for today.
maintained lawn and flawless exterior seemed to mirror the orderly life David had so carefully constructed.
oh, I'm not plotting
His wife
anything.
Linda's red
I simply thought
BMW
that
was
having our
parked in the
final
driveway
showdown
next to their
here
eldest
would
son
be a
Daniel's Honda
waste.
Civic. Jeffrey's
In the
way of
seas
teaching the boy
beyond the
responsibility
Lana
despite their
floodgates.
wealth.
Yes,
But
there in
something
the
was
Flumen
off.
Strait lies the perfect
The house
stage for the
usually
saga's
filled with
next
stout
thrilling
Stevens'
act.
video game victories
I
or
shall
Sophie's
await
violin
you
practice
and the
was
sun
eerily
drops
silent.
there.
David pulled his
nonsense.
briefcase from the trunk,
You two
feeling
are in
proud
for
of the
quite a
sight of the tracks
surprise.
inside.
Do look
The
forward to
Detroit
it.
shopping
With
complex
that-
had yet another successful project in his firm's growing portfolio.
I'll repay this debt in
He was
kind
looking
when next
forward
we
to
meet.
surprising his family
So
with
don't
his early
forget.
return, feeling lighter after the long drive. As he slipped through the side door, which opened without a sound, because,
Got
of
away.
course, David kept everything in perfect working order, the stillness of the house struck him.
We will.
He knew Linda and Daniel
And
were
before
home,
then,
but the
we're
usual
gonna get
bustle was
even
absent.
stronger.
Then, voices floated down from the second floor, and David moved toward the stairs, curiosity piqued. But then he froze in place, his foot hovering mid-step. The paternity test results are in. Linda's voice was unmistakable, laced with a smugness that sounded foreign to David after 18 years of marriage. None
So
of the
these are
keys
the
for your
controls for the
dad.
gates, huh?
Once he
I
moves
know
up
that
your
it's
college
stuff like
fees,
this.
we'll break the news at your graduation. I'll take the house and its assets and the divorce. His news seemed
The
to
gate's going
stop.
up.
Jeffrey's world sharpened, every detail coming into focus like the precise calculations he used at work. He stood
Nice
there,
work,
completely
brother.
still, trying to process the
Remember when we
enormity
gave up
of
on the
what he had
Marine
just
Triangle and
overheard.
decided to take this detour?
Mom, are you sure
Back
about
then?
this?
I was real worried we
Daniel's
wouldn't be
voice
able to make it all
trembled,
the way
filled
through.
with doubt. He's always been there for us. Linda's laugh cut
course
through
I
the
did.
air, harsh and
I was
dismissive.
captain. I
Oh,
can't let it
please.
show. Right?
Jeff's been nothing more than a convenient paycheck.
All right.
So
Let's head
wrapped
back
up
to
in
the
his career,
Sambas.
so proud of taking care of everyone, he never even questioned why I spent so much time with Brian. Men like your father are easy to fool when they're convinced they're in control. Jeffrey's mind raced, rewinding through the years, connecting dots he had never thought to question before. Brian, how could he have missed it? Family doctor. His supposed friend. The man who had delivered all three of their children. Jeffrey's mind reeled as the truth sunk in. The countless dinner parties, golf outings, family gatherings, all of them now took on a sinister new meaning. How had he been so blind? And what about Sophie and Ethan? Daniel seemed to voice the exact question echoing in Jeffrey's head. They both look up to Dad so much, Daniel said, his voice uncertain. How are they going to handle this? They'll adjust, Linda responded, her words dripping with cold indifference. She brushed off her younger children's feelings with shocking ease. Ryan's their real father, anyway. Besides, after the divorce settlement, we'll have more than enough money. Jeff's new contracts will set us up for life.
All right.
The way she said
Better
it,
mark this
so
area
matter
down.
of fact, so callous, made Jeffrey's stomach churn. This was a woman who had spent years smiling at him, acting like the perfect wife. And all the while, she was planning to tear his world apart. Everything's been set up perfectly, Linda continued, her voice full of self-satisfaction. Brian and I have been working on this for years. Your dad is so predictable, always working, always trusting, always playing the devoted husband. He's built us a beautiful life to walk right into when we're done with him.
Okay, let's go.
Every word revealed another layer of betrayal.
Better mark this area on the map.
Years of deception, carefully planned and executed with chilling precision. Linda went on to explain how their medical appointments had served as cover for secret meetings, how they'd manipulated mutual friends to keep their affair hidden, and how they'd exploited Jeff's long hours at the office to strengthen their lives. David remained frozen, listening as his wife laid out every detail of their deceit. Brian's made sure everything's taken care of at the practice, Linda said, her tone filled with admiration for her lover's cunning. The medical records will back up our story. Jeff won't be able to contest a thing once the truth comes out. His reputation for being such a straight arrow will actually work against him. No one will believe he didn't know.
Want to take a
The
break?
conversation shifted, and now they were talking about what life would look like after the bombshell was dropped. Linda dreamed aloud of the lavish trips they'd take using Jeffrey's money, how she'd redecorate the house once it was officially hers, how easily their social circle would adjust to the new arrangement, one she and Brian had orchestrated with such care. David couldn't listen anymore. Silent as a ghost, he backed away from the stairs and made his way to his study. As he passed by the family photos lining the hallway, every image seemed to mock him. Pictures from family gatherings where Linda had smiled so warmly, Brian's arm draped casually around her at neighborhood barbecues, school events where both men had stood side by side, one as the father, the other as a family friend. Each picture now exposed the hidden truth, like puzzle pieces falling into place. When he finally sat at his desk, surrounded by his certificates and awards, it struck him how deeply he'd been played. His entire career, built on precision, on identifying hidden flaws and preventing disasters, had made him the perfect target. Linda and Brian had taken advantage of his dedication, counting on his long work hours and trusting nature to shield their affair. The irony wasn't lost on him. A structural engineer who specialized in spotting hidden weaknesses had failed to see the cracks in his own home. But this wasn't like his professional projects. This is a structure of lies that deserve to collapse. That evening, David stuck to his usual routine with robotic precision, as if nothing had changed. But inside, everything had. He sat through dinner, silently watching Linda play the part of the doting wife. She asked all the right questions about his trip, smiled at the appropriate moments, and never once hinted that she had spent the
Oh, you know
afternoon
what? Because the water is no longer there.
The kids went about their usual evening routines. Daniel was focused on his college applications, though his interactions with his mother were noticeably strained, likely burdened by the weight of her earlier revelation. Sophie practiced her violin, the mournful notes now tinged with a sadness that seemed to echo the day's painful discoveries. Ethan, as usual, had a fight about his bedtime, his teenage rebellion a mask for the innocence that was soon to be shattered. David observed them all with a new kind of clarity. He could now see Brian's features in their faces, details he'd long dismissed as quirks inherited from Linda's side of the family. The realization didn't lessen his love for them, but it did bring the cruel precision of the deception into sharper focus. Later that night, when the house had fallen silent, David found himself sitting alone in his study. The structural engineer, who had spent his career making sure things didn't fall apart, now faced the ultimate test of integrity. Linda and Brian had spent 18 years crafting their intricate lie, confident that their plan was flawless, that their timing was perfect. But they had made one grave error in their calculations. They had mistaken his dedication for weakness. His trust, they assumed, was blindness. And his love for his family, they believed, was a tool they could manipulate for their own gain. But David wasn't the kind of man to be taken for a fool. The same sharp mind that had built a career out of preventing structural failures was more than capable of orchestrating one. The next morning, David rose at his usual early hour. He kissed Linda goodbye, her practiced smile offering no hint of her treachery, and headed to his office. To anyone watching, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The respected structural engineer was simply going about his day, ensuring that buildings stood firm and true. But beneath the calm exterior, his mind was working with a steely resolve. Linda and Brian had made one fatal assumption. They believed David would continue playing the part of the dutiful husband, diligently working to build the assets they planned to seize, maintaining the life they intended to steal. They thought they had him right where they wanted him. What they failed to realize was that underestimating David Miller would be their downfall. 18 years of marriage, 3 children, countless moments of manufactured happiness, these might have destroyed another man. But David had spent his entire career understanding how things crumble so he could prevent it. This time, however, he would use that knowledge to bring something down. Linda and Brian's plan, years in the making, hinged on one key factor: Jeffrey's ignorance. They had calculated every move, manipulated every relationship, and accounted for every detail except for one. They had never considered the possibility that their mark would discover the truth before they had a chance to spring their trap. That evening, as they sat in the living room, David watched Linda closely. She kept checking her phone, no doubt exchanging messages with Brian about their imminent victory. She was completely unaware that the careful plans she had built so meticulously were about to undergo a test of structural integrity. And this time, David wouldn't be there to prevent the collapse. They couldn't possibly grasp the true cost of their betrayal. It wouldn't simply be tallied in years of deceit, but rather in the magnitude of their downfall. David Miller, the man they had deemed too trusting and far too consumed by his work, was on the verge of demonstrating the severe consequences of underestimating him. The methodical nature that made David an outstanding structural engineer now fueled his reaction to Linda's infidelity. For 2 weeks, he upheld a facade of normalcy while carefully dismantling the elaborate web of lies his wife and Brian had spun. His first step involved examining the family's financial records. Late one night in his home office, he uncovered a disturbing pattern of transactions that revealed the extent of their treachery. Small sums had been siphoned off from their joint accounts over the years, accumulating into a significant hidden stash. Well played, Linda, he muttered under his breath, scrutinizing the bank statements. It was a classic case of death by 1,000 cuts. The next morning, David received a call from his bank's fraud department. Mr. Miller, we've detected some unusual activities in your joint accounts, the representative informed him. Yes, I suspected as much, David replied coolly. I'd like to arrange a meeting with Kevin Harris today, if possible. Kevin, the branch manager, had managed Jeffrey's accounts for more than a decade. When they met, Kevin's expression became increasingly serious as David laid out the evidence of Linda's systematic thievery. This is highly irregular, Kevin remarked, flipping through the documents. These transfers have been occurring for years. Exactly why I'm here, David replied firmly. I need a complete record of every transaction. Can you help me with that? Of course, Kevin responded, though hesitantly. But given the pattern, we should also discuss protecting your remaining assets. Jeffrey's smile lacked any warmth. That's exactly what I had in mind. Later that week, he stumbled upon emails exchanged between Linda and Brian that detailed their scheming. The password to Linda's laptop Ethan's birthday revealed how their hubris had made them careless. The messages exposed years of careful deception, from info@medicalconnect.com to updates@financesecure.com. Subject: upcoming meeting. Everything is in place for your appointment next Tuesday. Jeff's Detroit trip gives us ample time. The kids' medical records are secured. No one will ever question the paternity. Your husband is too wrapped up in his precious buildings to see what's right in front of him. David downloaded all the correspondence, managing his digital forensics with the same precision he applied to structural analysis. Each piece of evidence was cataloged, dated, and safely backed up. A discreet inquiry through his professional contacts introduced him to Marcus Powell, a divorce attorney known for navigating complex cases with unrelenting efficiency. They met in Salvador's downtown office, deliberately distant from prying eyes. Tell me everything, Marcus urged, his office overlooking the courthouse that David had helped design. David laid out the evidence meticulously, financial records, emails, medical documentation, watching Salvador's eyebrows rise higher with each shocking revelation. They've certainly been thorough, the lawyer acknowledged, but their arrogance is a good thing for us. Arrogant people tend to slip up. I want to ensure the children are protected first and foremost, David stated firmly. Biologically, they're not mine, but... Marcus interrupted, raising a hand. In every way that matters, they are yours. We'll set up trust funds, rock-solid ones that Linda won't be able to touch. David pressed on. Linda and Brian have been busy spreading rumors, painting me as emotionally unavailable and hinting at abuse. It's a classic setup for a sympathy play. Marcus nodded knowingly. But that won't work in their favor.
Better mark this area on
Your reputation, your records, and your steady presence in your children's lives are all assets in this situation. In the days that followed, David couldn't help but notice subtle changes in Linda's demeanor. She began taking more private calls, arranging urgent meetings with Brian, and casting suspicious glances at Jeffrey. Is everything okay? She asked one evening, her tone unervingly probing. You seem different lately. David glanced up from his laptop, where he was meticulously reviewing trust fund documents. Just concentrating on work, dear. The usual. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. You're working too hard. Maybe you should consider taking some time off after Daniel graduates. David studied her closely, noting how she flinched slightly at the mention of their upcoming celebration. The following day, Brian rang Jeffrey's office. Jeff, it's been too long since we last caught up, he said, his voice oozing false warmth. Linda mentioned you seemed a bit stressed. Why don't you come in for a checkup? Thanks for the concern, Brian, David replied, keeping his tone cool and collected. But I'm in perfect health. That call confirmed Jeffrey's worst fears. They were accelerating their plans. Later that evening, he overheard a phone conversation between Linda and Brian. "He knows something's off," she hissed. "We need to expedite this." "Calm down," Brian reassured her, his voice clear on Jeffrey's recording device. "We've been preparing for this for years. He won't be able to prove anything." "But what if he?" "Trust me, I've got everything under control. The medical records, the paternity tests, our entire narrative, it's foolproof. Jeffrey's too straight-laced to fight dirty. Once we file the abuse claim, it's merely precautionary insurance. No judge will award him joint custody with domestic crime allegations hanging over him. The kids will always side with you. That's how these situations play out. Plus, it explains why you've needed so many medical appointments over the years." A grim smile tugged at Jeffrey's lips as he added the recording to his evidence file. Their hubris was becoming their Achilles heel. The following week, Linda and Brian made their move. David was hit with the notification of a domestic crime complaint lodged with the police. The accusations were crafted with precision, no physical abuse, just claims of emotional manipulation and controlling behavior, which would be challenging to disprove. But David was ready. He compiled detailed records of his whereabouts during each alleged incident, alongside solid evidence of Linda's affair and their conspiracy. Detective Lisa Wong perused the documentation, her eyebrows rising in astonishment. "This is remarkably thorough, Mr. Miller," she said, visibly impressed as she reviewed the files. "I'm an engineer, detective. Meticulous documentation is second nature for me," David said with a touch of confidence. "These abuse allegations seem particularly retaliatory," she noted, especially given the timing and the accompanying recordings. After Linda discovered that the abuse claims had been dismissed, she took her next desperate step. David received a frantic call from Kevin Harris, the banker. "She's attempting to drain the joint accounts," Kevin reported. "Let me guess, she's transferring the funds to an account we've been tracking?" David interjected, already piecing together the scheme. "Exactly, but as we agreed, those accounts are now frozen." "Thanks, Kevin," David said, ending the call. That evening, Linda's mask finally slipped. She stormed into Jeffrey's study, her face flushed with fury. "What did you do?" she demanded, her voice edged with anger. David looked up, unruffled. "You'll need to clarify that." "The accounts. I can't access our money." "Our money?" David echoed, arching an eyebrow. "That's an interesting choice of words, especially considering the separate account you've been filling for years." Linda's complexion turned ashen. "You?" "Yes, me," David confirmed, the husband who's been too absorbed in his precious buildings to notice what's right under his nose. "Isn't that how Brian described it?" "Have you been spying on me?" "No, Linda. I've simply been protecting myself." "There's a significant difference between the two." She quickly regained her composure, a cruel smile flickering on her lips. "It won't matter. Once the truth about the children comes out." "You mean the paternity that Brian helped you conceal? The falsified medical records? The conspiracy you both conveniently documented in emails?" Linda stepped back, her confidence faltering. "You're bluffing. Remember, I'm an engineer, I deal in facts, not bluffs," David replied evenly. "The children will resent you when they learn the truth." "The truth?" His voice remained steady. "The truth is that I've loved them, supported them, and been a constant presence in their lives. The truth is that you and Brian plan to exploit them as pawns in your game. The truth, Linda, is that you've underestimated me one last time." With that, Linda fled the study, hastily dialing Brian's number. David returned to his work, methodically adding their exchange to his growing collection of evidence. Linda and Brian had invested years in crafting their perfect plan, but they had failed to consider one crucial detail: they had chosen the wrong man to betray. The following morning, Marcus called him. "They're getting desperate. Brian attempted to access some of your medical records at the hospital. Let me guess, records that might support their abuse claims?" David asked, his interest piqued. "Exactly. But the hospital's internal audit flagged his unauthorized access and reported it." David nodded, adding this new development to his files. "They're making significant mistakes." "Agreed," Marcus replied. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," David assured him, sincerity coloring his words. "Everything is unfolding according to plan." In the days that followed, Linda and Brian became increasingly frantic. Their carefully constructed scheme began to unravel, thread by thread. Every move they made was anticipated and countered, and each desperate attempt to salvage their plan only provided David with more evidence. Friends, sensing something was amiss, started asking questions. Linda's efforts to maintain her narrative of Jeffrey's emotional abuse collapsed under the weight of years of contradictory evidence, while Brian's professional reputation took its first blows as rumors of his ethical breaches began to circulate in medical circles. David watched it all unfold with the detached perspective of an engineer observing a controlled demolition. Each frantic action by Linda and Brian only further weakened the framework of their deceit. Their position was crumbling, and the dream of escaping with Jeffrey's assets and reputation intact was slipping away, an outcome they could only blame on themselves. As the 2 weeks drew to a close, David had painstakingly put everything in place. The trust funds for the children were securely established, his assets protected, and the evidence against Linda and Brian meticulously organized. Their desperate attempts to seize control had been thwarted at every turn. While they had spent 18 years crafting an intricate web of lies, David needed just 14 days to dismantle it completely. Now, all that remained was to wait for the perfect moment to bring their carefully constructed scheme crashing down. On the morning of Daniel's high school graduation, the sun shone brightly through the kitchen window. At 5 a.m., David stood at the marble countertop, methodically arranging documents. The DNA test results lay next to the divorce papers, each page a decisive blow to Linda's carefully built facade. Marcus Powell had filed the divorce papers the day before, ensuring that everything was legally set before the big reveal. The grounds were clear: adultery and fraud spanning nearly 2 decades, with documentation so comprehensive that there was no room for denial. "Everything's ready," Marcus had assured him during their last meeting. "The trust funds are rock solid. Each child's education and future are secure, completely separate from the divorce proceedings." David placed 3 sealed envelopes beside the documents, each labeled with one of his children's names. Inside, they held the truth: bank statements illustrating Linda's systematic theft, email exchanges between her and Brian plotting their betrayal, and medical records exposing Brian's manipulation of paternity information. Most importantly, each letter contained Jeffrey's heartfelt words for his children. To Daniel, he expressed pride, not in grades or trophies, but in the young man's evolving sense of integrity. He included details of the college trust fund, ensuring that his eldest wouldn't have to sacrifice his future. Sophie's letter celebrated her love for music and art, dreams that Linda had always dismissed as foolish. David had created a separate fund for her artistic pursuits, guaranteeing she could chase her passions without financial constraints. For Ethan, the youngest, he included tickets to the gaming convention they had been excited to attend, fully paid and transferable. His letter emphasized that family was defined not by DNA, but by love and choice. As he heard footsteps approaching upstairs, David felt a surge of determination. He had already removed his essentials from the house, leaving behind the remnants of the life Linda had plotted to steal. Linda was the first to enter the kitchen, her expensive dress purchased with Jeffrey's money clinging to her like a mask. She froze at the sight of the documents on the counter. What's this? Her voice wavered, revealing the cracks in her facade. The truth, David replied evenly, pushing the DNA results closer to her. I suspect you're already familiar with it. As David spoke, Linda's face drained of color while she scanned the papers before her. These are fake, she exclaimed, her voice rising with panic. You can't fake 18 years of marriage, Linda. You can't fake Brian's medical records or your love for your children, David shot back, his tone unwavering. You don't understand. Linda's voice shifted into the manipulative tone she had perfected over the years. I did it for the children. No, David interrupted, his voice steady and firm. You did it for yourself. And now you can live with the consequences. Heavy footsteps on the stairs announced Daniel's arrival. He walked into the kitchen, clad in his graduation robes, and stopped short at the sight of the tension crackling in the air. Dad? Mom? What's going on? Your mother was just about to explain, David said, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the storm brewing around them. About the paternity tests, about her plans for after your graduation, about Brian. Daniel's face shifted from confusion to recognition, the weight of his mother's revelation evident in his expression. What do you mean, Dad? About how none of us are his kids, he said, his voice hardening. About taking his money after graduation. Sophie and Ethan appeared in the doorway, drawn by the raised voices. Their confusion morphed into shock as they took in the scene, the documents scattered across the counter. There are letters for each of you, David said, gesturing toward the envelopes. Everything is explained inside, along with proof. The choice of what to do with that information is yours. Linda lunged for the papers, but David had anticipated her move. Copies were already safely stored with Salvador, and digital versions were secured in multiple locations. You can't do this. Linda's composure began to crack. Brian and I, she started, but David cut her off. Brian and you have lost. The divorce papers are filed, your secret accounts are frozen, and the trust funds for the children are beyond your reach. Just then, Linda's phone buzzed, Brian, right on schedule. David allowed himself a small smile as she answered. Brian, they know. Panic laced her voice. He knows everything. David watched as her face contorted in disbelief. What do you mean your privileges are suspended? How can they do this? His children read their letters, their world shifting underfoot. Sophie's hands trembled as she absorbed the truth of her mother's deception, while Ethan's jaw clenched tight at the revelations about Brian. I transferred ownership of my company's shares to a protected trust, David announced, his voice steady and authoritative, reminiscent of the precision he used in engineering presentations. Mortgage has been reassigned. Your credit cards will be deactivated by noon. You can't just leave us with nothing. Linda shrieked, desperation creeping into her voice. Nothing? Jeffrey's tone turned cold. Nothing is what you planned for me. At least I've ensured the children are provided for. That's more than you and Brian ever intended to do with my assets. The doorbell rang, and David glanced at the clock. Marcus Powell, right on time. The first traces of fear flickered across Linda's face as the lawyer entered, carrying additional documentation. Mrs. Miller, Marcus greeted her formally. I have some papers requiring your immediate attention, Marcus stated, initiating the careful dismantling of Linda's elaborate facade. He outlined the legal repercussions of her actions, fraud, financial theft, and collusion with Brian, each point reinforced by unassailable evidence. David watched as Linda struggled to regain control, her desperate attempts to spin the narrative and portray herself as the victim falling flat. The documentation was too comprehensive, the evidence too damning. The children need me, she pleaded, a last-ditch effort to elicit sympathy. No, Mom, Daniel cut in, his tone unwavering. We needed the truth. Dad gave us that, along with a choice. Sophie and Ethan positioned themselves beside him, their solidarity a testament to Jeffrey's years of authentic parenting, starkly contrasting with Linda's manipulative strategies.
Okay, let's
I'm
rock.
leaving now, David announced, his voice steady. The letters explain everything else you need to know. The trust funds are secure, your children's educations and futures are protected. He turned to Linda, his gaze unyielding. Goodbye, Linda. Brian's likely waiting for your call, but I doubt his support will hold up now that your plans have collapsed. As David exited the house for the last time, the sound of Linda's phone ringing reached his ears. Her frantic conversation with Brian confirmed it. Their once flawless scheme lay in tatters, their reputations in ruins, their futures hanging by a thread. What followed was the meticulously crafted aftermath, unfolding exactly as David had envisioned. Linda and Brian's attempts to contest the divorce crumbled against the weight of the overwhelming evidence. Mutual friends, once complicit in their deceit, turned their backs in disgust when faced with proof of their decades-long manipulation. Brian's medical license came under fire as his falsification of records was uncovered. The privileges he had exploited to shield his affair and manipulate paternity claims became the very instruments of his downfall. David didn't linger to witness the fallout. He had plotted a complete departure, new city, new opportunities, a new life. His revenge lay not in their destruction but in transcending their betrayal while ensuring they faced the consequences of their actions. The graduation ceremony unfolded as planned, but the outcome was far different from what Linda had envisioned. Instead of marking her triumph, it signified the public onset of her downfall. Later that day, Marcus called to confirm the final details. Everything's on track. Linda's attempts to access the accounts have been blocked. Brian's lawyer is already looking to negotiate. No negotiations, David responded firmly. They chose their path, now they must walk it. The trust funds he'd established would secure his children's futures. The letters he'd written would ensure they understood the truth. His departure would prevent Linda and Brian from manipulating or blaming him any longer. News of Linda's unraveling spread swiftly through their social circle. The carefully curated image of David as emotionally distant crumbled under the weight of evidence revealing Linda's long-standing deceit. Brian's once illustrious professional reputation disintegrated as details of his ethical breaches came to light. In a final act of defiance, David sent an email to their mutual friends, attaching critical pieces of evidence that laid bare the full extent of Linda and Brian's betrayal. It was the last move in a game he had already won. He didn't need to embellish or explain, the facts were compelling enough on their own. As his plane ascended that evening, David reflected on the meticulousness of his response to their betrayal. For 18 years, Linda and Brian had woven their intricate web of deception, scheming to claim everything he had built. Instead, they would spend years grappling with the consequences of their actions, while the children they had so cynically used were now free to chart their own destinies. The structural engineer, known for ensuring stability in the buildings he designed, had executed a flawless controlled demolition of his marriage, ensuring that only the guilty would be trapped in the rubble. 4 years slipped by, each day passing like blueprints through David Miller's hands, precise, deliberate, with every detail carefully placed. Seattle became the ideal canvas for his new life. The city's endless drizzle and towering skyscrapers resonated with his methodical spirit, and his reputation as a structural engineer continued to rise. From his corner office at Wilson & Miller Engineering, he had a panoramic view of the city he was helping to reshape. 3 major projects bore his signature: a groundbreaking earthquake-resistant hospital, a sustainable corporate headquarters, and a bridge celebrated in local newspapers as a masterpiece. On a typical morning, as David was immersed in plans for his latest project, Daniel finally found him. Mr. Miller, his secretary's voice crackled through the intercom. There's a young man here to see you. He says his name is Daniel. David paused, his hand hovering over the blueprints. He had been prepared for this day, leaving trails of breadcrumbs for his children to follow if they chose to seek him out. Daniel stepped into the office, taller than David remembered, exuding the confidence of a college senior. Though his features mirrored Brian's, it was the integrity in his eyes that set him apart. "You weren't easy to find," Daniel remarked, and he stepped inside the doorway. "That wasn't the point," David replied, gesturing toward a chair. "The point was that you could find me if you wanted to." Daniel took a seat, assessing the man who had raised him. Mom lost everything, the house, her friends, her reputation. All of it. A bitter smile flickered across his face. And Brian? He left her the moment the divorce settlement came through. Turns out his love was as hollow as hers. David nodded, unfazed. "And what about your siblings?"
Let's go.
Sophie's flourishing at art school.
Earmark this area on the map.
The trust fund you set up made that possible. Ethan's finishing high school at the top of his class in computer science. Daniel paused, a heavy silence enveloping them as unspoken words hung in the air. David remained quiet, giving Daniel the space to gather his thoughts. Mom lives in a one-bedroom apartment now. She works at Marshall's folding clothes. She's been trying to reach us, begging for forgiveness, claiming she's changed. Daniel's voice hardened, revealing the hurt beneath. "None of us want anything to do with her." "That's your decision to make," David replied, his tone steady and resolute. The two men exchanged a moment of understanding, the weight of their shared history hanging between them. This was not merely a reunion, it was a reckoning. David replied, "I made sure you'd have that freedom." Daniel continued, "Brian's medical license was suspended. The review board uncovered more cases of falsified records. He left Mom after the divorce settlement came through, taking half of everything. Last I heard, he moved to Arizona to start fresh." Jeffrey's expression remained unchanged. The fate of his betrayers was no longer a concern. "Mom told us you were emotionally distant," Daniel said, leaning forward. "She claimed you cared more about your buildings than us. But you're the one who made sure we were cared for, who gave us the truth, and who let us choose our own paths." "That doesn't make a father," David said simply. Daniel pulled out his phone, displaying photos of Sophie's art exhibitions and Ethan's robotics competitions. "We've been keeping track of your projects too. That hospital design in Portland? Ethan says it's brilliant." The conversation grew easier as they spoke. Daniel shared stories of college life, his aspirations for graduate school, and how he and his siblings supported each other in the aftermath of their parents' betrayal. "Sophie and Ethan want to see you," Daniel finally said, watching Jeffrey's reaction. "When you're ready. They understand if you don't want to." "I'd like that," David interjected, warmth spreading through him. The fact that the children he had raised wanted to reconnect meant more to him than any victory over Linda and Brian. Over the next few months, Sophie and Ethan visited separately, each encounter mending another fragment of what Linda and Brian had sought to destroy. Sophie, her artistic spirit wrapped in quiet resilience, shared photos of her installations. "The trust fund changed everything," she explained. "Mom always insisted art was a waste of time and that I needed to be practical like her. But you believed in me." "Even when I didn't believe in myself," David replied, his voice thick with emotion. "That hasn't changed." Ethan, now nearly as tall as Jeffrey, animatedly discussed technology and engineering, his enthusiasm infectious. "Your letter helped me understand what integrity really means," he said during one visit. "Seeing how Mom and Brian's lies caught up with them taught me what not to become." Linda's desperate attempts to re-enter their lives became a constant background noise they all learned to ignore. During one visit, Sophie reported, she showed up at my dorm, claiming she was a changed person and had learned her lesson. "But all I could think about was how she and Brian tried to take everything from you, Ethan's encounter with their mother at a grocery store revealed just how far she had fallen. She was in a marshal's uniform, he recounted, his face set in disbelief. She looked nothing like the woman who used to host dinner parties and plan our lives. She tried to hug me and broke down crying when I walked away. With each passing year, Jeffrey's success flourished. His firm gained recognition for its innovation and integrity, attracting major clients across the country. The irony wasn't lost on him. While Linda folded clothes and Brian rebuilt his practice in Arizona, Jeffrey's wealth and influence multiplied. "Your mother keeps trying to friend me on social media," Emily, his secretary, mentioned one day. "Should I block her?" "She's not worth the effort," David replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Let her see what she lost." The children's visits became more frequent, and family dinners at Jeffrey's penthouse replaced the obligatory gatherings of their past. They forged new traditions, stronger for being chosen rather than enforced. Daniel brought his fiancée to meet David first, eager for his approval. "You're the one whose opinion matters," he explained, and David felt a swell of pride. Sophie sought Jeffrey's guidance on gallery showings and commissions, while Ethan called to discuss engineering concepts and career choices. The family they rebuilt wasn't bound by blood but by something far more powerful: truth, respect, and conscious choice. Linda's betrayal had cost her everything she schemed to obtain, while Jeffrey's integrity had given him something far more precious than any material loss. "Do you ever regret how thoroughly you dismantled their plans?" Daniel asked one evening, watching the sun dip below the Seattle skyline from Jeffrey's balcony. David considered the question. Regret would imply that they deserved mercy. "Your mother and Brian spent 18 years plotting to take everything I built, wielding my love for you three as a weapon. They earned every consequence." The children understood the weight of his words. They had witnessed firsthand how betrayal disguised as love could devastate even the strongest foundations. More importantly, they had seen how integrity and strength could rebuild something even more robust from the ruins. Linda's desperate attempts to reconnect continued over the years, each ignored message echoing the finality of Jeffrey's resolve. Her words dripped with loneliness and regret, promising change, hollow promises that held no weight. "Mom's getting desperate," Sophie said after another failed reconciliation attempt. She even suggested family counseling, claiming we could all heal together. Jeffrey's response was characteristically blunt. "Healing implies she has something worth saving. She made her choice 18 years ago, now she can live with it." As time passed, the contrast between their lives grew starker. While Jeffrey's firm thrived and expanded into new cities, and his children flourished in their pursuits, Linda remained trapped in her small apartment, folding clothes at Marshall's. Brian, who had rebuilt a modest practice in Arizona, had remarried but lost that family too when his past caught up with him. "Your revenge wasn't about what you did to them," Ethan observed during one of their regular dinners. "It was about succeeding without them, finding happiness despite them, and letting them watch from the sidelines." David smiled at his youngest son's insight. "The best revenge is building something they can never touch." As the years went by, Jeffrey's definition of success evolved. It wasn't about the impressive buildings he designed or the wealth he accumulated, it was about the family that chose to come back to him. Daniel's wedding, Sophie's gallery openings, Ethan's graduation, each milestone celebrated without Linda was another victory over the shadows of their past. The family photographs in Jeffrey's office told a new story: 3 children who chose truth over convenience, integrity over betrayal, and a father who earned their love through actions rather than biology. Linda's betrayal had cost her everything she once valued, while Jeffrey's principles had gifted him a family bound by choice rather than obligation. His revenge wasn't in the calculated destruction of Linda and Brian's plans but in the peace and fulfillment he found in his new life, and in the love his children chose to offer him, even after uncovering the truth. The price of betrayal had been everything Linda held dear, while the reward for integrity was a family stronger than blood. 10 years after David Miller's masterful dismantling of Linda and Brian's scheme, the consequences of their betrayal continued to ripple through their lives in unforeseen ways. Linda Morgan, having reverted to her maiden name after Brian abandoned her, still worked the evening shift at Marshall's. Her small, one-bedroom apartment in a less desirable part of Rochester starkly contrasted the life she had once plotted to steal. The designer clothes that once adorned her now felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the reality of her choices and the emptiness they left behind. Linda sat on her threadbare couch, scrolling through social media, where she saw glimpses of the life she could have had. Her former friends shared updates, celebrating milestones with their families. She longed for the connection she had shattered and the dreams she had chased but never reached. Yet deep down, she knew there was no one to blame but herself. As she stared at the walls that closed in around her, the weight of her decisions pressed heavily on her shoulders, and the silence of her small apartment served as a constant reminder of the life she had chosen to destroy. Luxury cars and designer clothes had been replaced by clearance rack outfits and bus passes. Linda's attempts to regain her social status had spectacularly backfired. Former friends who once graced her lavish dinner parties now crossed the street to avoid her. The country club membership had been revoked following the revelation of her affair with Brian. Her weekly routine now revolved around folding clothes and stocking shelves, punctuated by the painful ritual of scrolling through social media as her children celebrated life's milestones without her. "Did you see the photos from Daniel's daughter's christening?" she asked her only remaining friend, a fellow retail worker, during their lunch break. David was there. He's a grandfather now, and I wasn't even told about the pregnancy. Brian's downfall had been equally dramatic. After the medical board suspended his license in Rochester, his efforts to rebuild in Arizona collapsed when his past caught up with him. His second wife left upon discovering his history of deceit, taking half of what little remained of his assets. Now in his early 60s, Brian operated a small medical consultation business in Phoenix, limited to reviewing files rather than treating patients. His once respected reputation now bore a permanent scar, a mark that time alone could not erase. The medical board's investigation had unveiled additional ethical breaches beyond falsifying the Miller children's records, revealing a troubling history of professional misconduct that spanned his entire career. Responses from hospitals and insurance companies have become standard. Dr. W.Y.'s recommendations will be taken under advisement, a polite way of indicating his opinions held little value. In stark contrast, Jeffrey's empire had flourished beyond his most ambitious dreams. Wilson and Miller Engineering now boasted offices in 6 major cities, with Jeffrey's innovative designs reshaping skylines across the nation. His memoir, Building on Integrity, A Structural Engineer's Journey, had become essential reading in engineering programs. Though never named Linda or Brian, the lives of his children reflected the strength that came from choosing truth over convenience. Daniel, now a successful corporate lawyer, had married Lisa, a pediatric surgeon. Their daughter Emily became the focal point of Jeffrey's life, prompting him to design and build a home that architectural magazines hailed as a perfect blend of form and function. Sophie's artistic career soared. Her installations explored themes of truth, deception, and chosen family, showcased in galleries around the world. She found love with Hannah, the gallery curator who understood the healing power of art. David walked her down the aisle at their wedding, a moment Linda discovered only through a local newspaper article. Ethan followed in Jeffrey's footsteps but carved his own unique path. He founded a software company specializing in structural analysis programs, marrying his father's engineering precision with his own passion for technology. He married his college sweetheart, Isabella, and their twin boys spent weekends in Jeffrey's workshop, learning the art of building things that last. The annual Miller family gatherings at Jeffrey's Seattle penthouse became legendary in their social circle. Children, spouses, and now grandchildren celebrated holidays and milestones together, each gathering a testament to the resilience and strength of their chosen family. The contrast between their lives and Linda's could not have been starker. As she folded clothes in her small apartment, her heart ached with the knowledge that while she once sought to steal a life built on love and integrity, she now found herself isolated, reflecting on the choices that had led her to this lonely existence. Their bond grew stronger from the choices they made, not the blood that bound them. Linda's Christmas cards, sent diligently each year, arrived unopened, tossed aside without a second glance. Her attempts to reach out to her grandchildren through social media were futile. David had ensured that neither she nor Brian could leverage money to regain access to their lives, as the trust funds he established kept them secure. "Your mother was spotted at the mall again," Lisa mentioned to Daniel one evening. She tried to approach Emily. "Did she say anything about her real grandmother?" Daniel replied, referring to Jeffrey's mother, who had stepped into the role of loving grandmother that Linda had failed to fulfill. Brian's third marriage collapsed when his new wife discovered his history of deceit. His adult children from his first marriage, upon learning of his betrayal towards the Millers, severed all ties with him. Now in his 60s, he struggled to make ends meet with a medical consulting business that barely covered alimony payments. His attempts to publish in medical journals were met with polite rejections, a stark contrast to his once stellar reputation. "Karma," Sophie remarked during one family dinner, "doesn't need assistance when the truth is doing its job." Meanwhile, the mutual friends who had once fallen for Linda's false narrative about Jeffrey's emotional distance now sought his counsel on both personal and professional matters. His reputation for integrity and strategic thinking had flourished over time, and several friends even invested in his firm, their faith rewarded by his consistent success. As the years unfolded, Jeffrey's connection with his children deepened. He became the confidant they turned to for significant life decisions, the grandfather who never missed a recital or game, and the father who demonstrated that character was worth more than biology. The family photographs that adorned his office told a compelling story of triumph over betrayal. Daniel's law school graduation, Sophie's first solo art show, Ethan's launch of his tech company, each image captured a moment of success rooted in the foundation of truth that David had painstakingly built. Linda, however, observed this happiness from the shadows of social media and local news coverage. The walls of her cramped apartment were lined with photos of her children from a happier time, forever frozen in a past she could no longer touch. Brian, relegated to consulting from a home office in Phoenix, occasionally searched for his former medical practice, which had blossomed into a successful clinic under new ownership. His medical license remained permanently restricted, and his name had become a cautionary tale in ethics seminars. Neighborhood children still gossiped about Linda at the Marshall store, whispering about the woman who lost everything because of her lies. She bore the marks of stress and despair. The designer anti-aging cream she once relied on had given way to generic brands, and trips to the salon were replaced by DIY dye jobs in her cramped bathroom. In stark contrast, David had aged gracefully. His achievements drew admiration from younger women, but his focus remained steadfast on family and work. His reputation as one of the nation's leading structural engineers was matched only by his role as a devoted father and grandfather. "How do you feel about Mom now?" Ethan asked one evening during a family gathering, his twins happily playing with their cousins. "I don't," David replied, his tone unwavering. "She's not worth the energy of feeling anything." The price of betrayal had been absolute. Linda and Brian hadn't just lost their material comforts and social standing, they had forfeited the very things they tried to steal: family, respect, and peace. Their punishment wasn't rooted in any single action David had taken against them. It lay in the daily reminder of everything they had thrown away. The legacy of her betrayal served as a testament that true family transcends biology, that integrity outlasts deception, and that the most devastating revenge is living well in plain sight of those who sought to destroy you. David Miller's greatest victory wasn't found in the buildings he designed or the wealth he amassed, but in the family that chose him, the respect he earned, and the peace he found in knowing that justice often unfolds exactly as intended. For Linda Morgan and Brian Way, the real punishment wasn't merely losing their possessions or status, it was the agony of watching from the sidelines as the family they tried to dismantle flourished without them, united by bonds stronger than the lies they thought would never be unearthed. The cost of betrayal, it turned out, wasn't just measured in lost assets and missed opportunities. It resonated in the relentless realization that some choices carry consequences that time cannot erase. And so, we reach the conclusion of our story. I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments section. Thank you for your time. If you enjoyed this tale, please subscribe to the channel, click on the video you see on the screen, and I'll see you there.
Okay, let's ride!
The papers hit the table like a death sentence. Divorce? After 20 years, she said it was over, just like that. No warning, no fight. But it wasn't over for me. I found out about her hidden money, her secret life, and that's when my plan started. Revenge? You bet. I'm going to make her pay for every lie. She thinks she can walk away? Not without losing everything. This isn't just a divorce. This is war. And I won't stop until her perfect little world crumbles at her feet. Chapter 1. Out of the blue. We were finishing up the dinner dishes as usual. Anything that didn't go in the dishwasher, we did by hand. Joyce washed while I dried. I snapped the towel, folded it, and put it on its hook. "Don't go anywhere, Jeff. I've got something for you," my wife said. I felt curious. This was different, so I sat in my usual chair, waiting for her to come back. She was gone for just a moment before she returned with a manila envelope. She placed it on the table and slid it toward me. "What's this?" I asked, picking it up and looking at the front. "Read it and see for yourself," she said, looking a bit anxious. I saw my name and the name of a law firm on the front corner. That made me uneasy. I looked up at Joyce. "What's going on, Joyce?" I asked again. "Look inside, Jeff, that will tell you." I opened the flap and pulled out some papers. The title page showed what I had hoped it wouldn't. Petition for divorce. I looked up at Joyce again. "What is happening, Joyce?" "I'm divorcing you, Jeff." Her face was serious and she seemed unable to say more. "Why?" That was the only question I could think of. I felt confused and lost, not understanding why this was happening. I'm not happy with my life. I want more. Our boys are almost grown up and I will be 40 this December. I have spent so many years focused on home and family. Now I want to find my own path. "Is this because of something I did?" I asked, looking for some reason for her decision. "No, Jeff. You've been a good husband and a good provider, but I need more than that. We married when I was just 19. I feel like I missed out on important parts of life. I want my future to be exciting. Being married doesn't allow for that." "Is this a midlife crisis?" "No, it's not," she replied sharply. I was shocked. We were only 3 weeks away from our 20th wedding anniversary, and she was saying it was over? What would this mean for us? I struggled to find the right words and shook my head in disbelief. Just sign where the tabs are, Jeff. I want to finish this as simply as possible. I don't want to argue. I looked down at the papers before me. Little red tabs labeled sign here were sticking out. I took a deep breath. Joyce, is this really your final decision? No talk? No chance to change your mind? She nodded with a sad expression. At least she didn't seem happy about this. So I'm not a good husband. Is that it? No, Jeff. It's just that. It's me. It's what I want. I've dedicated so many years to you and the boys. Now I want to find my own way. I want my turn. So this is really about you. Forget about me and our sons. Joyce comes first. Don't be rude, Jeff. That's not like you. I've made my choice. Whether you like it or not, we are getting a divorce. So just sign the papers. I'm not signing anything until Pete looks at it closely, I said sharply. You think I'm going to let you take more than you're supposed to? You'll be surprised. Fine. Have Pete send it to Oksana Dirovich at Wendler Milton. The address is on the envelope, she replied, frustrated. Our voices had been getting louder as we talked. Where are the boys? I asked. I need to speak with them about this. I gave them some money to go out for dinner. I talked to them after you left for work this morning. They know what's happening. I guess you plan to ask for child support? Just for Ross. That is 18. They've decided to stay with me in the house. I've already moved your things out of the bedroom to the guest room.
It's very easy to
Well, we'll see about that. This house is half mine. It's worth a lot right now, and there's only about $80,000 left on the mortgage. If you want the house, then you need to pay your part. Don't be ridiculous, Jeff. Where would I get that kind of money? Easy. Remortgage the house. If you want it, you pay for it. At that point, I stood up, pushed my chair back, and left the kitchen, heading upstairs to the guest room. I peeked in and found my clothes neatly arranged in the closet and drawers filled with shirts and personal items. I was upset and needed to calm down
I suppose having a place to come home to is important.
You guys. Alright, let's get moving. The Flumen Street's waiting for us.
Motherfuckers, okay? All y'all who can't just let me play my bitch game in peace. What if I spoil shit? How about some Aloy kills robots?
Hugo, you're back!
Well, for 10 minutes, Orchid. Okay, first of all, that is 3 minutes. That's
About time for some fishing.
one extra minute for
another earful from Mirabelle.
But I'm telling you out for an extra 6 minutes for disrespecting. For putting that disrespect on Commander Nostrils. You gotta get timed out for extra 6 minutes, man. Okay? How dare you? Alright? Alright? How dare you come in here and put that disrespect on Sir Sinuses? The brethren of breeders. How dare you come in here and treat him this way? The Sultan of Sniffs. You gonna disrespect his nose and nostrils and name like that? Hey, look at that 2 feet. Yeah, we got a damn near town. I thought that was silence. I was like, stab him. Stab him. Wait a minute. Oh. Listen, if you don't marry my boy Barrow, I'm gonna be so pissed. He's been on your side from the beginning. Stop playing, get you some chocolate.
Now,
This is all yours all the time, bro. My boy borrow go, bro. Take my boy with you. Hey, it's just that Marvel, ever since he's learned what's going on from like his mother in that first game, he's had her back the entire time. He will not leave her alone. Right, get 2 minutes to stop playing. See, listen, I've been calling you and all your weird taunts, sir. I've been calling you. I want to do shit, alright?
Hey! Wanna play hide and seek? Pretty please!
Hey, all I see is crazy.
Need booze. Any booze.
Alright, Steve, do your goddamn countdown. Listen, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Hey! Wanna play hide and seek? Pretty please!
Drink up, y'all. We got shit to do.
Oh, my sister over here to the left? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's here too. Oh, no, yeah, she's
Me? I'm not slacking off. I'm just allergic to hard labor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Okay. They outside of this, but it's not exclusive, man. Don't get twisted.
Feeling queasy.
We got a new scene? Hold on, who is this? And she got the light brown eyes too. Okay, I see you, sis. They give me a throuple. And that fly on the wall that's crazy, Orchid.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I'll say this, that man would never be unhappy. I know that much. The throuple would be crazy. The throuple would be thruppling.
Trouble everywhere. I feel blighted.
No, listen, y'all good. We're having a good ass time. We 7 hours, so I'm gonna raid soon, but you know what I'm saying? We chilling. We be chilling.
Killing machines without mistake. Threatening to overwhelm us.
First thing I gave
I ain't gonna lie, it's all complicated. Listen, my only thing is this. I like women with a little bit more hurt. You know what I'm saying? I like y'all to grow that shit out. I don't know what it is with women that like to have short hair. It works for some of y'all. But like the bobs and the boy cuts, it's few and far between. But Zoe got the cute facial features for that shit. She got the pretty eyes, the nice, luscious lips and shit. You know what I'm saying? She clearly exfoliates. You know what I'm saying? That skin is skinning. The skin popping, but like, you know what I'm saying? Grow the hair out a little bit more. You look like you got pretty hair, shit. Fuck them leaves. Let's show shoot. Anyway.
You said the tribe has trouble with its fields, tell us. Yes. Whereas once the land harvested endless bounty from the fields, now they sow a poisonous belief.
It does. It takes a good bit for locks to grow. And bro, right? You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. Listen, look. I'm not fucking with the short hair. However, they gave her so got personality, you feel me? They didn't have the fucking straight comb. The silky strands, if you will. You know what I mean? Some locks with it too. Yeah, it was wild.
Alright, let's do this.
In your locks for you? He should take like 2 hours to do solo.
Okay, let's go. It should be a good spot to rest.
Damn, there's so much happening. Right? For real. Probably a cauldron. Yeah, it sounds like it's a cauldron. Is that what they call the new people? Is that what they call the new pale faces? Land gods? Is that what they call these heathens of advanced technology? I say pale faces, I'm sorry. All my white people in the chat, I promise I'm not racist. Colonizers.
All right, let's go. Hang on to your hats.
Oh my god. A little melanin in Freckles sounds adorable. I ain't gonna lie to you. Freckles do count as a little bit of melanin. Just a little bit. Are they a thing? Hold on. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was voting for Varro and Aloy. That would solve Varro also work.
I doubt anyone else would be by my side to make sure what could fight you.
Okay. Alright. Plot twist. It's not Varro and anybody, it's Aloy and Zoe.
You bill-sucking wretches!
How do you like that?
Nah.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, G-Baby. I'm still gotta... Listen, Varro and Aloy seem to still have way too much history, bro. That man is he's at her side too often for her not to notice him. You ain't going nowhere. You're not fine. You're about to die. No, man, listen. Only us guys get that privilege, okay? Only we can be dumb and not notice. How dare you? Don't hear that. Only guys can be dumb and not notice, alright? You leave that to us. Let us have something, goddammit. Only we can be the dumb ones and not notice, alright? No. No. She knows. Matter of fact, some dude confessed his love to her back in Sun City. You know what she did to him? You know what she did to him? She did not this boy. She don't get to not notice. Okay? How dare you? You only on top of the sore ribs. Okay.
It's just...
There it is. Second guess was right. Oh, wait. I see that ball about it. Oh, anyway. GG's.
Me too.
Damn.
You're supposed to be whiskey.
Well, GG's, Aloy. I was rooting for you. Exactly. Keep in mind, or you can also go to the little like add-on page and shop there.
Close call.
First of all, yes. Ain't like that's got I don't believe me. Bro, let's see. Didn't realize it was that bro. Next time we switch up. Hey, let's see. You might switch up. I'm gonna play some fast for you, know what I'm saying? Borrow and switch up. You stay next to Aloy's side. Yo, Aloy, that's not me switch. Fuck, stop. It's switch. Get the fuck, bro. Alright, let's go. Why do y'all? I'm tired. It's been 7 hours, okay? Look. Oh, man. Fuck. No sneak. Oh. That sounded perfect. That's a rant that I'm not going on tonight. I'm not doing that. That's nice. Absolutely not. You walked into me, listen. Remember how I told you, Rosarian, that like I did like 25% of this? Like I low-key undiscovered or rediscovered or just discovered this section of it.
Alright, let's go.
I need a break.
That was Aloy, okay? That was Aloy getting cut. She the one who decided to be stubborn and shit, and not have her, you know what I'm saying, Reese's stuff. She could have been cool. You know what I'm saying? She could have had a little chocolate on the side. But no, she didn't want to do that. She too busy trying to be Miss Independent. I gotta save the world. Now I ass her in the tent, lonely, instead of getting cuddled up on. You know what I'm saying? She could have had else in that tent. But you wanna know what she was too busy doing? Being stubborn as fuck. Leaving Borrow behind. My boy was on her side no matter what. That's her fault. Fuck out of here. And everybody plays Aloy, okay? Me, you, men, women's. Don't blame me for this shit. I am on a guided path, okay? I am predestined to do things. This has nothing to do with me. I had no option in the matter. I felt that don't be saying that out loud. You're right, Rosario. You're right. My fault. They're not ready for that conversation. Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, there are a few kids who don't mind it, but women who are hard asses aren't as. I'm not gonna go there. Yes, don't be fucking stubborn. I'm not gonna go there. Don't be fucking stubborn. Okay? It's okay. You don't have to be adoring. It's okay to be soft every now and then. Alright? Relax. Just chill. Chill. Okay? No. Fucking relax. No, hold on. Oh my gosh, we're all afraid of what I'm about to say. Stop it. I'm not gonna get crazy. If y'all have
Tinkering with
seen
ship
my
systems.
podcast, y'all are well aware of my stance on a lot of that stuff. No.
Yep, that ought to do it.
No. I'm not gonna say anything derogatory, but I do not shy from being a IDs. Sounds like it's time to read.
Great work, everyone.
They've heard me have this conversation.
Great work, everyone.
It's fine. Okay.
Great work, everyone.
Put women down. But listen. One of the reasons that people like me or are okay with me is because I like to be honest with my people.
Great work, everyone.
Okay. What honest? Right? Not negative or
anything else?
But honest. Please spirits. Complete honest mind. Instruments. All emotions.
I hope I can contribute.
So that's all.
Anything a call from me?
No, the ladies up here, we don't tear them down. We don't tear them down. It's perfect.
Time to mix it.
I'm stop. It's time for me to go to bed. It is. I am starting to get loopy. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been here for almost 7 a.m. I've been here for almost 7 a.m. It's time. It's time for me to go to bed. It's time for me to go to sleep. I'm starting to let too much intrusive thought kick out. Let me see who's streaming. Who's live right now? Let's take a look at the.
And here's your prescription.
We're doing things off the
There,
camera.
all done.
That sounds
Any
so
other?
bad.
Don't push your...
Innocently. Let's take a look at the people here. That was the point, Max. Weird. What is awkward? There was no awkwardness.
What can I get you? A box lunch then?
It's like I was about to say something crazy.
Would you like anything else? Should I make something for everyone?
I'm not going sugarcoat shit. Okay? It's not coherent. I'm going to be honest with you. If y'all have watched any of the Tusk podcasts, y'all already know this. I don't have to say anything. Y'all already know
That's the stuff. Gotta love this flavor.
Delish! I could scarf this down for
Appreciate that.
days.
Don't worry, Rosa. I wasn't doing that. I thought I was doing. Exactly. Y'all have known me for too long to be offended by me. If y'all don't know my
A box lunch then?
y'all ain't been paying attention.
Would you like feel free to call on me?
I am listen, it is what it is. I'm a very picky person on certain things, okay? And that one you guys know. However, I love my ladies.
Step
Y'all
on
are
up.
fantastic. If you want cuddles, calm down, okay? Just relax, okay? Embrace the cuddleage. That's all I'm saying.
You're
Don't sit back for a second. If you want to know what you mean by that second and a half bash, I'm not even gonna question it. I'm not even gonna question it. I'm leaving that alone. It's time to read. We can go say hi to Mark. So hold on. We got Owls, who I rated not that long ago. We got Mark. I think I rated him a little while ago. A little bit longer ago than I rated Owls. We got Lenecro. Free colors? Yeah. Alright, you feel alright? Let's do smart work. it's just I'm okay with Mario. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I'm okay with Mario. How long's he been running? Yeah, we got it. What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck are you doing, bro? Hold on. Marglar's title for some of the craziest shit I've ever seen. I opened his channel, and his title says, and I quote, "Eating my own meat, you're surviving."
Right. Let's get going. Winds, give me strength.
Guys, y'all think I'm bullshit? Y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm playing? Hold on.
No,
Tell us. No, don't worry. Don't get him.
Might be useful.
Dang, that was funny.
Suck on this!
Eating my own meat to survive is the craziest thing I've ever seen in a channel.
Fire!
I guess you can just sure, yeah. You know what? That should yeah. Oh my bro. Marco is one of the most insane fucking people on this app. Hands down, one of the craziest. Before I get up out of here though, I do want to thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all for coming in tonight. We're gonna do some clubhouse things, community things, manana. You know what I'm saying? Bruce, thank you for popping in.
This might come in handy.
This shit's insane. I didn't realize how huge this map is. It's a crazy fucking map. I mean, I found
a blessing from our divine master.
I'm gonna have to do some side quests on my own or something. Cause goddamn, oh my god,
Look at us go!
Forever. I'm gonna be here forever. I'm gonna have to really lock in on this. I'm gonna have to skip a lot of this extra bullshit. Not doing the side hunts, the ground missions, none of this. I have to skip a lot of this, bro. Jesus. It's gonna be crazy. But you know what? I wanna thank y'all.
Drop anchor! We're going ashore!
I'm enjoying it as well. I just found out some new information, and it seems that there's a lot of new villains and others companions to this. So, it's such a thing. It's turning to the new This is going. I love it.
The red-haired boy and the azure princess. At last we meet. I am but a mere observer. Please call me Gila. Whether this encounter was inevitable or simply happenstance, none can say.
Of course, I have lost my thank y'all. He's coming came with that fire ass motherfucking raid. Appreciate them for that. Let's do it. Alright, you know what? Do me a favor, guys. Exclamation raid if you're subbed. Exclamation raid too if you're not. It's crazy if it's fucking Alright, let's go give the Llama Squad some love real quick. Let's go do it. Let's go give the Llama Squad some love, guys. Y'all know the Llama Squad loves us. So let's go do it. I appreciate y'all. We will be back again tomorrow for the community day. Remember the motto, of course. Simple heavy, party heavy, we game heavy. And I love y'all for that. Wait a minute, where everybody is? Did we not get everybody? Did we not get everyone? What's going on? I know, we do. We miss some people. How dare we miss some people? Everyone must go. Everyone must go. Sleep with me. We all must go together. We all must live together as a squad. After she I will see how many out of this right there. From outside of your curse. Wait a minute.
He's responsible for high-profile attacks on game leader Omega like Dossier, Professor Dr. Morton Solus, biological weapons expert, plague weapons training with Solarian special tasks. Dr. Morton Solus, Solarian biological weapons expert with technology, countering collector attack. He's currently operating a medical clinic in the slums of Omega. Dossier, the veteran, is at Zaid Masani, combat survival tactics protection. Zaid has stopped taking work recently, but he was last seen on Omega. His reputation as the premier bounty hunter in the galaxy has caught up with him, and he is rumored to be spending his days drinking and shooting would-be rivals. There is none better in a fight. Dossier Master Thief, Kasumi. Sabotage, infiltration, extraction, property acquisition, stealth, agile combat. This subject has stolen extremely valuable resources from Cerberus in the past. Alarm systems, DNA encoders, guards, and various other deterrents were bypassed, and we don't know how. She was last seen on the Citadel. Dossier, the convict, Jack. There's no last name known. Exceptional biotic ability. Note, criminal background currently in custody. Jack is rumored to be the most powerful human biotic. Little else is known, but the subject has a history of violence and should be approached carefully. Currently, Jack is being held on the Turian prison ship Purgatory. Cerberus has negotiated for the subject's release. Loyalty, normal. Abilities, pool, incendiary ammo barrier. Weapons, heavy pistols, shotguns. Dossier, the warlord. Dr. O'Keir. Millennia of combat and strategic experience. Rumored familiarity with collector technology. Brilliant, brutal Krogan and warlord and Krogan rebellions veteran. O'Keir is obsessed with saving the Krogan from the genophage. It appears he contacted the collectors to gain the necessary technology. Currently at a Blue Sun's camp on Corliss, his relationship with the mercenaries is unknown. Miranda, loyalty normal, abilities, overload, warp slam, weapons, machine guns, pistols. Okay.
What's this area of the ship? The Army small arms maintained and upgraded using Omni-Tool, computer-aided design and manufacturing. We have the capability to manufacture several new models.
arc projector. The arc projector ionizes targets with a non-invisible laser to ready them for high voltage electric attack. As the lightning-like bolt hits its first target, a sophisticated auto-targeting system paints succeeding targets with ionization laser, allowing the electricity to take the path of least resistance and arc between them. The entire enemy strike team will be shot to death with a few pulls of the trigger. Sorry, that's like two so far. Good shit so far.
Man,
Pretty sure something's around here.
Hey, Stock, I want to say the world has been a great opportunity to do some matters. It's a privilege to serve our country.
They changed your tune and ended up like the original.
Hey, as long as the elusive man walks his talk, I'm not saying I'll do my best to make sure we succeed. That's been the condition for my service so far. I have issues, certain actions Cerberus has taken.
Cerberus and Mass Effect 2 is such a pain in the ass. What's up, Steve? Arm crashing, good night, Indian chat, thanks for the content. Happy, thank you so much for the raid earlier and for hanging out and being a fucking cool cat. Give Elvis, Reggie, and Flopsy some hugs for me. Some Flopsy.
Great.
Have a good night.
This is 3 on the map.
My friend and I were talking about how he only started Mass Effect at 2. He never played 1. He didn't know races actually were.
Mind taking the helm?
Why did they do that? Why did they make a fucking character that's like...
I look forward to working with you, Mr. Taylor.
Likewise, Commander. Let me know if you need anything.
Show me the ripples etched by your soul. What future awaits you?
A scientist is required to use the technical laboratory.
What's my shit? What's this?
What's this area of the ship? This is the FTL communications room. In addition to interfacing with the FTL comm network, Normandy is fitted with a quantum entanglement communicator linked to the elusive man's office. This allows lag-free communication even when you operate off the comm grid. I've heard of a quantum entanglement communicator. How does it work? Essentially, 2 subatomic particles are created in an entangled state. One is installed here, and the other in the elusive man's office. When one particle occupies a given quantum state, its entangled partner will always enter the opposite state, no matter the distance between them. If we alter the state of our particle, that alters the state of the elusive man's. This allows us to send data in the form of quantum bits. Why aren't these used everywhere? Each quantum pair costs nearly as much as a comm relay, and can pass only one quantum bit of data at a time. In addition to the cost and bandwidth issues, the system is strictly point-to-point. To contact 100 different worlds, you would need to manufacture and install 100 entangled pairs, one link to each world.
She kind of reminds me of, what's his name from Dread? Adam? He talks all scary and but he's like a big ball. How does entanglement work? Ask Will Smith's wife.
That's all for now. Logging you out, Shepard.
Dig your meds? I didn't. I should do that really fast. Yeah.
May not look it, but I'm good.
What's this area of the ship? This is the Combat Information Center. Here, the crew receives sensor data and coordinates gunnery and
Okay, all done.
All is calling from the bridge. During combat,
Okay,
the officer
all
issues
done.
orders from the CIC.
Handles like a dream, guaranteed.
Said it was good. I bookmarked it. Oh, you haven't played Metroid Dread yet?
Handles like a dream, guaranteed.
Shepard's cabin.
What's this area of the ship? This is the commanding officer's quarters. It's larger than the quarters of other warships I've served on. This is a Cerberus vessel, not an Alliance warship. Accommodations have been made for personal taste.
All done.
That said, this space is directly under the exterior pressure hull. The fitting yard workers call it the loft.
Sound system. We can
Handles
put
like a
music
dream,
on while we're
guaranteed.
chilling.
Okay, all done. What's next? Don't let all this...
Break time's over. I'd better take this chance to get some maintenance done.
This sounds familiar. Why does it sound familiar?
Oh, time to water the seedlings.
Amy, if it was IRL, would you rather fight aliens or zombies? Aliens! Giving Indiana Jones.
Keep your heads on a swivel,
Nice,
crew!
like, jazz.
To be human is to be lost and distraught.
The map menu
And
music.
yet,
The recon hood? It's
Vast
so scary.
MC. What a thrill!
Hood issued to covert action teams. This model's optic display and interfaces with most small arms auto tracking software, thinking AI for improved accuracy and increased weapon damage.
Come on, everyone! If you have time to lean, you have time to clean.
Fabric, composite, I'm dying. Ceramic plating provide a stick armor and an integral air filter helps it wear. Increases weapon damage by 5%. Huh.
such beautiful,
That's
majestic
C3PO now,
scenery.
right? Minus being gold. Maybe each of the didn't used to live as an evil, some might be considered alien. Would you fight aliens or zombies, Susan?
Okay, let's go!
Yikes. Think we just crashed.
Look at us go!
No.
Whoa! Now here's a roiling patch of sea.
The current's as intense as it is complex. Lower your guard and we'll be swept up in no time. Keep her steady, shield brother. Full speed ahead.
Look at us go!
There goes zombies. You know,
It's getting
they
cloudy.
have the abilities, aliens are capable. It's fair.
We're going at a real nice clip.
few hairs away from those cliffs.
I'm not so sure about us sailing through these narrow spaces.
Don't sweat it. Sandy here is gonna be A-OK.
Shit.
Blast him!
That goes with the...
Suck on this!
It looked like fucking... like a female sub-hero.
We got through the worst of it. The ship was lurching something awful. Is anyone feeling seasick?
It's coming up quick.
Face the ocean! The ocean!
Past this strait is the Rogue Sea, the largest nautical region of Obelia Gulf.
We finally made it all this way. There has to be a lead in there on how we can save Leela. I'm curious, though. What do you think her deal is?
Well, the Trident didn't seal her away in the Marine Triangle for nothing. Her running around free would have to rain on their parade somehow.
This is like going out on the
She's a mono whale, no? Though it would seem there's more to it.
Either way, we're gonna rescue Lady Leela. And take out those Grieger to boot!
By we, you mean Adol and Karja, right? Or are you still convinced you can just learn how to use mana somehow?
Huh? Sure, it's a 1,000,000 to 1 chance. But you miss 100% of the chances you don't take. Who's got time to waste throwing in the towel anyway? Once we meet Lady Leela, I'm gonna beg her so hard that she makes us all mana wielders.
Oh boy. At least he's consistent.
It's got you so riled, Hugo. These rough currents won't let up. Maybe he's worried about us? He seems afraid of something, though it could just be my imagination.
Oh, protect us!
Nice one!
Oh, seems it's a merchant ship.
I came over. Right, here you are.
Where's the fish? I don't have any fish in here. You're spinning the camera through all the music.
Well, that's all. I look forward to...
This stuff. Oh. Let's use more shit. Medal of Honor. Savior Cruising is still remain intact. And active duty. The crew kill 250 enemies in Mass Effect 1, 2, 3. Paramore 1. Establish a romantic relationship in Mass Effect 1, 2, or 3. Well, it's me a mess if I look at this one. That's great. Cats in the cradle. Is that? It's a picture of Caden. It's a picture of him right there.
What are we waiting for? Hoist the sails!
My room. Oh. Oh, yeah. Combat Information Center. Crew's quarters, engineering.
Winds, give me strength!
Can we get laid, Amy? At some point, probably.
Gather round.
Be able to. What's that? Women's restroom? You get a potty? You got showers? Potty?
What's that there?
There's no door! It's just two toilets! I can't use the potty with someone standing right there.
It's just an overgrown thing.
And two showers?
Give me the helmet,
I
I'll
need
shake it off.
courtesy. I need more courtesy.
It's more stubborn than I thought.
Are you going here too?
Hold up! I'm too young to be short
side of the ship.
I don't give a fuck. I can go whatever fucking bathroom I want, bitch. My ship. That's, oh yeah, I'm gonna take this. Hi everybody! Hi!
I'm sorry, Princess. Well, I am mignon and caviar coming right on. Let me just get on my doilies. Commander Shepard, the hero of the Citadel. You did humanity proud that day. Robert Gardner here. How can I be of service?
That takes care of
Also, leave ads. It's gonna start in a few minutes.
We can't take the ocean lightly, Adel. But hey, stuff like this is what adventuring's
last
all
time,
about.
it really wasn't exciting. You saw, like, the curvature of ass, and that's about it. I will shit in this urinal, you digital fuck! This is the future, why don't you have gender-neutral ones? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I am Commander Shepard. Alright, gender norms have an ass. Meds check for everyone else. I got pillow. That's a little bit too. Today Friday. It's Friday, Friday, gonna get down Friday. Blah, 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 blah. Fully meted.
Think. I wanted to lash out at someone, but I would never hurt Joyce. I always believed that. Still, I was very close to losing control. She had just told me that I had wasted 20 years loving and supporting her, showing no appreciation for it, only focusing on her own sacrifices. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands, the house unusually quiet. I wondered if she had gone out. The boys were out too, but they both had cell phones, which meant I could reach them without talking to Joyce. I wondered if she had told them the same things she had told me. What did my sons think about all this? I thought about Joyce and why she felt she had to do this. She was a beautiful woman with a good job. She dressed nicely and had a presence that stood out. She was tall and slim, and her posture showed confidence. I had thought she loved me, or at least she said she did. I hadn't seen any reason to doubt her. We got married when I finished college. She was a lovely brunette, but chose to let her natural color show when she went back to work 4 years ago. She seemed to think that darker hair would make people take her more seriously. That evening in the kitchen, I saw Joyce Nelson in a new light. As I sat there, it hit me that I no longer belonged in that house. I felt like a stranger, at best a visitor. Staying there was not an option anymore. I went downstairs to the garage to grab my suitcases. I planned to pack what I could and find a hotel or motel for the night. I didn't want to stay there another moment. It took me almost an hour to gather the clothes and things I would need to start fresh.
Okay.
I could come back for the rest later, after Joyce went to work. All I wanted was to leave right then. I carried my suitcases to my car and put them in the back.
Let's go!
I found an empty box and went to my office to unplug my laptop, printer, and scanner, packing them away. I didn't see Joyce at all. Before I left, I looked upstairs and noticed our bedroom door was shut. I wondered if she realized I was leaving. To be sure, I took off my wedding ring and placed it in the center of the kitchen table. It was still light outside at 8 o'clock on that May evening. It was a Monday, and I was searching for somewhere to stay. I drove around aimlessly, unsure of where to go. Finally, I pulled over to think. Our house was in the hills on the west side with a view of the Columbia River. Orchards and vineyards surrounded us, and the valley view was beautiful. We had bought the house at a great price 10 years ago, thinking we would never have to leave. My office, Valley Computer Services, was close to Wenatchee Valley College, which was useful since many students had computers. Unfortunately, the hotels in town were near the busy railroad, so that wouldn't work for me. I drove to East Wenatchee and found a motel near a shopping center and a bridge. The vacancy sign was on, so I checked in. It was clean and quiet enough, which would have to suffice for now. I hardly slept that night. My mind was still spinning from Joyce's words, and I spent much of the night reflecting on the past 20 years to understand where things had gone wrong. I couldn't help but cry for what I was losing. It felt hopeless. Joyce left me with nothing to hold on to. By 6 o'clock on Tuesday morning, I still had no answers. I got up, turned on the local news, and headed to the bathroom for my morning routine. By 6:30, I started to feel a little better, so I went to a small diner in the shopping center. The breakfast special looked good, and I ordered it along with a cup of black coffee. I was surprised that I was feeling hungry. Our shop opened to customers at 8:30, but many of our regular clients knew someone would be there before 8. I usually arrived by 8, but today I got there before 7:30. I had some things to do, but I wanted to catch our owner, Terry Jackson, before he got busy. I had to tell him about my situation and that I would need some time to speak with my lawyer and handle other matters. Terry arrived just before 8 and seemed surprised to see me there. "Did you fall out of bed, Jeff?" he joked. "No, it's more complicated. If you have a few minutes, I need to share something." I spoke to Terry about my concerns, and he listened closely. "That's tough, Jeff. Are you okay?" I nodded. "I'm managing. I need to talk to my lawyer, and I also want to return to my house while Joyce is at work to collect the rest of my things. I hope this doesn't cause any issues for you, Terry." "Don't worry about it. Do what you need to do. I'll take care of things here. If anything comes up, I'll call you." "Thanks. That makes me feel a lot better." Terry shook his head as I left his office and went to finish my tasks. We had talked about my interest in joining the business, but it hadn't progressed seriously yet. That was probably for the best, as it would make the divorce more complicated. I had mentioned the idea to Joyce, but she hadn't seemed very excited about it. I began to wonder if she had been planning to leave for a while. I called Pete Mahoney's law office and left a message for him to call me back as soon as he could. He usually got to his office just before 9, so I had some time to wait. I decided to head back to my house and pack up more of my things. I stopped at Staples and grabbed a pack of boxes before reaching my house just before 9. I was in the middle of packing when my phone rang. "You called?" Pete said without saying who he was. We had known each other since high school and often played golf in the summer. He had a successful law practice handling both civil and criminal cases. "Yeah, do you have time to talk soon? It's pretty urgent." "Sure. What's going on?" "Joyce has filed for divorce," I said plainly. "What? Are you serious? What happened?" "Apparently I'm not what she wants anymore. She feels she has done her part in raising the family and wants to move on. I'm simplifying a lot, of course." "Jeff, what's going on with her? Is this just a phase?" "Not from her perspective. Anyway, can we meet? I need legal help." "Of course. I can make time at 1:30 this afternoon. Does that work for you?" "Perfect. Thanks a lot, buddy. Just talking to you makes me feel better." "Who's representing Joyce?" "Oksana from Wendler Milton. Do you know her?" "Yeah, she's decent. Not too aggressive, at least. I'll see you at 1:30. Right now, I have to shift some things around. Thanks again, Pete. I hung up, feeling relieved. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked around. Tears started again, surprising me. I wondered how long I would feel like this. I wasn't doing great, but I realized I shouldn't be shocked. This was all so fresh. I never knew how much stuff I had. I needed to get moving if I wanted to finish before my meeting with Pete. I had time for a quick sandwich at a nearby deli, and I arrived at Pete's office on time. He was waiting for me in the reception area. He came over, shook my hand, and put an arm around my shoulders as we walked to his office. He was doing everything a good friend could to lift my spirits. I handed the paperwork to Pete, but he didn't look at it right away. Tell me what you remember about your talk with Joyce last night, Pete started. I shared what I could, telling Pete I was in shock for the first few minutes. He nodded understandingly. When I finished, he took the papers out of the envelope. So, Joyce wanted you to sign this right away, he asked. Yeah, I almost did, but then I thought better of it and told her we would work through our lawyers. How did she respond? I think she was upset, but it didn't seem to be a major deal. I need some time to look through these, Jeff. In the meantime, I want you to think about what you want from this divorce. You have rights, too, so don't just focus on what you think you can get. Write down what you truly want. We're talking about property, support, childcare, savings, everything. This way I can sift through it, and we can figure out what matters most and what we can use for negotiation. Okay, I replied with a sigh. Pete and I leaned back in our chairs. Do you know how much Joyce makes at Coke Motors? Pete asked. Honestly, no. She's been filing her own taxes for about 3 years now, ever since she went back to work. Remind me what she does there. Well, she started in the credit department, and now she's an administrative assistant there. She seems to be doing well. Does she help with household expenses? Yeah. She puts in $1,000 every 2 weeks. She's been doing that since she started. And you haven't seen any of her tax returns? Pete asked, looking curious. No, I do my own taxes because it's simple. I think someone at Coke handles hers for her. Interesting, was all Pete commented. Does she have her own retirement account? Yes, she and her employer both contribute. Any idea how much it's worth? I shook my head. Not a clue. What about the boys? How do they feel about all this? I haven't spoken to them yet. I was really upset last night and spent today trying to sort everything out. I plan to talk to them tonight. I just hope Joyce hasn't influenced them against me. Pete smiled. I really doubt she can do that, Jeff. They see you as a good dad. Do you think they would choose to stay with Joyce? Well, it's practical. Who takes care of them when you're not around? They will likely realize that staying with her is the best option right now. Things could change as they get older. Yeah, I guess so. Have you checked your bank accounts since yesterday? Yes, this morning. Everything looks normal. I moved half our savings to my personal account. I'll stop my paycheck from going into the shared account. Don't do that, Jeff. Let her make the first move. Moving half the savings is fine, but leave the checking account alone. She'll need to pay the bills, and $2,000 a month won't last long. Okay. Anything else? Not right now. Just make that list I mentioned, and I'll be back to you in a day or so. I've got some work to do. In the meantime, don't talk to Joyce, and make sure anything you take from the house is only yours. We need to stay on the right side of things, he said seriously. Yeah, right. The good guys. It didn't feel that way, but I trusted Pete would handle this. If anyone could help, it was him. Chapter 2. Game on. That evening, we called the boys. They were together, so we connected our phones for a three-way call. So, I guess your mother told you what happened yesterday morning, I started. Yeah, Matt replied. It's tough, Dad. I don't get it. She couldn't really explain why she wants a divorce. Just a lot about finding herself and needing meaning in her life. Where does that even come from? Okay, guys, let's try not to be too harsh. To answer your question, I have no idea where this came from. I can't think of anything in our life that suggested she was unhappy. It's like she just decided one day that this was necessary. We can't think of anything that would have clued us in either, Dad, Ross added. That's what's troubling, guys. None of us saw any signs that she was unhappy. I thought maybe I was just missing something, but since you both didn't notice anything either, I'm really confused. Dad, Ross and I have decided to stay put for now. Ross still has a year of school, and I'll be in Eugene in September. It seems like the right choice for now. We're not taking sides. There's no need to explain, guys. I understand, and I think it's best for you too. I don't know where I will be living, so here's an address you can use. Thanks, Dad. I'm glad you understand. Maybe we will find out what is happening with Mom. You never know, but don't feel like you have to ask too much. In the end, it doesn't matter. Your mom has decided to end our marriage, and it seems she won't change her mind. I plan to be single by the end of this year. I don't like this, Dad, Ross said, his voice filled with emotion. This isn't fair. How can she do this? Do you think there's someone else? Ross, where did you get that idea? If there is, he's kept hidden quite well. Besides, if there is someone, we'll find out once the divorce is final. Let's give her some credit for now.
Can't go through here.
You're handling this well, Dad. If it were me, I'd be really upset, Matt said. There's no point in getting upset, Matt. It won't change anything. It might even make things harder. So for now, let's take a step back. Just try to get along with your mom and focus on your lives. You have the summer before school starts again, so we'll find fun things to do on the weekends. Okay, Dad, Matt said quietly. I could see both boys were feeling down about everything, and all I could do was try to stay calm for their sake. I knew I needed to pretend for now, even if it was hard. We ended the call after I promised we would have a nightly group call. I wanted to keep in touch with them and plan to spend time with them on weekends. It was good for both me and them. Once I hung up, I remembered I needed to make a couple of other calls. I was sure my parents had no idea about this. It would be a big shock, and they would have a lot of questions. I wasn't eager for it, but I needed to do it. Hi, Mom, it's Jeff. I know your voice, Jeffrey. I've recognized it for over 40 years, she replied with a touch of humor. Mom, I have some bad news. Joyce has filed for divorce. She gave me the papers yesterday evening, and she seems very serious. I know how much you liked her, so I didn't want you to hear it from someone else. Oh, Jeffrey, I can't believe it. Why? Did you do something wrong? I explained patiently what Joyce had said the night before and how surprised I was. I had no idea she was unhappy. My mom sounded very sad, and after a few more words, she handed the phone to my dad. I got the main point, Jeff. I can't understand what happened. She always seemed so calm, a great mom, and from what you told me, a wonderful wife. I don't get it. Neither do I, Dad. It may take time to understand why she decided this. Maybe we will never know. The boys will be staying with her for now because that makes the most sense. They weren't happy, but they knew it was for the best. We talked a bit longer, and I promised to keep them updated on what was happening, even if the news wasn't great. I made sure the boys would call them once a week. Next, I needed to call Joyce's parents. I figured they had heard by now, but I was close to both of them, especially her father, Mike. We had connected well from the start, and I didn't want to lose touch with them, even if Joyce was going through big changes in her life. Hi, Nora, it's Jeff. Oh, Jeff, I'm so sorry. I just don't understand Joyce. What is she thinking? Why is she changing everything? She said it's not your fault, but if that's true, it must be her choice. I'm so upset with her. I can hardly stay calm. Her father is very worried. He thinks she might be having a hard time. I think it will take some time before we really understand what's going on with her, Nora. But she is determined about this, so I have to do what I need to do to look after myself and the boys. I don't want this change, but Joyce is the one in charge right now. I just hope things stay friendly. Jeff, please promise me you won't forget us. We love you and your boys, and no matter what decisions my daughter makes, please remember we're here. That's easy to promise. I feel like you and Mike are like my second parents, and I really appreciate your support. Nora passed the phone to her husband. Mike spoke in a low, concerned voice. How are you holding up, son? He had called me son from the start, and it felt like he was almost a father figure to me. We understood each other well. I'll be okay, Mike. It won't be easy, but I'm accepting that Joyce will have her way. Now we just have to sort out the details. I don't understand her. I never thought she would go this route. She can't even explain it to us clearly. How can you really understand it? Well, Mike, we can talk about this for a long time, but I don't think it will change anything. As I told Nora, maybe one day we'll find out what led her to this, but by then it might not matter much. We shared a bit more about my plans for now and my promise to keep the boys in touch with them. I also assured him that I would reach out frequently, no matter how the divorce went. He seemed to appreciate that, even if he wasn't any happier. We ended the call with him wishing me good luck. It had been a little over a day since Joyce shared her news with me. A lot had happened, but I knew more was on the way. I had taken care of some important things. Now it was time to focus on the details. I was feeling anxious while waiting for Pete to call and tell me what to do next. I had been working on my list and trusted I had written everything down. If I missed something, I told myself it couldn't be that important. I tried to focus on my work on Wednesday. I slept a little better the night before, mostly because I was catching up on some rest from earlier in the week. Still, I felt more awake and surprisingly in a better mood. I picked up the local paper to look for a furnished apartment to rent. I had no idea if any were available in Wenatchee, but with many seasonal and migrant workers in town for the cherry harvest, I doubted I would find anything. Still, I needed to try. I was busy cleaning a hard drive filled with old programs. It seemed like nothing had ever been deleted, so I was carefully deciding which programs to keep and which to remove. I was almost done when Terry walked in and sat at the edge of the desk. I was thinking, Jeff, you know I have that summer home just north of Orondo. Tina and I usually go there every weekend, but her arthritis has been bothering her a lot lately. So I thought you might like to use that place for a while until this divorce gets sorted out. You shouldn't have to stay in that motel for too long. Oh, Terry, that's very kind of you, but I don't want to burden you. I know that place means a lot to you. Yeah, I get that. It won't be free, but you'd only have to deal with me occasionally on the weekends. Having someone there would keep it safe from break-ins and troublemakers. Well, it's a great offer, Terry. How much would you want for rent? How about $500 a month? He asked, looking a bit unsure. Are you serious? You could get $500 a week for that place. It's beautiful and right by the river. Then what are we talking about? $500 a month, and I'll join you on weekends when Tina's sister can help with her. Are you really okay with this? Absolutely. Thank you, Terry. That really eases my worries. Just one thing. Can the boys stay with me on some weekends? I think we can find a place for them to sleep without bothering anyone. Of course. They can sleep on the porch. There's an old sofa bed out there, and the breeze from the river keeps it nice at night. I've slept out there many times. That sounds perfect. When can I move in? Let's do this. Tina's sister is coming this weekend. We can use my truck and move your stuff up there this Saturday. You can buy the drinks. He laughed. Okay. Terry, that's really nice of you. I can't thank you enough. Well, Jeff, a divorce can be expensive. You're a great worker, and one day I hope you can buy this business from me so Tina and I can move to Arizona. She feels much better there during the winter. I'll get my things ready Friday night, so I'll be set for you when you arrive at the motel on Saturday morning. Why don't we load everything up Friday night and drive there? That will give us some extra time on Saturday. Sounds good, I replied with a laugh. Just let me know when you want to leave, and I'll be ready. Terry Jackson started Valley Computer Services nearly 30 years ago when personal computers were beginning to be popular in homes. He was forward-thinking and gained a lot of business early on. He had a friendly demeanor but was smart and knew how to take care of customers. His excellent service made Valley Computer the best in the Wenatchee area. The company seemed small, but it had important contracts with city and state offices that supported it. They relied on him to keep their operations running smoothly. I was his main employee, Jeff Nelson. I knew how to solve problems and keep customers happy. Terry charged fair prices for our services, and everyone knew they could count on either of us when needed. This strong service support allowed Terry to pay me well above average. I earned around $60,000 a year, plus a share of the profits. This made my work enjoyable, even though Joyce thought it was just a small business. I stopped trying to change her mind about it since it wasn't worth the effort. I decided not to take the boys to Orondo that first weekend. I would tell them about the cottage offer next week after I was settled in, and knew there would be space for my sons on weekends when both Terry and I were there. I didn't want to be a burden to my friend. It was Thursday before noon when I got a call from Pete. Hey, Jeff, can you come to the office later today? I have some things to talk about. Sure. Is 4 o'clock good? See you then, and please bring your list. I smiled at the receptionist in Pete Mahoney's outer office as I checked in. A few minutes later, Pete came out to greet me, and we walked down the hall to his office. So, where do we stand? I started. We have several questions that need answers. I will ask Joyce through Oksana to give us her last 3 tax returns. To do this, I'll need to share your last 3 with her. Is that okay with you? Sure, I have nothing to hide. I will get them for you tomorrow morning. Great. That's the first step. The next step. Do you have a college savings account for the boys? Yes, it's set up separately. The last time I checked, everything was fine. Matt won't need much this year since he has a scholarship to the University of Oregon. It will cover about 75% of his costs. Good. That's taken care of. Step 3. Does Joyce own her car? Not really. She leases it from Coke through a special deal. Does she pay for the insurance, gas, maintenance, and lease costs? I think so. I know I don't. Okay, good. Step 4. Do you own any other property besides your home? No, not yet. I'm set to inherit half of my parents' orchards when they pass. My sister and I will share that. Okay, that's fine. I assume it won't be part of the property division since they are in good health. This is about dividing things in the divorce, right? Yes. If we go to court, the judge will want to see all the family's assets to decide who gets what. I hope we can settle this without going to court. It will save us a lot of time and money. I understood that part. I felt it would be better to settle this ourselves without involving the court. I was pretty sure Joyce thought the same way. So, where are we, Pete? I plan to meet with Joyce and Oksana, but I've changed my mind. I think we should wait until we get their list of assets and Joyce's tax returns. We might find some surprises that will help us. For now, please give me the list you were working on, and we'll review it. Then we wait to see how long it takes to get the information we need. What if Joyce refuses to give her tax returns? I don't think that will happen. Oksana will advise her that we can ask a court for them, which wouldn't make her look good in court. Pete looked at my list and nodded as he read. At first glance, I don't see any major issues here, Jeff. Most of this seems like everyday things. I notice you're not planning to pay alimony or child support. That could be a bit tricky, but we'll manage. We might need to negotiate a bit. Honestly, Pete, I don't think I'll get away without paying child support. But alimony will be hard to accept if she gets it. This was her idea, not mine. That could be a deal breaker. Pete smiled. I'll keep that in mind, but let's wait to see how much money Joyce will get. I will also ask about her car allowance and expenses. That should be on the tax return as well. If she's getting help from Coke, we want to include that in the settlement too. I spent almost an hour in the office with my friend and lawyer. And professionalism helped me stay composed. He had a plan, and I quickly realized it was better to let him handle things instead of letting my feelings take over. I had to admit that I was feeling frustrated, especially when I thought about what Joyce had done. I didn't hear from Pete on Friday. By that afternoon, Terry and I had loaded my things into his truck and my car as we set off to Aranda. It was only a half-hour drive up the river, and we unloaded everything in just a few minutes. The summer home was a cozy 2-bedroom cottage with a big living room, 1 bathroom, a medium-sized kitchen, and a spacious screened-in porch that could be closed up for the winter. In the back, there were a couple of storage buildings. I put my extra items in one of the sheds. I picked the second bedroom for myself and left the main bedroom for Terry when he visited. We talked about it for a bit, but I convinced him that I would feel more comfortable this way. After some thought, he agreed. We decided to eat at a small barbecue restaurant in town. Our conversation was light, and we avoided talking about my personal life. He showed me the laundromat and the convenience store, but there weren't many other shops except for some seasonal fruit stands. I planned to keep a cooler in my car and do my shopping in town before heading back to the cottage. Earlier that day, I had bought a dozen MGDs in Wenatchee. When we got back to the cottage, we put them in the refrigerator. After dinner, Terry and I enjoyed sitting on the porch, relaxing and appreciating the view. This is such a peaceful place, Terry, I said. I can see why you like spending time here in the summer. It's nice in the winter, too, he replied. It's very quiet, but with my busy work life, I don't mind the silence. I have satellite TV, so there's always something to watch. A few years ago, I replaced all the windows and made sure the cottage was well insulated. It's warm and cozy when it's cold outside. There's plenty of wood for the fireplace, and there was a time when Tina and I would come here just to enjoy the quiet. It's too bad she can't enjoy it with us now. We spent the weekend in mid-May getting the grass cut, pulling weeds, painting the trim, and getting the cottage ready for summer. It would be too hot to do much after 10 in the morning during July and August. Usually weekends like this would feel boring, but for some reason, I enjoyed the 2 days of work, good food, and conversation. I wanted to help Terry keep things tidy while I was living there. Terry and I headed back to Wenatchee on Monday morning and opened the store before 8. I noticed more traffic lately, especially from East Wenatchee. The town was growing, and with the cherry harvest happening, there were many workers and machines in the orchards. We locals were used to the seasonal changes that the orchards brought. Cherries, peaches, apricots, pears, and apples. It amazed me how much fruit came from such a small valley.
Something's off. Might want to monitor
Chapter 3. Getting ready Memorial Day weekend was almost here, and we would shut the shop for 3 days. If things went well, I could take the boys up to Orondo then. If not, I had plenty to keep me busy at the shop, so I might work a day or two to catch up. I had been learning about PLCs in my free time. I thought we might be able to work with them. Programmable logic controllers were now common on many machines in packing houses. Machines for packing, sorting, weighing, and washing all needed some kind of electronic control to keep things moving smoothly. Packing houses were tough places to work. There was a lot of water and refrigeration. The fruit came in hot from the valley and needed to cool down quickly to stay fresh. Water and cold temperatures often caused problems for electronic controls. Some older systems needed to be replaced with modern units designed for these conditions. I wasn't sure if we could succeed in that market. Terry left it to me to decide, and then we would talk about it. I couldn't recall a time when we didn't have something to do. Terry liked my idea to hire part-time summer help from the college to handle easier tasks. The boring job of organizing the computer's hard drive would have been perfect for a student. The school year had just ended, and we put up a notice on the computer studies bulletin board looking for applicants. We received over 100 responses. "Well, Mr. Hotshot, what are you going to do now?" Terry joked. I sighed and shook my head. "I guess I'll go through these and see who looks best and start calling. We'll hire the first 2 good candidates we find, but keep the applications just in case one doesn't work out." "Yeah, that sounds good. We should have a couple of people by August for sure," he chuckled. "Tell you what, Terry, I'll bet you a dozen MGDs that I have at least one, if not both of them, by next Monday." "You're on. Just remember, bottles, not cans." He laughed again. I started sorting through the pile of applicants and narrowed it down by over 20. Some weren't qualified, and a few didn't realize it was a summer job, not full-time. Then I had a great idea. On Tuesday morning, I called the college to speak with the head of the computer sciences department. Fortunately, Mr. Drummond answered the phone. "Mr. Drummond, I'm looking to hire a few of your students for summer jobs. I have nearly 80 applications, and I need to narrow it down. Could you tell me who your top candidates are?" "I can help with that. Give me a moment to check my records." He quickly found the information I needed. "All right, Mr. Nelson. It's a bit unusual, but I will email you a list of the top 10 students without their grades, just their names. I assume you can match those to the applications?" "Yes, that works perfectly. Thank you for your help, and I'll keep this information private. Good luck. I hope you find what you're seeking," he said before we ended the call. About 10 minutes later, I received an email with a list of 10 student names with their grades removed. I printed it out and started matching the names to the applications. Not all 10 had applied, but 7 did. The case of beer I promised myself was within reach. I began calling the students that morning. I planned to interview 2 each day until Thursday, with the last one on Friday. I called the first 2 on Tuesday morning and set up their interviews. By the end of all the interviews on Friday morning, I was sure that at least 5 of them could do the job well and would be great for the company. Now came the tough part, making a decision. I had video recorded each interview with the candidate's permission, totaling 7 interviews, each about 40 to 50 minutes long. I packed the 7 DVDs and my notes into my briefcase and headed to the cottage. That evening, I chose to review the interviews of the 2 candidates I thought were the least strong. I was surprised by what I saw. The first candidate was a young man who appeared confident despite his lack of experience. I didn't need to ask many technical questions before he realized he had more to learn. Watching it again convinced me that he would need more training than we could offer. The second interview was the one that really caught my attention. It was a young woman who seemed very shy. I struggled to help her open up and share her knowledge and skills. At one point, I worried she might get overwhelmed. However, as I listened, I realized she was quite knowledgeable but had trouble expressing herself. I set the DVD aside to think more about it later. By the time I finished watching all 7 DVDs, it was nearly 1 o'clock, and I was feeling tired. I brushed my teeth and climbed into the comfortable bed in the cottage bedroom. I don't think I was awake for more than a minute. The next morning was Saturday, and I didn't expect Terry or my sons. They might come by on Sunday, but today was already planned, and they had apologized for not visiting the cottage. They didn't realize what a wonderful place this was, but they would soon see it when they arrived. I had juice, a banana, and cereal for breakfast while the coffee brewed. Once again, I loaded the video of the young woman on my laptop and watched the interview again. I wondered if her looks had affected my judgment. Was I judging her based on her simple clothes and soft colors? Her shyness seemed less important for this job since she would have limited contact with the public. But good communication with Terry and me still mattered. When I looked up her name on the list, it was at the top. The names weren't in order, so I assumed it was based on their scores. If so, she was the best among all the applicants. Jana Ardian was 19 years old, and I wanted to learn more about her. I decided to call Mr. Drummond. I found his name in the local phone book and noted the numbers before making the call. Good morning, Mr. Drummond. If I'm not mistaken, you teach computer science at the college. Yes, that's correct. Good. It's Jeff Nelson again. I'm calling about a student, Jana Ardian. What can you tell me about her? This is unusual, Mr. Nelson. I don't often discuss my students with people I don't know. I understand, but I'm trying to learn more about her skills. Her interview didn't go well, but she seemed very talented when she talked a little. Am I right to say she was the top in your class? Yes. She's quite shy, almost to a fault. I can't find out why, but she's incredibly bright. I nearly passed on her after the interview, but later I thought I might be missing something. Is she able to work in a job setting? Yes, you don't need to worry. She keeps to herself and has few friends, but she gets along well with others. That's good to know. I'm thinking about giving her a chance. She didn't stand out during the interview, but your words made me think she might be special. I think you're right, Mr. Nelson. I believe you will be pleasantly surprised. Thank you for being so honest, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sure you'd like to know how your students do this summer, so I'll keep in touch to let you know. That would be very helpful. Thank you, and I appreciate your discretion. I hung up with a smile on my face. I was curious about how helpful Jana Ardian would really be. When I looked over the 6 candidates, picking the second one was easy. He was a classic nerd. The only thing missing was his pocket protector and glasses. If everything went well, Jimmy Rideout would be partnered with Jana this summer. I felt pretty sure they would get along fine, even if they didn't interact much. When I walked into the shop on Monday morning, Terry was already there. Okay, Terry, put that case of drinks in the fridge. I'll pick it up on Friday. You sound pretty sure of yourself, he smiled. Yeah, I found out the names of the top 10 students from the instructor. After the interviews, I narrowed it down to the 2 I want to hire. Mind sharing who they are? Sure. The girl is Jana Ardian, the top student in computer science. The boy is Jimmy Rideout. He has a natural knack for this. I think they are going to do great. Do you want to talk to them first? No, you're in charge here. They'll be with you more than me. Just go ahead and call them to offer the job. They can start tomorrow if they're ready. I smiled and thanked Terry. After 2 phone calls, both would be at the shop by 1 o'clock for their orientation. It felt good to get that settled. With all the work and the hiring process, I hadn't had much time to think about my own situation. That was a welcome distraction because I hadn't heard from Pete, and it had been a week since we last spoke. I was almost done showing my new hires around when the phone rang. It was Pete. Hi, Pete. I was starting to wonder when I would hear from you. Well, here I am. Can you come to my office for a meeting? I have some interesting things to tell you. When? Can you come now? How about in half an hour? I'm just wrapping up an orientation with my new employees. Sure. I'll see you then. I wondered what Pete meant by interesting. My 2 new hires seemed good. They asked a lot of questions, and they were smart ones. I showed them what we were doing in the shop, and they quickly understood the tasks. I talked about our work with different clients and what they might be involved in. Jana seemed a bit nervous at first, but I assured them they wouldn't be alone until I felt they were ready. I got to Pete's office just before 5 p.m. The receptionist announced my arrival, and Pete came out to greet me just like he always did. This time, we met in a small conference room for our session. My office is a mess, filled with papers. Let me get your file and a coffee. I'll be right back. He kept his word, coming back with 2 coffees and a file under his arm. So, how have you been this past week, Jem? Busy, thankfully. I hired some students for the summer, which meant a lot of interviews. Just as well, otherwise I'd be worrying about this, I said, pointing to the folder. Yeah, well, I have some news for you. I know you said you didn't know how much Joyce earns at Coke Motors. No, I don't. I'm guessing it would be about $40,000 or $50,000 a year. Since she's in management now, I thought the salary would be decent. Decent isn't the right word. Your wife earned close to $87,000 last year, including her bonus, and she will likely earn even more this year. Really? Are you serious? Where did all that money go? That's a good question, Jeff. A very good question. Plus, the car she supposedly leases costs her nothing except for some taxes, which she deducts when using the car for work. It seems Joyce hasn't been completely honest with you. Not what you'd expect from a trustworthy partner. I'm shocked. I would never have guessed. Has this been going on for a while? That's my guess. Her salary includes a performance bonus from the transactions she handles and the interest rates she uses. With the volume her dealership processes annually, even a small percentage can make a big difference. The credit operation is a separate profit center, and it's quite successful. Her bonus last year was $18,000 before taxes. Oh my goodness! Who is this woman? Joyce Nelson is a well-paid businesswoman with a bright future at her job. I think she will be moving up. She could be earning 6 figures, if not this year, then certainly next year. She just isn't keen on sharing. Well, I guess that explains a lot. I was becoming unnecessary, an inconvenience, an obstacle to her goals. Not great for a guy's self-esteem, is it? I sighed. Pete shook his head. I have to say, I've never seen this before. This feels very cold and calculated. One thing is for sure. This will change everything when we meet with Joyce and Oksana to reach an agreement. She will have to pay you support. How's that for a start? Second, she will need to explain where all the money went. If she has hidden it, she will need to declare it, or she could face serious issues with the court. This could get complicated, Jeff. Surely her lawyer will tell her that we know all this. She won't be able to hide anything, will she? No, you're right about that. She paid taxes on her earnings as required. There are some questionable deductions that might not hold up if someone checks, but at least she reported all the money Coke gave her. Beyond that, we don't know anything else. Anything else? Income from other places? What other places? Pete shrugged. Some people used to get rewards for sending business their way. I don't think Coke would approve, but if Joyce is determined, she might try something herself. How would we know? We wouldn't. But I could try to find out if she is up to something. Leave that part to me for now. In the meantime, I think it's time we meet with Joyce and Oksana. Sure. The sooner the better. I want to see her reaction when she has to explain things to her family. Jeff, this meeting requires you to keep quiet. It could get intense, but you can't let your feelings show. I plan to challenge Joyce, and it won't be easy. You need to sit there and listen without speaking. Do you understand?
Long story short, all those ships that pulled out.
Just hope I can stay calm.
Most likely.
I don't need to remind you what might happen if you don't, do I? No, you don't. But managing my stress will be tough. Pete smiled. All right, that's enough for today. I'll call you when the meeting is set up. Can you take time off during the day? I want to make this difficult for Joyce. Yeah, sure, Terry supports this completely. By the way, did I mention I'm staying at his summer cottage in Orondo? It's wonderful. A half-hour commute, but a lovely spot by the river. The boys will love it. Good to hear, Jeff. It's better than living in an apartment. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Sue and I have been thinking about a summer house upriver. Lake Chelan is getting too pricey. Let's plan for that once this is over. We can celebrate there, I said with a simple. Yeah, but remember, in divorce there are no winners. Everyone loses. I nodded seriously. He was right.
Bring the battle to them, huh?
Pete called on Wednesday to say he was having trouble getting Joyce and Oksana to meet. He suggested they might want to think about going to court. Oksana reacted quickly and promised to have a date set within the day. Pete called back soon after to say the meeting was scheduled for Friday afternoon at 3 p.m. in Oksana's office. Why there? I don't think it matters, but it's part of her strategy. She wants us to be on her home ground, so to speak. I'm not worried. We're prepared for the conversation. All right. I'll meet you at her office just before 3. Is there anything we need to talk about?
Say no more.
Just remember to stay calm, he said with a light laugh. Seriously, Jeff. I don't know how this will turn out, so try to stay cool. We are on the right side, remember? Yeah, on the right side. Thanks, Pete.
I'll check in with my dad.
On Friday afternoon at 2:30, I stood in front of a coffee shop across from Oksana Dirovich's office. I attempted to sip my decaf coffee slowly, but it was tough. My mind was distracted, thinking about what might happen in the meeting later. I worried if I could keep my cool. I couldn't fully understand what Pete meant about her hiding information from us and her family. Was it for money? That seemed possible. All those years we saved for vacations, our home, and our kids' college felt pointless now. Chapter 4. Tension. Ahead.
Miss Kaja,
I was waiting for Pete when I saw Joyce walking toward the law firm. She looked professional and confident. I wondered if she knew what Pete had in store for her. Oksana must have told her about her tax returns. Maybe Joyce was keeping her own secrets, not sharing how little she contributed to our household. It didn't seem likely, but I would find out soon. Lost in thought, I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see Pete. Wow, Pete, don't sneak up like that. Sorry, Jeff. I saw Joyce a moment ago. I assume she's gone into the office? Yeah, I saw her too. She looked confident. That surprised me. Maybe it's just an act. She might have seen you and decided to show off. It's hard to say. We walked across the street, and with Pete watching the clock, we took the elevator to the 3rd floor where Wendler Milton's offices were. Like professionals, we stepped into their lobby right at 3 o'clock. Mr. Mahoney and Mr. Nelson to see Miss Dirovich? Pete said. We waited for 5 minutes until a woman in her 50s with gray hair and a sturdy build came into the lobby. Hello, Pete. Good to see you again. And you must be Jeffrey Nelson, she said, reaching her hand out to me. I shook her hand and nodded, choosing to stay quiet. I wanted to follow Pete's lead exactly. He smiled at me, pleased with my response. We entered a formal meeting room with an oval table that could fit 8 or 10 people. Today, though, it would only have 4 of us. I noticed Joyce already sitting at one end, not looking up to acknowledge me. Fine, if that was her choice. Oksana and Pete exchanged some friendly words before getting down to business. I'm sure you explained to your client that hiding her income and assets is not right, Oksana. Mrs. Nelson has earned over $230,000 in the last 3 years, not counting the benefits from her company card. During that time, she has put $78,000 into the household. This raises a big question. Where is the remaining money? Mrs. Nelson has fully shared her tax returns and has not hidden any of her earnings. That still doesn't answer the question. Where is the rest of her money? Is it in mutual funds or savings bonds? Mrs. Nelson is hesitant to share that information, Oksana replied carefully. Have you told Mrs. Nelson that we could ask the court to make her reveal that information? I have. And what did she say? She does not want to share that information. Then I see no choice but to take this to court, Pete said calmly. What do you want? Joyce suddenly shouted. I earned that money legally. I paid taxes on it. I owe nothing to anyone. Her face was bright red as she looked at Pete, ignoring me completely since our arrival. Actually, Mrs. Nelson, that money is part of community property. It was earned during your marriage to Mr. Nelson while living together. Surely Miss Dirovich has explained this to you. No, it's my money. I don't have to share it with anyone. I earned it, and I'm keeping it. I was taken aback by Joyce's outburst. Her lawyer tried to calm her down, but Joyce would not listen. At least now I understood a little of what she was feeling. I didn't like what I was witnessing in my wife at that moment. Well, Oksana, it seems there's no point in continuing this meeting. I will reach out to the court and set a date for a formal hearing. I wish you could convince your client that refusing our request is not in her best interest. The court will not look kindly on her attitude. Oksana remained silent, but gave a small nod. She understood the situation, but had no control over Joyce right now. As Pete and I stepped out of the elevator into the bright June sun, I turned to him. "Who is that woman?" Pete shook his head. "I'm proud of you, Jeff. You didn't let her get to you. As for Joyce, I can't explain her behavior. She seemed completely out of control, and Oksana must be feeling just as frustrated as I would be in the same situation. What do we do now? Well, I can request a hearing with the court. Who knows how long that will take. However, once the hearing notice is sent out, Oksana will get a copy and then it will be serious. We can cancel the hearing anytime, so I hope Oksana can help Joyce understand before she gets into real trouble. If not, we will go to court and everything will be public. I doubt Coke Motors will be pleased about that. So, maybe if we push a bit with Coke and get some help from Oksana, we can settle this without going to court. You're good at making plans, Jeff. That's what I was thinking. When I got back to my car, I called Matt. "Hey, Matt, how are you?" "Fine, Dad."
We heard your ship was reduced to wood chips.
Knew about that?
Here you are. No
Yeah,
worse for wear.
it's all Mom talked about for days. She was upset about something, but she didn't say what. I think your mother is in a tough spot. She isn't following her lawyer's advice, and it could lead to big problems. It might not end well for her. Wow, Dad. Things are already tough here. Do you mind if we come up to Arrondo this weekend? We need a break. Mom's driving us
Feels like
nuts.
it's been forever.
Of course. It's a long weekend, so you can enjoy 3 days of fun. Just make sure to tell your mom where you're going, and then meet me at the store on Friday around 5. Bring some clothes for the weekend, and don't forget your swimsuits. You're going to love it there. Great. Thanks, Dad. It will be nice to spend time with you again. If Joyce wasn't listening to Oksana at the meeting, she was certainly paying attention when told not to contact me directly. I heard nothing from her about the boys coming to Arrondo for the weekend. I figured Matt would tell her, so I hoped they got her permission. Maybe some time in that big house would help her see things differently. I shared what happened at the meeting with Terry, and he supported having the boys at the cottage that weekend. He couldn't be there, but said it was important for them to escape the stress at home. We discussed the boys staying with me if things got tough at home, and he agreed. I called Pete to ask about getting permission for the boys to spend the summer with me. He said he talked to Oksana about it, but told me not to get my hopes too high. He didn't like Joyce's attitude at the meeting and was worried she might create issues. He promised to get back to me with news. Meanwhile, he had filed for a formal court hearing regarding the divorce. It looked like we would be going to court after all. I didn't hear from the boys or Joyce for the rest of the week. That was fine, since I was busy helping Ann and Jimmy get settled into their jobs. Thankfully, they didn't need much help and learned quickly. Shortly after 4 on Friday afternoon, the boys arrived at the shop with a couple of gym bags. "Is everything okay with your mom about this weekend?" I asked Matt. "Yeah, I don't think she was too happy, but I feel like she wouldn't mind having some time to herself. I just wish it was longer than a couple of days.
Till now,
We could hang around the house while she was at work, but eventually we needed to be with her. It felt like we were a bother. I think she might have someone else in her life," Ross said. "Why do you think that?" I asked. "Not really sure. She doesn't go out at night or get strange calls. It's just, she seems different. Ever since you left, she has changed. Maybe she misses you and doesn't know how to handle it."
But how exactly do you
Well, at the meeting the other day, she didn't look at me or say anything. She just got upset with Pete, my lawyer. I'll tell you more about it this weekend. For now, let's head to the cottage. You're going to love it there. They tossed their bags in the back and we drove to Arrondo, stopping at a local store for groceries. I felt happy having my sons with me, even if it was just for 3 days. It would be a good chance to see how we all got along for the summer. Despite the busy traffic, we reached the cottage by 5 o'clock and put away the groceries before I showed them around. I offered them the choice of sharing the double bed in my room or using the sofa bed on the porch, and they chose the sofa. It wasn't a surprise. I moved into Terry's room, taking just what I needed for the weekend. When I pulled out the barbecue, the boys noticed an aluminum boat with a motor and asked if they could use it. They could, but only with me there. I wasn't sure how skilled they were with a boat like Terry's. Still, I knew we could enjoy some time at the beach tomorrow as the weather warmed up nicely. Matt grilled some steaks while I made a salad, and Ross warmed up potatoes in the microwave. I enjoyed a beer while the boys had sodas. I didn't want to relax the rules too much right now. As the boys looked around and started to explore, I could see they were happy to be there. There was a beach in front of the house, but the river was too cold for swimming just yet. We had a wonderful weekend together, and I almost hated to take them home on Monday evening. I wondered if Pete would be able to get permission for them to spend the summer with me, but I kept quiet so the boys wouldn't feel let down if it didn't work out. When I dropped them off, I spotted Joyce looking out the window. I couldn't tell if she was watching them or me. She stayed still, and once I saw the boys safely at the door, I waved and drove back to the cottage. It felt empty again without my sons. There had been laughter, activity, and conversation while we were together. I started to understand how lonely my life felt without my family. For about a week, something had been bothering me that I couldn't shake off. Joyce's behavior at the meeting was so different from what I knew of her that I couldn't get past it. Even the day before she gave me the divorce papers, she didn't show any of the coldness that I noticed at that meeting or earlier. It felt like she was a different person. I began to think maybe she was going through something emotional. I had to admit, I was overthinking my situation. It seemed clear we would be getting a divorce. I believed the boys would pick me as their main caregiver, and I didn't feel like the divorce would leave me in a bad place, unlike what often happens. But I missed Joyce. Or at least the way she used to be. I missed the warmth and care we shared over the years. I missed the easy companionship of simply being together, whether it was watching TV or sitting outside in the evening. I missed our friends who would come over or whom we would visit. I had shed many tears in the last 3 weeks, and I started to worry I would never find happiness again. On Monday morning, I arrived at the shop at my usual time to find both Jana and Jimmy waiting for me. Hi, good morning. Did you have a nice long weekend? I asked them. Jimmy said yes, and Jana smiled and nodded. That was a positive sign for her. Any problems you want to discuss? I asked, looking at them both. Nope, everything's pretty good, Jimmy replied. Can we have some more work? Jana asked, catching me off guard. Have you finished what you already have? She nodded. Yes, she said it wasn't very hard. And you, Jimmy? Yeah, I'm almost done. Maybe another hour. Jana's always been the smartest in class, he said, smiling at her. She gave a small smile and looked away, a bit shy. All right, I can probably get you both started on some new projects. Maybe something a little more challenging this time. Have either of you worked with networks before? The bigger ones, I mean? Both shook their heads. Well, here's your chance. Let's sit down and I'll explain how they work and what needs to be done to improve or change them. I received big smiles from both. And over the next hour, I shared what I knew about larger networks and the best ways to set them up. It was clear these two were very bright. They learned quickly. Mr. Drummond had been right. They would be great assets, and I started to think about ways to keep them on board year-round. This was only their second week on the job, but I already knew we had made a good choice. It was going to make things easier for both Terry and me, which meant we could look for some new opportunities without feeling too stressed. On Thursday afternoon, I received a call from Pete Mahoney. Hi, Jeff. Good news. Oksana has given you permission to have the boys stay with you this summer. I got her confirmation in writing and will email it to you. That's wonderful, Pete. I know the boys will be happy to hear that. Any updates on the other matter regarding her assets? No, not yet. Oksana hasn't changed her mind. So the paperwork is just sitting there waiting for us. Things move slowly in these cases. All right, I guess it doesn't really matter right now. Our bank accounts haven't changed, so she's not taking anything out. In fact, she's still putting in 1,000, just like before. Keep an eye on that, Jeff. Given her attitude, I'd check your safety deposit box to make sure everything is still okay. You might also think about changing the beneficiary on your life insurance and your will. Yes, thanks. I hadn't considered that. I'll take care of it tomorrow. We talked for a couple more minutes before ending the call. I quickly dialed Matt's cell phone. Hey, Matt, it's Dad. Are you at home? No, I'm at the ballpark watching a game. What's up? I have good news. Your mom said you and your brother can stay with me at the cottage for the summer. Really? I heard her talking to that lawyer about it. I didn't think she would agree. When can we go? Whenever you want. Just pack a couple of bags with your things. You'll be at the cottage until you leave for Eugene. Unless you decide it's not what you want. Come on, Dad. That's not going to happen, he chuckled. Just remember, we'll all have to help with cooking, cleaning, and laundry. It'll be a team effort. Yeah, I guess I better get used to that. It'll be like that in the dorm, too, I suppose. Is your brother with you?
Okay.
No,
let's go.
he's hanging out with Sandy Pantucci. I think she's his new friend. I don't know about your brother, Matt. He seems to have lots of friends. I'll need to keep an eye on him. Let him know about our talk, okay? Sure, he'll be excited. I'm sure he'll have a great time at the cottage, he laughed. At least it will keep him busy until school starts. Let me know when you're ready and I'll come pick you both up. Okay, Dad, thanks for this. It's going to be a great summer. I hung up the phone and leaned back in my chair. One more issue resolved. I was starting to feel less stressed. Suddenly, everything felt different than it had a few days ago.
Here you are.
It seemed like it would take a while for our divorce to go to court, so I decided not to worry too much about it. I felt good having the boys with me, especially considering Joyce's unpredictable behavior. Plus, we had some great young help at the shop, which made things easier for Terry and me. Things were getting a bit better, so why didn't I feel more at ease? I was missing Joyce. Despite everything she had said and done recently, I still longed for her. You don't spend 20 years together and just let it go. Losing her was going to stay with me for a long time. Chait.
What
5.
would you like to exchange?
The quiet time summer in the Wenatchee Valley is always warm and sunny. This is nice when you're in a cozy house by the river with a beach outside. But it wasn't as nice when the shop lacked proper air conditioning, causing it to get really warm inside with all the people coming in and out. I never heard either Jana or Jimmy complain about the heat. They usually wore shirts and shorts. By the July 4th holiday, we had all become quite comfortable with each other. Jana was starting to overcome her shyness and wore outfits more like other girls her age. Jimmy showed he had a great sense of humor along with his tech skills, and Terry was happy not to feel pressured every day. The boys chose to stay at the cottage for the holiday, which was no surprise. There was plenty of fun to keep them busy. I headed into town to join the festivities and meet some local leaders. Our shop was well known, and it was important to be seen in the community. I was interested in the display of vintage cars and spent some time admiring automobiles from earlier times. Most cars were from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, either restored or altered. The craftsmanship was impressive, showing the talent of the builders. I stopped to look at a restored 1930s John Deere tractor and fruit cart that shone in its bright green and yellow colors. While I focused on the tractor, I heard a familiar voice. "Hi, Mr. Nelson." I turned to see Jana standing there, wearing a gingham dress that made her look like a classic farm girl. "Hi, Jana. Is this your tractor?" "It belongs to my dad. My grandfather had it and Dad restored it. He is very proud of it." "He should be. It looks wonderful." Just as we seemed to run out of things to talk about, a woman around my age stepped around the tractor and approached us. "You must be the famous Mr. Jeff Nelson," she said, holding out her hand. "I'm Jana's aunt, Giselle Ardian. I've heard a lot about you." She smiled as I shook her hand gently. "I don't know about famous, but I am Jeff Nelson," I replied with a grin.
It pleases me that you
And
two
Giselle
are
was a
interested
lovely
in
woman dressed
merchandise.
nicely in a summer outfit.
battles are of
She had a
a different
unique
sort.
look,
We will
maybe
bring
because of
them
her
together.
warm skin tone or her dark brown eyes. "You've really helped my niece in a short time," she said. I looked at Jana, who was blushing and seemed a little uneasy. "I need to help Dad, Mr. Nelson. I'll see you next week at the shop," she said quickly before walking away. "How have I helped Jana?" I asked Giselle. "First of all, you've given her a job that she really enjoys, which has helped her feel better about herself. Plus, she's working with a young man her age, and that's boosting her confidence." "Ah, you must mean Jimmy Rideout. He's a smart young man. They work well together." "Yes, I think Jana has feelings for him, but is too shy to say anything. However, her time at your place has made a real difference. I can see it already." "I see it too. I'm really happy about that. I think she could be a great help to the business when she gets over her shyness. And she looks nice in that old-style dress. I wish she would wear something a bit more fitting for her age, but I don't know how to bring it up." "Don't worry. I'll help with that," she smiled. Her choice of clothes was a kind of shield for her. There are reasons for it, but right now, what matters is that she's starting to enjoy life and feel good about herself for the first time in years. Thank you for being part of that change. One day, I'll share how she got hired. It wasn't an ordinary decision. I would love to hear that. Maybe we can have coffee or lunch when you're free. I'd be happy to. I gave her my business card. Call me anytime and I'll make time for you. I realized I was smiling and enjoying Giselle Ardienne's company. She gently touched my arm, smiled, and then walked behind the display. It was the first time in over a month that I noticed an attractive woman and the thoughts she brought to mind. The holiday was on a Sunday, so the shop was closed on Monday, and we enjoyed the long weekend. The boys had made some new friends in Orondo and had nice tans. Their new friends were both kind young girls and very polite. I met them and learned that they were local. Their parents worked in the fruit business. I had asked Matt to look after Ross. He was 18, and I wanted him to take care of both his brother and himself. I couldn't monitor them while I was at the shop, so I had to trust they would behave and stay out of trouble. They had never given their mother or me any reason to worry, but I felt better with Matt watching over his brother. Terry came to the cottage the week after July 4th. After seeing Matt handle the boat, he agreed they could use it even if I wasn't there. I wasn't completely sure about this, but I talked with Matt and Ross. I had them promise they wouldn't do anything that would make Terry or me regret giving them this freedom. It was all about trust, and both Terry and I were relying on them. I think they understood. Usually, summer was a bit slower for our business, but not this year. Terry and I had worked on 2 proposals for the school board and the local college. We were happy to get the contract for all the college facilities and almost half of the school district. This meant the systems had to be ready when school started again. When Terry and I looked at the extra work, it was clear we were going to be very busy. Jana and Jimmy were going back to school, and we expected to be working nights and weekends to keep up. We needed more help. Terry, what if we keep Jana and Jimmy on part-time? Maybe a couple of hours after school and some weekend shifts. That would help lessen our load. Yeah, that sounds good, Jeff. But even with that, it might not be enough. If we do really well with the school board, they might give us the rest of the district. We'll be back where we started. I don't want to lose those kids, but we need some full-time help. At least 1 person. Maybe 2. Well, I'd better get started looking. First, though, let me talk to the kids and see if they want to work part-time. I found Jana and Jimmy at lunch and sat down with them. You both have done an amazing job for us this summer. You've made a big difference. Now we have some new business and we're going to need help all year. Terry and I were wondering if you'd be interested in part-time work during the school year? Sure, Jimmy replied right away. What hours would that be? That part would be up to you. You have your studies and need some time for yourselves. What do you think would work? I'm not sure, he said. I need to think about it and check with my folks. I noticed Jana nodding. I should talk to my aunt and dad too. But if I can, I'd really like to keep working here. I smiled at them. That's great. Let me know what works for you. In the meantime, I'm going to start looking for 1 or 2 full-time employees. This business is growing quickly, and I think it really has something to do with you two, I said, grinning. 2 days later, we had worked out a schedule. The 2 students would come to the shop after school for 2 hours each day and work a full day on Saturday. This gave us all 18 more hours to help manage the workload. Terry and I took turns opening the shop on Saturdays. We had a bigger issue to solve, finding someone to work full-time. After thinking about it, I decided to reach out to someone I trusted. Hello, Mr. Drummond. It's Jeff Nelson speaking. I wanted to tell you that both Jana and Jimmy have been a great help to our business. We're going to keep them on part-time when school starts again. That's wonderful news, Mr. Nelson. I've talked to both their parents, and they are very happy with how things are going. It sounds like Valley Computer Systems is a great place to work. I'm glad to hear that. I have another request. I'm looking for 1 or 2 new full-time employees. With your experience, I wondered if you know anyone who might fit. I'd love to have more people like Jimmy or Jana. He chuckled. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, but give me some time to think. I've had a lot of bright students, and maybe I can find 1 or 2 who would work well. I'll call you back. By the way, congratulations on getting the college contract. You had the best bid, and I'm sure it wasn't just because you're local. Should I take that as you were on the selection committee? I asked. Good guess. I wanted to make sure someone who understood the needs was involved in the decision. I believe we made a solid choice. Thank you, sir. We will work hard to live up to your expectations. After hanging up, I felt proud. Having a friend at the college had helped us get the contract. Now we needed to prove we were worthy of it. The next day, Mr. Drummond called me back. First off, since we've talked a lot, I think it's fine if I call you by your first name, and you can call me Lowell. Sure, it's Jeffrey, but I usually go by Jeff. Great. Now, about work. Do you have any issues hiring people with disabilities? I haven't really thought about it, but I don't see a problem. What matters is whether they can do the job and show up consistently. What are you thinking? A while ago, I had a bright student who was accepted into West Point. He became a career officer but was injured while serving. He lost both legs and came home, but he has had a tough time resuming his life. Some of his struggles were due to feeling sorry for himself, and some came from not being who he used to be. His wife left him, and he began to face challenges with alcohol. A group of us decided to help him. We've supported him in getting sober and encouraged him to move forward with his life. I think your business might just be the answer. You need to believe he can do the job you need done, but I really think he's made a change for the better. The other question is, will you be open to talking with him? That's quite a story. Look, Lowell, this shop isn't easy for someone in a wheelchair. Will that be a problem? It shouldn't be. He has 2 prosthetic legs and special crutches. He moves around pretty well, but he will need a place to sit for most of his work. That shouldn't be an issue. Have him call me and I will set up an interview. Great, Jeff. I appreciate it and I think you will be happy with him. His name is Bernie Redmond, but most folks call him Red. When you meet him, you'll see why. Thanks again. I'll let you know if I think of anyone else suitable. Thanks, Lowell. I hope Mr. Redmond is a good fit. I'd really like to help a veteran, especially one who has faced challenges. This was going to be tough. What if he wasn't able to do the job? I would have to say no, and that would feel awful. Would his past issues create more problems for me? I'd probably have to let him go. This could be complicated. I should discuss this with Terry. I understand your concerns, Jeff. He used to struggle with alcohol, and he has a disability. His wife left him, which might not give you confidence. But you're really good at reading people, better than I am. I think this is one of those times when you should trust your gut. That doesn't mean you won't make a mistake, but if it works out, you'll have a great employee, and I can relax at home on Saturdays, he joked. Terry was encouraging me to trust my judgment. He wouldn't blame me if things didn't go well. Mr. Redmond called me the next day, right at 10 o'clock. Mr. Nelson, my name is Bernard Redmond. I hear you are looking for someone to fill the computer specialist position. I would like to apply. His voice was clear and strong, very professional. Yes, Mr. Redmond. I've been waiting for your call. Can we meet for a few minutes to talk about the job and what it involves? When would be good for you? I can meet at any time, sir. Would this afternoon be too soon? No, that works. Would 3 o'clock be good? Yes, sir. I'll be there at 1500 hours. I smiled at the military time. He sounded eager and ready to impress. This afternoon should be interesting. Exactly at 3 o'clock, the front door opened, and a tall man with red hair on crutches came in, closing the door behind him. He was an attractive man with a strong jaw, dressed neatly in khakis and a polo shirt. He wore a ball cap that had a military logo on it. When he took off his hat and walked into my office using crutches, I stepped out to greet him. Hi, you must be Bernard. I'm Jeff Nelson. I extended my hand and Bernard shook it firmly. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Nelson. Just Jeff is fine here, and I'll stick with Bernard unless you prefer Red. I smiled. Most of my friends call me Red. Then Red it is. He seemed to feel more at ease as we got through the introductions. He had a folder under his arm, which he handed to me. I opened it to find a detailed resume. I set it aside for now and looked at him. He appeared sharp and tidy, which suggested his military background. A former soldier, he looked healthy and moved well with his crutches and prosthetic legs. How did you get here? I asked. I drove here. My van has hand controls. I have a restricted license but can drive anywhere. We were off to a good start. I asked him about his experience with computers and in the military. He had received a good education, both from a local college and the Army. He wasn't very specific, but it sounded like he handled important tasks that required his computer skills. He mentioned working with communication codes, but kept the details vague. Over the next half hour, we talked about the work we do and the clients we serve. Some tasks were simple, while others were quite challenging. I shared my plans to introduce programmable logic controllers and security systems in the future. I noticed his eyes widen slightly at this news. I informed him of the job pay and hours, and he was pleased that it met his expectations. He was currently staying with his brother, but hoped to have a place of his own. It didn't take long to see that he had the qualities we needed for the job. Plus, I liked him. He was a nice person who had been through hard times. I understood his feelings after his wife left him, especially under those conditions. He spoke about his past battles with alcohol and how he had worked hard to overcome them. He credited the support from friends like Lowell Drummond and his brother David for helping him along the way. He felt more confident now, looking forward to the future. What he needed was a job that would help build his self-respect and give him a clear path ahead. With Terry's approval, we were ready to offer him that chance. Terry, I'd like you to meet Red Redmond, our newest team member. Red, this is Terry Jackson, the owner and a good friend of mine. Nice to meet you, sir. It's just Terry, Red. We're pretty laid back here, as Jeff probably mentioned. Welcome to the team. I heard you served our country. I really appreciate that. They shook hands, and a little while later, Bernard Red Redmond left the office. He would come back in the morning to start his new job. Do you feel good about him? Terry asked as we watched him drive away. Yeah, I do. I think he will be a great addition, I replied, looking at Terry. I glanced at the clock and saw it was after 5. I had spent 2 hours with Red, and the time had flown by. I felt proud as I locked up and went to my car to head to the cottage. I was looking forward to a nice cold drink with the guys. After dinner, I called Lowell Drummond to let him know we'd hired Red. I thanked him for the recommendation and told him to send over any more candidates like him. Our teamwork was forgot about Giselle Ardienne until she walked into the shop on Friday morning. She waved to Jana and came to my office. Have you forgotten we were going to have coffee one morning? She asked cheerfully. No, but I thought you would call me. Is now a good time? Yes, definitely. I walked to the back of the shop. Terry, I'll be out for a bit. Okay, Jeff. I led Giselle out, and as the door closed, I saw Terry and Jana watching us from his office. Jana had a warm smile on her face. Nice to see you again, Giselle. How are you? I asked as we made our way to the diner on the corner. I'm good, Jeff. I hear you've gotten 2 new contracts, hired my niece part-time, and found a new full-time worker. That sounds like success. Congratulations. Thanks. But how do Jana's parents feel about her working part-time? Well, I convinced her dad it was a great opportunity, and he agreed. Her mother passed away years ago, and I've been like a mother to her since then. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been tough for her. Very tough. She was only 7 when it happened. She became very quiet and distant. Her father, Paul, is my brother. He didn't know how to help her, so I came to support him. I wasn't really the answer. She didn't know me well, so it was hard for me to step in as another mother. But over time, especially since you've been around, things have started to improve. I think you're being too kind. Maybe Jimmy helped more than I did. Yes, she laughed. That could be true. But still, I've seen a big change in her this summer. She's starting to open up and enjoy life a bit more. She's even dressing a little nicer. I hope you've noticed. Yes, I have. But I didn't feel brave enough to say anything. Maybe I should say something nice to her. What do you think? I think she would like that, she said with a laugh. Her laugh was delightful, and her eyes sparkled while she laughed. It was one of the things that made Giselle very appealing. Like it? Do girls still react that way? Definitely. It might seem a bit old-fashioned, but it's still true. Jimmy has noticed her new look and told her she looks nice. It wouldn't hurt if the boss saw that, too.
Hey, good to see you.
I promise I will. You mentioned you came here to help with Jana. Where do you come from? I'm from quite far away. Northern Maine, near the Canadian border. Our family is originally from Acadia and lived in Nova Scotia until the British forced us out. Over the years, many of us moved to Louisiana, but our family went to Vermont and then Maine.
Anything else you
Paul came here to grow apples because the soil in Maine wasn't great. He has done very well. And you? I came out here after a tough breakup. I needed a place to clear my mind, and my sister-in-law had just passed away from cancer. I felt needed here, so I came. I've never regretted it. It's a beautiful part of the country. I agree. I've lived here my whole life. I don't think I'd ever want to leave. We chatted, and before I knew it, 30 minutes had passed. I should get back to the shop now. I'd love to do this again, Giselle. I enjoyed talking. I'd like that too, she replied. If we don't hear from each other in a couple of weeks, one of us should reach out, she said. Honestly, with how my life is right now, I can't tell 2 weeks from 2 months. So maybe it's best if you did what you did today, just show up. Unless there's an emergency, I'll drop everything and come join you. She smiled again and nodded. Okay then, I'll make sure to do that. We said goodbye outside the shop and I walked back in, smiling. Jana and Jimmy were watching as I walked by, and I could feel a buzz of excitement in the air. Giselle was right. Jana was becoming more lively. By the end of July, I hadn't heard from Pete, so I decided to call him. Have you heard anything from Joyce's lawyer or the court? No, not yet. I checked the schedule, and it looks like we might get our court date in early September. Summer is always a tricky time for these things. What about you? What are you planning to do when September comes? I talked to Terry, and I'll be staying at the cottage until the divorce is settled. I want to arrange for Ross to stay with me, and I'll drive him to school and back in the evenings. I'm not sure if Joyce will agree. I'll have had the boys for 3 months, so I know she would miss them. I know I would. Matt is heading off to college the last week in August. He needs to be there for orientation to sort out his dorm and books. I've been thinking about getting him a car. I haven't mentioned it yet, but I'll be driving him to Eugene that week, so I might stop in Portland to check things out. There's no sales tax there, so I could save some money. It's going to feel different for you, Jeff. With Matt and Joyce gone, living on your own. Maybe with Ross, maybe not. Do you think you can handle it? I'm not sure, Pete. I think I can, but I guess I'll find out. I'll stay in touch, friend. If anything happens, I'll let you know right away. Chapter 6, Upside Down. August turned out to be one of the hottest months on record. The farmers worried about the sun damaging crops and finding enough help for the harvest. My parents had everything under control. We worked early in the morning and late in the evening to avoid the heat. The packing houses stayed open late to get the produce in, knowing it needed to be cooled quickly to stay fresh. Terry was aware of my schedule, so we worked around it at the shop. I would be involved for about a week or 10 days, although not every day. As my parents got older, I knew they would eventually need to hire extra help. They wanted to keep the work within the family as long as possible. It wasn't just about the harvest. There was pruning, weed control, spray treatments, pollination, and all the other tasks needed to run an orchard. Giselle stopped by a couple of times for coffee, and we resumed our chats. I was also learning more about Jana and her father. We both noticed changes in the young woman. Whatever the reason, she was more confident, social, and smiling much more. She loved her job, and she told me this often. She and Jimmy made a great team, helping each other solve problems. I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more between them. Pete called just before I was to leave for Eugene with Matt. Hi, Pete. What's going on? Have you heard from Joyce? Not exactly. I don't know how to say this, but Joyce has gone missing. What? What do you mean missing? Just that. She didn't show up for work this week. Someone at Coke called her parents, and they got in touch with Oksana. I guess they checked her house, and there was no sign of her. Some of her personal things are gone, along with her SUV. Do you think she just took a vacation and forgot to tell anyone? Does that seem like Joyce to you, Jeff? No. You're right. So what's next? Well, it seems there's an audit going on at Coke, and Joyce might be mixed up in that, but no one is saying much. What does mixed up mean? There could be some issues with some of the accounts. I don't know anything for sure yet. Oh no, she wouldn't, would she? You know her better than I do, Jeff. Would she? I really don't know her anymore, Pete. In the last 4 months, she seems like a different person. The boys are going to be heartbroken. A divorce is one thing, but this? I think I should stay quiet about it until we learn more. Or unless someone brings it up. They have enough on their minds right now. They don't need to worry more. Yeah, I have a few contacts at the police department, so I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything.
All right,
it's better for the boys to hear it from you than to see it in the news. Thanks, Pete. What's next? This is turning into quite the story. No problem. I get it. You're handling everything really well under all this pressure. Just hold on until I have more information. I didn't sleep much that night. I was trying to understand what my wife might have been thinking if she really did what Pete suggested. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if it had to do with the money she had kept from me. Was she saving up to leave? What made her change so much? Too many questions and not enough answers. We woke up early the next morning. Matt and I were heading to Eugene, and since my parents were busy with the harvest, Joyce's parents were taking care of Ross until I got back. I didn't have time for a long chat with Nora and Mike, but I could see they were very worried about Joyce, even without knowing about any issues at Koch Motors. I told them we would talk when I returned in 3 days. The drive to Portland was about 5.5 hours this time of year. We went over Blewett Pass, through Ellensburg, Yakima, and then along the Columbia River to Portland. I decided to stay overnight in Portland, telling Matt it would be helpful for him to have some transportation while he was at school, and that the city had better shopping options. Once he got over his surprise, he agreed right away. It took us half a day to find a car we both liked. It was a late model mid-size pickup truck with 4-wheel drive. It looked like it had mainly been driven in the city, with just under 40,000 miles and no visible wear. We bought it from the original dealer, which made me feel a bit more at ease about its condition. Years earlier, I had arranged a line of credit with my bank that I used while working with my parents at the orchard. There was hardly anything left on it, so putting down nearly $11,000 wasn't an issue. After adding the insurance and license fees, I gave Matt a check for $2,500 for other expenses, letting him know I hoped it would last until the new year. He seemed so surprised that I had bought him a truck that he would have agreed to anything. Of course, he drove the new truck to Eugene while I followed in my car. 2 years ago, I bought a Subaru Outback because I wanted a car that could handle the hills leading up to my house. Snow in winter was common, so getting winter tires was a smart move. Matt was a responsible young man, and I felt sure he would take good care of it. The drive back to Wenatchee took almost all day. I pushed the speed limit a bit and made it back in just under 7 hours, even with a few breaks. While driving, I wondered if I should move back into our house. If Joyce had left town, it could change everything about the divorce, especially if she had done something wrong. I might not have to give up my lovely home on the ridge. Soon enough, I started scolding myself for being selfish, thinking about how her leaving would be better for me. I felt guilty, but I sensed that this was just the start of bad news, and that I was in for some tough emotions ahead. Once again, my thoughts were all over the place. Ross began his senior year in high school, riding to school with me from Orondo in the mornings and back home in the evenings. At the end of his first week, we packed our things in Orondo and moved back home. It was the 3rd week of September when Pete Mahoney called and asked me to come to his office. I agreed, though I was uneasy about the possible topic of our meeting. "Come on in, Jeff. We'll meet in the boardroom. I have a guest you will want to meet." I entered the boardroom and saw a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, white shirt, and dark tie sitting at the table. He stood up when we walked in. "Jeff, this is Agent Sam Hildebrand from the Seattle office of the FBI. He has news about Joyce." I was at a loss for words as I shook hands with the agent. "Have a seat and relax, Jeff. I think Mr. Hildebrand can help clear up some of the mystery around Joyce's actions. Mr. Nelson, I understand you are going through a divorce with your wife, Joyce Alana Nelson, formerly Fielding. Is that correct?" "Not really. She filed for divorce from me." "Right. My mistake. To make a long story short, we are looking into your wife for embezzling money from Koch Motors and Koch Credit Services. We were notified by the Wenatchee police after Koch Motors found the theft during a preliminary audit. We have discovered that your wife has left the area and likely the country, too. She is traveling under the name Alana Fielding, with a passport and other documents in that name. We found her company car at the SeaTac Airport parking lot. She entered the lot on August 20th at 9:07 in the evening. We know she took a flight to Mexico City and think she then boarded another flight to South America, possibly Brazil. We haven't confirmed this yet, but we strongly believe that's where she went. Right now, we don't know where she is." I was in shock. I couldn't believe what he was saying. Joyce was on the run and had left the country to avoid trouble. It felt too outrageous to accept. "Are you sure about this?" I finally asked. "Yes, I'm quite sure. There's a warrant for her arrest, and all our international contacts are aware. The company's audit shows that at least $500,000 is missing, mostly from the past year. We haven't been able to track the money, but we suspect it's in an offshore account. Maybe in the Cayman Islands. I can't believe this. It seems so unlikely. This just isn't like her. Everything happening now, the divorce, the money, her running away, it all feels so confusing, I said, shaking my head. Trust me, Mr. Nelson. We see this kind of thing happen more often than you think. Sometimes the risk becomes too tempting. In the meantime, if you hear from your wife, please let me know right away. Don't try to deal with this on your own. It has now become an FBI matter. I nodded, still confused by my wife's actions. The agent stood up, shook hands with Pete and me, then left the office. This just keeps getting more bizarre, Pete. What does it mean? What happens next? As for the divorce, her petition will end if she doesn't respond. That means there will be no divorce unless you file again. I'll check on how long it takes without a reply from Joyce, but I think it could be 6 months. By next spring, you might be a free man again. I wonder if I'll ever feel free again, Pete. I'm worried about how the media will handle this and what it might mean for the boys and Joyce's parents. We don't know about any of this yet. They do now, Jeff. Hildebrand met with them this morning to see if they had heard from her. He had to share the tough news about what's going on. I think you should call the Fieldings to check if they're okay. Yeah, I should. I need to call my parents, too. I doubt the FBI spoke with them, did they? Not that I know of. I think I could use a strong drink before those calls. I was right. Nora and Mike were devastated to hear the news. Their daughter was being sought by the FBI and others for stealing a large amount of money. It was just as hard for them to believe as it was for me. As I sat in their living room watching their world shatter, I felt their pain deeply. My parents were also heartbroken that their view of someone they loved could be so wrong. The divorce had changed how they viewed Joyce, but still, they never imagined something like this could happen. I sat with Ross and tried to explain what was going on with his mother, and he was shocked and sad. But Dad, she can't just leave. What about us? She's our mom. There must be a mistake, he said, tears rolling down his cheeks. I hope you're right, son. I really do. Right now, we just have to wait and see. He nodded, looking away, accepting that we had no other choice. I still had to talk to Matt. When I told Matt about the FBI and their mother's disappearance, he reacted strongly. He was upset with her. How could she do this to us? Once he calmed down, I mentioned that we were moving back into the house, and he seemed pleased. Even if he wouldn't be there until Christmas, it felt like home, bringing him some comfort. I couldn't shake how empty my life felt. Joyce was gone. Matt was away at college, and Ross was at school during the day and often out with friends on weekends. I felt incredibly lonely and missed my wife more than ever. I'd come to accept that Joyce might not come back. She was gone, maybe for a long time. The only place where I found some relief was at the shop. Terry, Red, Jana, and Jimmy became my support. They were people I could talk to and work alongside. It helped, but it wasn't enough. Hi, Giselle. It's Jeff Nelson. How are you? Fine, Jeff. I'm sorry to hear about your wife. That must be very hard. Yes, but there's not much I can do about it. I thought I'd call you for a change. Would you like to have dinner with me on Friday evening? There are some nice restaurants in town. Oh, that's very kind of you, Jeff. Yes, I'd be happy to have dinner with you. Great. Do you have any preferences? I like almost everything, I said. Well, I'm the only one in my family who enjoys Mexican food. If that's okay, let's plan on that. Absolutely, I know just the place. Can I pick you up at 6:30? Is that too early? No, 6:30 is perfect. Do you know how to get to my house? You're not far from mine, as I remember from Jana's application. Up on Canyon Drive. That's right. I'll see you at 6:30.
Looks valuable.
After hanging up, I felt a sense of relief for the first time that day. Giselle was someone I could talk to without worrying about secrets. Our coffee meetings had become a comfort, and I wanted them to keep happening. Inviting her to dinner had been on my mind, and in my heavy mood, I decided to take the chance. Her yes lifted my spirits. Ross and I have moved back into our house, I told Giselle. I hope it gives us both more stability. I'm especially worried about him. He's very upset about what's happened with his mother. I understand completely. Sometimes not knowing is harder than knowing. Do you think it would be helpful if I kept in touch with you and him? I'm just 5 minutes away from your home. I believe it would help me, I smiled. But I'm not sure how Ross would feel about it. I guess we can give it a try and see how it goes. Great. I'll let you settle in for a week or so, then I might drop by. I might bring Jana with me. That could be helpful. Yes, it could be. That sounds like a good plan. I agreed. As we waited for dessert, I admired my dinner partner. She had a bright personality, and I noticed I felt better when she was around, despite the family issues I was facing. I began to see her as a possible companion, maybe even more than that. I quickly shook off the thought, feeling a bit guilty for thinking about moving on from Joyce so soon. Watching you is like watching clouds, Jeff. Your expressions change with every thought. One moment it seems happy, and the next it looks sad. Is that how it feels? I nodded, surprised by her insight. Yes, that's exactly it. Right now, I feel confused. I don't know how to think about Joyce, my marriage, or my future. Everything feels uncertain, and I have no idea how it will turn out. There isn't much I can do, so I have to sit and wait to see what happens next. Part of me wants to get to know you better, but part of me thinks it's too soon, I said carefully. I'm sorry if I'm being too forward, but you're a fascinating person, and I'm still married. She smiled at my honesty. Well, it's clear you're interested in me, and I'm interested in you too. I believe that in the future, you'll be single again, and I want to make sure I'm on your list of potential partners. I looked at her, taken aback by her directness. It needed a reply. Right at the top, I said without thinking. It was true. Giselle would be the first person I'd want to date when the time came. There you go, she beamed. I got what I wanted without having to pull it out of you. I hope you don't think I'm being too easy, I joked. Not at all. We're just enjoying a nice time together. We can think about the serious things later. When is later? Let's not rush things, Jeff. We're just getting started. I have a feeling we'll know when the right time comes. Our chat was cheerful, but there were deeper meanings beneath the surface. I was surprised at how easy it was to slip into this situation. I needed to be careful not to rush into anything I might regret later. There go those clouds again, she said. Are you having doubts? No, just reminding myself to take my time. Why are you so easy to talk to? You've got me sharing my thoughts freely. Good, I'm glad to hear that. But I don't think you're the kind of person who keeps secrets from those you trust. I guess that means I trust you. And I do, actually. We were enjoying a piece of Black Forest cheesecake while having some fun conversations. I was really enjoying our time together, and it seemed she felt the same way. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to be near her. I had been without close company for over 5 months, the longest I'd gone since college. Whether married or not, I felt a strong bond with this woman. There you go again, Jeff, she said with a soft laugh. The clouds? She nodded. I really don't think poker is your game. Your eyes brighten when a nice thought comes to mind. Am I that easy to read? She nodded with a playful smile. So what am I thinking now? You're curious about how to get me closer to you? I'm not sure what my face looked like then, but it made Giselle react. Oh my, you hit the target, she said, a bit surprised and taking a quick sip of water to calm herself. This was your challenge, remember? I reminded her. Touché, sir. She was getting her composure back, but was still quite rosy-cheeked. I decided to ask more. So, what would that take? Let's just say you're on the right path. Good. I can accept that. After all, I'm married, and I need to think about my reputation. And I don't? She said, pretending to be shocked. A true gentleman wouldn't put a lady's reputation at risk. It's simply not the right thing to do, I said, trying to keep the mood light. I'm not so sure about that, but maybe it's time to go. I've really enjoyed tonight. It feels like a good start for something more, don't you think? I finished my coffee and picked up the check. It's definitely a good start, I replied seriously. Chapter 7. The Unthinkable. As Thanksgiving drew near, I felt torn between thoughts of Giselle and Joyce. Giselle was the interesting woman who clearly liked me, but I was still married to Joyce. That might not feel like much, but I still felt a duty to my promises. Until our divorce was final, I was a married man, and I meant to act like one. Pete had officially filed the divorce papers, citing differences we could not resolve. If there was ever an accurate name for what had ended our marriage, that was it. It would take 6 months for it to be final, since we didn't expect any replies to the petition. I wasn't happy about signing those papers, but I knew it was unavoidable, and I needed to move on with my life. With Giselle in the picture, Things didn't seem as dark as they might have. I was pleased that my parents had offered to host Thanksgiving dinner and invited Nora and Mike Fielding, too. The two parents got along well, and I thought it was a lovely gesture on my folks' part. Matt couldn't escape for the long weekend, but he checked in and shared that everything was going well. His biggest challenge was living away from home, but he sounded all right since he wasn't alone. I felt uncertain about what to do for Christmas. Matt would be back, but I was unsure about the Fieldings. I considered inviting them, but worried it might be awkward. Finally, I decided to invite them for Christmas Eve while my parents would visit on Christmas Day. I had another idea about the shop. Terry, this time last year it was just you and me. Now we have Jana, Jimmy, and Red. I think we should have a staff Christmas party, our first one. Christmas Eve is a Friday, so we can have lunch and close up early. What do you think? Sounds great. Just don't make it a big turkey dinner, okay? Agreed. We could do Chinese or maybe Mexican or something else. How about we take a vote? See what everyone wants? I liked that idea. I stepped out to find the three young people. We've decided to have a Christmas party for the shop and want to know what food to order. We can have sandwiches, Chinese, Mexican, or anything else. Everyone gets a vote, so let us know. I'm for Chinese, Jimmy said right away. I'm good with that, Red agreed. Fine with me, Jana added. That was enough support, and I knew Terry would agree too, so it was settled on Chinese. I told Terry about the plan, and he seemed happy. I'll leave the menu to you, Jeff. Just make sure you get enough. Why don't you invite that guy from the college? He did a great job finding our team. Good idea, Terry. I'll do that right away. I called Lowell Drummond. He had some tasks planned for that day, but he was happy to attend the lunch. I told him it was Chinese, and that didn't bother him at all. The party was in a little over 2 weeks, so we had plenty of time to prepare. It would be a bit tight in the shop, but we could manage with some rearrangement. The next Monday, we had a visitor. She was a striking blonde with a tan and a slim figure. Dressed in a casual military-style top and pants, she looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s. She saw me and came over. Hi, I'm Ann Smansky. I'm looking for Red Redmond. Is he here? No, he's out on a call at the school board. He should be back soon. Oh, would it be okay if I waited? That's fine, but we only have coffee to offer. No need for anything. I know what's going on here. Red and I served together in Afghanistan. We were both tech experts and worked together on and off. So, you were there when he got hurt? Yeah. I had just renewed my schedule when I heard the news about him. I was worried. I had just finished my service and thought I'd check in on him since I heard some things. Are you from this area? Yeah, I'm from Ellensburg. I just got back a week ago. I thought I'd come by and say hi. I'm sure he'd like that. He tends to keep to himself. Really? I thought he was married when he was there. She left when she found out he lost his legs. It was a hard time for him, but he's doing better now. He really fits in well with the team here. That's rough, she replied, looking thoughtful for a moment. You said he was on a call. Is he getting around? Yes. He has artificial legs and special crutches, and he drives a van. He does great with customers, so he's out in the field now. Her smile grew wide. That's great news. I can't wait to see him. We spent a lot of time together. He's a wonderful person. I sensed there was more than just friendship on her mind. I was curious to see how things would go when he returned. I didn't have to wait long. She noticed him as he parked the van in front of the store. His red hair was easy to spot. She stood in the center of the shop, hands on her hips. From the back, she looked like a soldier. As Red walked through the front door, he didn't see her at first. Do you always come to work this late? She called out playfully. His head turned quickly, surprise spreading across his face. Annie? Is that you? He made his way toward her, a bit unsteady. She quickly stepped forward and they shared a warm hug. I could see the emotion in their eyes and felt it was time for me to head back to my office and give them some privacy. There was something deeper between them. I was busy working on a proposal to help the police update their communication systems in patrol cars. We would provide the equipment and support, ensuring they got the best available solution. Their budget review was coming up early next year, and I hoped they would consider my proposal. It could lead to a good contract for us. As I thought about adding more to the package to make it more appealing, there was a light knock at my door. Red and Annie stood together, looking quite joyful. Jeff, you've met Annie, but I want you to know she's the best computer analyst I've ever met. If you hear of any job openings, we'd be grateful. Are you working now, Annie? I asked. No, I'm staying with my family in Ellensburg. I'm looking for a job like Red has something where I can use my skills. What do you know about PLCs? I inquired. I know a good deal. I've done repairs and upgrades in the field. That place was tough. What about the dampness and chill? Same problem. Instead of sand, it's water. Instead of being super hot, it's really cold. Let me think. We might bring someone on board next year. We're quite busy now, but I'd like to be even busier. If we get a job, it would likely start in January. Can you wait until then? Yes, especially if I get to work with Red. He's great, Jeff. And it took me a while to get Red to stop calling me sir, so if it's okay, please call me Jeff. She smiled. Of course, Jeff. So you believe this girl can do the job, right? Terry asked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. She and Red are good friends, and I think she has the skills. Plus, she claims she's really good with PLCs, which would help us get more work at the packing houses. Well, it's a bit of a risk since we don't have that work yet, but if you believe in her, I'm willing to give it a shot. You haven't been wrong very often. Go ahead and hire her for January. You know that would bring our team to 6, right? Yeah, I know. This business is growing too much for me. Why did you do this to me, Jeff? He chuckled. Couldn't help myself, I guess. But how do our sales this year compare to last year? He looked at me with a familiar squint, then laughed. More than double. We might not make as large a profit this year, but next year. I'm excited to think about how much we could make. So, you're okay with all this? He nodded. Yeah, I'm good with it. It feels like we were just waiting for something to happen, and now it is. We're going to be just fine, Jeff. I met with Ann Schmansky for an hour the week before Christmas and told her she would have a job starting January 3rd. She was thrilled and couldn't wait to tell Red. I was happy too. I could now confidently work with many packing houses, cold storage companies, and various manufacturing plants on servicing and repairing PLCs, expanding our range of services. 2 days before Christmas, I received a call from Sam Hildebrand. It turned my holiday into something I wanted to forget. Mr. Nelson, I'm calling to let you know that your wife has been arrested in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and will be sent back to the United States. She will be held in Seattle until her court date. I will keep you updated on the times and dates as I learn more. Thank you, Mr. Hildebrand, I said quietly. I hung up the phone, feeling lost and unsure about what would happen next. I sat in my office for what felt like a long time until Terry came in to check on me. What's wrong, Jeff? You look like you've seen a ghost. No, not a ghost. The FBI just called to say that Joyce has been arrested in Brazil and will be brought back to Seattle. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jeff. I can only imagine how that feels. Right now, Terry, I feel like I'm in a weird movie. I have no control over what happens or to whom. I feel like I'm just watching. Part of me wishes they hadn't caught her. At least then she wouldn't be here to upset me. Yeah, I get that. What a Christmas surprise this is. This is no surprise. This is like getting a bad gift when Santa is unhappy. He laughed softly at my joke and then went back to work. I called Pete to let him know what happened, and he said he would watch the court schedule in Seattle to see when Joyce would face charges. He didn't push for me to be there, but he wanted to know how she would plead and who her lawyer was. He promised to keep me updated. For the first time I could remember, Christmas felt sad. I missed Joyce, and so did her parents and the boys. We tried to make the best of it, but the mood was heavy. I felt sorry for Matt. He was home for the first time since going to Eugene, but it wasn't a happy reunion. He was doing well in school, but the burden of his mother's arrest weighed heavily on him, just like it did for all of us. On the Tuesday after Christmas, Agent Hildebrand called to tell me that Joyce had been brought to the Seattle Federal Courthouse and had pleaded guilty to all charges. Because she was a flight risk, bail was denied. She would spend the next few weeks in a federal detention center. I called Pete to share what I found out. They didn't waste any time, Jeff. She was barely off the plane when the hearing happened. Since she pleaded guilty, I think she might get a sentence between 3 and 10 years. If she can make some payments toward what she owes, she might get the lesser sentence. If not, it could be much longer. I felt tears in my eyes while talking to Pete. It felt like the end of a major part of my life. For over 20 years, I had loved Joyce and tried to give her everything she needed to be happy. I couldn't understand where I had gone wrong. Part of me wanted to believe she wasn't entirely to blame for her choices, but I knew that would be hard to prove. I hoped she had a good lawyer. I didn't want to see her suffer more than necessary. Even a short stay in detention would change her, and not for the better. Matt went back to school the day after New Year's, and Ross and I tried to return to our normal routines. Since Joyce had pleaded guilty, there wouldn't be a trial, just a hearing for her sentence. I didn't want to go, but I felt I had to be there, even if just this once. The sentencing was set for January 25th, which was a Tuesday. I checked with Pete, and he told me I would be allowed to attend the court. I made my plans and left for Seattle on Monday, trying to prepare myself for what I knew would be a tough experience. The sentencing would happen around 10 the next morning, and I spent a long night awake, tossing and turning, thinking about the hard moment ahead. It felt a bit like losing someone forever. I sat in the courtroom as the judge and lawyers started the proceedings. Then I saw Joyce come in, escorted by an officer and sitting beside her lawyer. She looked unwell, thin and tired, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was turning gray. She seemed frightened, and my heart went out to her. I never wanted this to happen to her, but there was nothing I could do to change it. She was given a sentence of 3 to 5 years in a federal women's prison in California. If she followed the rules, she would be out in 3 years and could try to rebuild her life. I later found out it was a medium security prison, which eased my worry a bit about her situation. But it would still be hard for her. I wondered how she would be once it was all over. That afternoon, I drove back to Wenatchee, knowing that a big part of my life had changed for good. Even though the divorce wouldn't be final for another 2 months, this felt like the true end of my marriage to Joyce. She never saw me in the courtroom, so she didn't know I was there for this last chapter in our lives. I wondered if, in 3 years, she would come back to Wenatchee to see her parents. Somehow I wasn't sure she would. I went straight to Mike and Nora's house. They couldn't bring themselves to attend the sentencing. Nora was so upset that she had begun therapy to help with her sadness. Mike was also troubled, but handling it better. We shared a couple of beers while I told him about what happened in court. I felt that the saddest part of it all was that Joyce was an only child, and her parents had no other children to focus their love on. She was their only one. Mike mentioned visiting their daughter in prison, but Nora wasn't ready to see her yet. I had thought about doing the same. I was starting to think it might help me find some peace, but not just yet. In the meantime, Giselle and I kept in touch through coffee, lunch, dinner, and other social gatherings. I was intentionally avoiding any romantic relationship with her until I felt free from my past commitments. Maybe it was old-fashioned, but that was how I felt, and I think Giselle understood. Regardless, we enjoyed our time together, even without any closeness. Ross had settled down and was dating a young woman he met last year. Sandy Pantuzzi was a lovely girl with dark hair and a strong Italian personality. I felt that Ross was more influenced by her than he realized, even though he thought he was in charge. She was a nice girl from a good family, and she helped keep Ross on the right path. He was hoping to get a car for himself since I had given my truck to his brother. I was thinking about it, but wanted something in return. Good grades. I continued to keep in touch with Pete, as I always did. He found out that very little of the money Joyce took had been found. This could affect her chances for early release, he said. The FBI believed the money was hidden overseas, but had no proof. They wouldn't stop looking for it, and would be keeping an eye on Joyce when she got out. At work, I remembered how Terry and I had grown a small 2-person business into 4 full-time employees and 2 part-time helpers in just a few months. Red and Annie, as I had started to call her, were working hard to promote our service plan and already had several clients. Terry was out most of the time looking for new business, while I managed the daily operations. Terry's guess that the business would change was turning out to be true. We seemed to be expanding faster than ever. This was likely because we had more staff and the time to explore new chances. We were becoming an important part of the business community in Wenatchee Valley. I could see that soon we would need to find a bigger space and hire more people. I worked from Tuesday to Saturday now, sometimes going in on Mondays if I had to finish something. It didn't bother me too much. I was alone at home since Matt was away and Ross was at school. I started visiting Giselle and her brother Paul just to chat and enjoy a coffee. Paul was an interesting guy. He was tall, around 6'4", and weighed about 250 pounds. It was clear right away that he was a friendly person. With curly, sandy hair, bright blue eyes, and a warm smile, he was easy to get along with. He had bought a small apple orchard over 15 years ago and had slowly replaced the old red delicious trees with specialty apple varieties that were worth more. Most of these apples were not for eating, but were used to make cider, some wines, and liqueurs. The soil and climate on the hillside were perfect for his apples, which he sold mostly out of state. These varieties were less affected by the changing prices of regular apples, giving him a steady and good income. Paul was Giselle's older brother and was very friendly with me. He knew we were friends and saw each other occasionally. He was a widower. His wife had sadly passed away many years ago due to an illness in Maine. Giselle quietly told me that he was good friends with a woman who lived near their orchard, but they had no plans to marry. It was just a simple friendship, as she explained. It took me some time to notice how at ease I felt with Giselle. We seemed to get along so well. One moment I thought of her as a friend. The next, I pictured her as someone even more special. I didn't have to guess about her feelings. She made it clear she hoped for a long-term relationship, but she was willing to wait. As she often said, I waited this long for the right person to come along. I can wait a little longer. But I think there comes a time when everyone wants something deeper, and they want it soon. Don't you think it's time we became closer friends? She asked one evening after we had a nice dinner at our favorite Italian restaurant. She rested her elbows on the table, her hands holding her head, and her eyes sparkled as she smiled at me. I must have been very aware at that moment because I understood exactly what she meant. What I didn't know was how to reply. You've been so patient with me, Giselle, I began, trying to buy some time. I've been waiting for my divorce to finish, but honestly, that's just an excuse. Well, now that we've cleared that up, why don't we go back to my place? Paul is away in British Columbia selling apples, and Jana is out with Jimmy. We have a couple of hours to ourselves, she suggested with a warm smile. Check, please, I called to the waitress as she walked by. Giselle was right. I had been avoiding the reality of my feelings. I had been falling for her, so what was I waiting for? We reached her house, and she led me to the living room. Why don't we sit down and talk? She said, her tone friendly and inviting. As we sat together, I felt a mix of excitement and nerves. Our talk moved to our feelings and dreams for the future. Giselle looked at me with such warmth, and I couldn't help but see how much she cared. I really enjoy being with you, Jeff, she said gently. I think we could have something wonderful together. My heart raced as I looked into her eyes, realizing that this moment I had hesitated about was finally here. We've both waited long enough, I finally said, feeling a wave of relief. After that talk, our connection grew stronger. We took our time to explore this new path, but I was sure I had made the right choice to move forward together. We shared laughter and felt a sense of happiness as we embraced what was to come. I knew I had delayed this joy for far too long. We were meant to be together. I felt certain of that now. I glanced at the clock and saw it was almost 11 o'clock. Maybe I should go, I suggested. I wish you would stay, she replied softly. I want to wake up in the morning with you. I'm starting to have deep feelings for you, you know. That's a big step, Giselle. Love isn't something to take lightly. There's nothing light about how I feel about you, Jeff. You are the person I have been looking for. You're a wonderful man and a great father. You always see the good in people. You've brought happiness into my life. You've faced hard times with strength that I admire every day. What more could I wish for? I'm not much of a cook, I joked. Well, that's where I come in. I can handle the kitchen just fine. You're great in many ways. I know what you think about my skills. Just then, I heard a noise. Someone had closed a door. What was that? I asked, sitting up quickly. Don't worry, it's Jana. She won't bother us. I lay back down, feeling a bit awkward about being in this position. I then heard footsteps on the stairs, and as they passed by, I heard, Good night, Aunt Giselle. Good night, Jeff. Oh no, I groaned. Relax. Don't forget your car is parked out front. Yeah, I guess I did. How will I face her at work? Jeff, she's an adult and in a relationship too. She is. Of course. What did you think she and Jimmy were doing? Playing games? I had no idea. She has changed a lot over the past year, but I didn't know. She laughed softly. So, since we've been noticed, can you stay the night? I'd like to, but Ross will be home alone.